Heights.
Oh, man.
No?
That's, all of his songs are high, but I think they tuned down a little bit.
I don't know. I forget the two songs that he sang the first night. I didn't know. I'm not a huge Journey fan, but they weren't like songs that a 33-year-old.
Really?
Wheels in the Sky?
I don't know.
Bring,
Any way you want it?
It wasn't Don't Stop Believing.
I don't know.
What are some of those other Journey songs we got?
Well, why don't you
Separate
go
ways?
forward
I don't know.
on the video until he starts singing some Journey.
I'll start right there. Fuck it.
No. This guy babbles. He rambles on and on, this guy.
Because it didn't feel right.
Shut up.
Didn't feel right.
And then he sings an Eel song.
Last time you played around these parts, it was
All right, we can fast forward a little bit.
Go halfway through the video.
Halfway?
Yeah, go ahead. Oh.
Is this a Journey song?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
This is a good one.
This is Open Arms, right?
Yeah.
Almost not recognizable. Oh my God, this stinks.
His voice is
Well, the band
shot.
is not doing it well either. Oh, maybe they are.
This was me and my girl's song in college. We had a long distance thing going on, so Open Arms was our song.
How did that work? If you're top of the 80s?
Now, well, it turned into open relationship.
Well, I think she might have went back with her old boyfriend for the summer, and I never got over it. She's the one I try to look up, but she's hiding out there. I want to see what she has become all these years later.
Yeah.
But this was our song.
Oh, it's not that nice high. It's very raspy. Oh, stop. He's looking out into the audience doing his Steve Perry stuff.
Yeah, this is not a big event.
No, the
19
Eels in
years
2014, I don't think they
And this is 19 years old.
He must hate watching cover bands like do just him to a T.
Killing
Yeah.
it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I can't imagine, like you said, most Eels fans probably aren't huge Journey fans.
I don't know. I think people in general are Journey fans across the board.
Which one's this? Is this na 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 na? Oh, you make me weak.
Oh, my God.
Jeez, he can't kick it up. Loving, touching. This is like the way someone was singing at karaoke because he's can't hit the notes. And guaranteed he puts the fucking mic to the audience because he doesn't want to do it.
His timing's way off too, right?
Yeah, he's trying to Yeah, he's trying to do one of those things. Reimagining.
A very weak voice.
You don't think that sounds good?
Oh my God, it's horrible.
You're tearing me apart, Grandpa. You're tearing me apart. Willie. Oh no, what happened?
Does the Philippine kid sing better than this?
Oh my God. Yeah. Find Love and Touch in 1979 or something.
Is it better than this?
Find I want to hear old Journey. Yeah, there he goes.
You're right.
Look at this audience. It's like, where are the Eels? For the Eels.
We heard enough. Go to, Journey in their
Find
prime.
Journey
Do
from
Love and Touch and Squeeze.
Journey, Love and Touching.
Listen how amazing this guy's voice used to be. That's kind of sad, actually.
It is.
You got Tokyo 1981?
Yeah, that's
work.
right in the wheelhouse. That's when the song came out. Somewhere around there.
Oh, boy. This is what happens.
81.
Oh, no. See, it's all high. Oh, that's a shame.
Effortless, right?
You could do all those little
Talking about a good song.
inflections.
Loving, touching, squeezing. Fuck you.
You don't like loving,
No, I
touching,
don't.
squeezing,
That
Jimmy.
shitty sentiment that is.
That's the loving part.
Exactly.
In a
Touching
relationship.
and squeezing.
Have to get that fucking out of the way.
It's just terrible. Shutting out the hubbub of the world. Oh, fucking eat my balls.
See, there he goes.
Just terrible audio quality, by the way, 81.
Yeah.
Listen to the fucking notes he's hitting them. All just crystal clear, too. Now he goes a little higher. Oh, this is old. Jeez, that'll keep it playing.
The dry ice smoke.
Yeah. Wow. Time just stinks on ice.
Yeah, but what happened with him? Because there's a lot of singers that could kind of keep it going.
Some can, some can't.
I know 19 years later, whatever it was,
Yeah.
you're not going to get your voice as high, but he just looks really awkward and doesn't sound good at all on any level.
No, he's all bleh, bleh.
You would think he's a professional enough to figure out a better way to sing that song nowadays, but
Sometimes your body just ages and your fucking voice goes to shit. Sometimes you don't take care of it.
but
It goes to shit.
He had some real issue, I think.
Yeah, I think he had polyps.
Some polyps.
Some of those polyps.
Throat polyps,
Throat
bitch.
polyps.
Yeah, because it should
Yeah.
be better than that.
Yeah. Damn.
It ended. I heard it ended one of his relationships.
Really? How?
Polyps. They were arguing, and the girl said something about, at least I'm not polypy. Just made that up.
That's what you did.
Weak joke.
You know what you got to do,
It's
really?
a joke.
No, I should say yes. Weak, serious statement that in my mind I thought might be humorous, and I realized was very bad judgment error as it came out.
Sam, one more thing. Do Open Arms with the new Journey singer.
Oh, there you go.
And this will be less than a year old.
Yeah.
Steve Perry probably is close to hanging himself.
Damn.
There you go. Open Arms on... no, do the TV one. 3 down.
Oh.
Yeah, this is from, like, the Ofra or something like that.
And Neil Sean could still, just play, because that's all he's doing. Here we go. The slice. Steve Perry just must hate him.
Oh my God!
He's from the Philippines, so you don't even have to pay him much.
No, a couple of pennies a week,
$100 a show, and he's like,
35 cents a day
he's rich.
for his village.
That documentary's on Netflix, by the way.
I loved it.
Yeah.
The Journey,
I think it's Don't Stop Believing.
I loved it.
Steve Perry must be like, what the fuck is with these fans? How loyal are they, huh?
None loyal.
They don't give a fuck that he's not there.
Zero loyalty.
Well, there's a time they probably waited around for him, but
That's true.
Yeah.
he never came back. Is the
Didn't
problem.
show up.
I think the story also has a lot to do with. I don't think people would be as interested if it was just some, you know.
Do they know he's just some regular guy?
Yeah.
Regular Joe.
Yeah, he's got a great story.
Yeah.
The regular Joe of the Philippines.
Neil Sean discovered him on YouTube.
Yeah.
That's a crazy story. And then they're playing sold-out arenas all over the world.
The hell is this? A concerto?
Piano.
The beginning of Open Arms, I bet. Fooling around a little bit.
What a show off.
Yeah, exactly.
I hate when this happens in concerts.
He's doing this with his feet, though. It's pretty impressive.
Oh.
I'll go to the Met if I want to hear this shit.
Yeah, right?
I just would go to the Met. Play the Journey songs. This is the one. So, try it again, you dumb rabbit!
Oh, there it is. Oh, no.
Oh, boy.
It must be torture.
Just the kid from the Philippines replaces you.
Pops right in there, and you're Dunsky.
It's incredible.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy. That's sad.
Yeah, cue up gunshot.
Right? Just fucking kill himself.
You got the Steve Perry still queued up? Can you go back to the Steve Perry?
Where's Steve Perry?
Just cue it up real fast. Yeah,
Where is he? Where is he?
Let's hear his Open Arms. Well, now you gotta.
You gotta go way, way.
Oh boy! All right.
Way in.
Oh no! All right. Why is this a different version of?
I only hear it once.
Oh,
This is nice.
oh,
What happened to the one we were listening to?
oh,
Boy.
boy.
Oh man! I just want to go back and forth quickly.
Not a big fan of the tabs, are you? New window, tabs.
Not a tab guy.
Not a tab guy, Sam?
What are you, a Pepsi guy?
Maybe on your show you do the no tabs. Oh,
Little
Jesus.
tab joke.
Wow.
Hold on a second. I have a Fresca impression.
Oh, here he is. Oh, this is sad. That you've come back.
I now go back to the new kid.
It's just not fair. It's not fair.
This is like somebody moves in next door and does the 50-gallon drum challenge
Yes.
and has fucking girls
And it's
fucking
just
themselves
packed in there and it rules.
Yeah. Oof.
I go back to Steve Perry now, please.
Oh,
yes.
Oh, no. Oh. Oh, it's so
I
sad.
feel bad for him. Yeah, that sucks.
Life just
That's
sucks.
why lead singers are always flaky, man.
And
Yeah.
Steve Perry is giving it his all.
Yeah.
He knows
Oh,
this,
he is.
this is going to go viral.
I bet you this took him a lot to get up there. Because people are probably like, I'm telling you, you sound good.
Yeah,
I don't know. It's been too long. He's been practicing in the basement or whatever. Ready?
All right, back to the new kid. New kid.
Poor Steve Perry. Oh, God. Have a younger man with remarkably small genitals stopping out your hits.
Oh, boy. Well, nothing but fucking power and right on key. Crazy. That's sad.
Yeah.
One more Steve Perry, please. We'll end with Steve Perry because he's the originator here. Please.
Oh, that's
the other song. Oh boy,
that's not nice.
The second night that he did this with the Eels, he did the same 2 songs.
Oh, really?
Which leads me to believe that these are the 2 that he's really
comfy with.
That he practiced a lot.
That's not nice. Refrigerator Perry sings better.
Oh boy,
that's just mean. Super Bowl Shuffle.
Does it lead you to believe that
nice.
this wasn't in an impromptu at all?
No.
That this was planned
No, he
a
probably
long
said
time
these
in
are-
advance?
I can nail these 2.
I will practice
Think
these
they
2
rehearsed
songs.
it?
Yeah. I'm ready. People are going to go bananas when I come back.
And it was in 2 different cities, which means that he's kind of following the Eels around. Now for stage time.
No, for some stage time.
And by the way, we know the drummer sounds really good as a lead singer for Journey as well.
He's great.
What is it?
He does
what's his
Mother
name
Father,
again?
and it's amazing.
Oh fuck, I forgot his name. Shit. Know all the members of Journey. Italian guy, right? Fuck.
Yeah. Dean.
Castronova, right? Yeah, there it is. Okay, Dean Castronova. He sings better than Steve Perry as well.
He does Mother Father, and it's fucking like crazy.
Can you play Mother Father? This was the drummer.
Yes, with the.
They almost went with Dean and then found the Filipino kid.
Yeah,
because Dean could pull it off as well.
But you need a front man. You can't have the drummer-singer thing going. It's not...
So maybe they tried him out front and it just didn't look right or something.
Because this guy's insane.
He's really good.
Yeah.
She sits alone an empty stare. Her mother's face she wears.
And he's going to be playing drums, too.
Did he sing the song originally?
No, Steve Perry did.
Positive?
Yeah.
So one day he was like, guys, I think I can give it a shot.
Yeah.
This wasn't a radio song. What a known song by Journey.
Yeah.
I can't imagine singing and drumming at the same time.
Oh, God, no.
I can't imagine doing either of those things. It's crazy. I can't imagine sitting and playing the bass. Drummers are the fucking other ones. Their shelf life is just fucking brutal.
Yeah.
Look at their arms.
He's fucking pretty goddamn good. And that's a very high song.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Steve Perry's just like, geez, I thought I was fucking,
Right.
I guess everyone could just do this.
Wasn't there rumors?
Except me.
I think there were rumors he was difficult, too.
Yes.
Because then he
I don't
stepped
think it's
out.
rumors.
He stepped out as a solo guy.
Yeah.
Left his guys behind.
How do you do as a solo?
Really
Yeah.
good for about a year or two.
What was a big solo song for him?
Oh, Cherie.
Oh, yeah. I think I remember that song. I hated it.
And he had some MTV play. He had about 2 or 3, I think, on his own, right? Maybe.
Yeah.
But he got an album out of it, and he was doing well. And then, boom, out of nowhere, he
God.
was done.
I remember this one. Oh, boy.
This was huge, though, when it came out.
Oh, yeah. Steve Perry, his solo. Which just sounds like Journey. But he liked the slow ballads.
You should have been gone, knowing how
Oh, Jesus.
made you feel, and I should have been gone.
I would love to hear him try to sing this one now.
Oh, should have been gone. Lily. Marilyn, should have been gone. Should have been gone. Yeah, this was a biggie back in, what was that? 87? 88?
It wasn't a bad song for the time.
It was.
It's kind of dated now,
It was
I guess.
what everybody was trying to do.
Pretty much sounds like a Journey song.
Yeah.
Just missing a little guitar in there. John in Rochester.
Good morning, guys. How's it going?
Hey, John.
Hey, man.
Hi, John.
If you go to YouTube and pull up The Search Is Over by The Zoo, which is the Arnel Pineda, the dude that's singing for Journey right now.
Right. He sounded like a lot of different people.
It's crazy, man. He sounds like you could have been listening to Survivor, but it was him singing in a Philippine bar.
Really?
Nuts.
Oh, yeah, I've seen all those videos.
Jesus.
A lot of them are part of the documentary that's on Netflix now. But, yeah, his band was called The Zoo. You said that, right?
Yeah.
Or Zoo, right. And I think he sounds pretty good as Axel. Do the Survivor one up top. Let me see this.
2007? Is this like the shit that Neil Sean saw?
Neil Sean said he was just on YouTube in the middle of the night, and he was like kind of checking out Journey clips and this and that, and this kid popped up.
Fuck.
Mike Richter is finally here.
Oh.
We could do this later, I guess, right?
I want to ask him how old he was when he started pucking.
Oh, God.
Mike Richter from the 94 team that won the Stanley Cup.
Rangers. Yeah. Oh, come on right in. Why not? We say.
What's up, Mike?
How you doing, sir?
Hello.
Hey, Mike.
All right.
Welcome aboard.
Nice.
Thanks for having me, man.
Take a seat.
Man, the Rangers aren't going to win the Stanley Cup. How much does this suck?
Oh, man. Hey,
How much
hey.
does this suck?
Early for that kind of talk.
Exactly.
How much does this suck?
Exactly.
No,
Opie, you got to
Getting their asses kicked.
slow down.
Getting their asses handed to them by the LA Kings.
Rewind here.
Slow down,
it only
Opie.
sucks if you're not in the final. And these guys
Right.
have worked their ass off to get here, so I mean
Yeah.
they should be proud. And look, they've lost by just inches in these games.
Oh,
And
yeah.
it could go either way, and LA
Right.
knows that. And Look, I'm a Ranger fan. I'm a bit of a homer, but I do think they'll win Wednesday. This is a very, very good team. Sometimes it's tough to come back and play at home. There's different expectations. You see it on the power play.
Right.
But, look, Kings know it's not going to get over in a hurry. I don't think these guys are going to roll over and die. There's too much character on both sides.
But in the end, the Kings will be hoisting the cup.
Jesus. Oh,
I'm not
in the
going,
end,
I'm not conceding that. There's not a
no,
chance.
not at all.
It's
No
too
way.
bad. And then it's going to hurt a lot more next year, knowing they were in the finals and then didn't win.
No. First of all, I saw the Rangers are still playing, and
Yes.
28 other teams can't say that. And I tell you this, they've played really well.
What do you mean, my team? The
Yeah.
Islanders?
Oh,
The New
God.
York Islanders?
See?
You know what?
That's what his problem is.
I think we've seen the root of the problem.
Right.
here.
Exactly.
We had a great chant until you guys won in '94.
I know that really hurts.
We had
doesn't
a wonderful chant that you had to ruin.
How old were you when you started pucking? I grew up in Philly, about 6 years old. I was just playing older brothers, playing street hockey mostly. You know, the Flyers then were winning Stanley Cups. They were one of the better teams in the league.
Sure.
So that's who you followed, and that's what you wanted to do as an athlete.
Are you a Flyers fan, though?
I still kind of am, you know. I mean, I learned to hate them when I played against them.
Right.
Easy enough to do, but it's a great, you know. You look at New York, Boston, Philly. There's some great sports teams there from each of the sports:
Right.
football, baseball, basketball. So, you grew up kind of bleeding their colors, and the minute you're drafted by the Rangers, that becomes your place. And
Sure.
I didn't realize how much I'd end up loving this place until you live here, and then you get to know the people that you assumed were horrible and everything else. People love to hate New York because most of the people have never had experience. it.
Yeah,
And then you turn your back on Philly. That's wonderful.
As quick as you can.
Because they're not giving you the big paycheck.
No, the first time you get beer poured on your head as you're entering the stadium, you say, I
wow.
actually like New York a little bit more now.
Wow.
As soon as you cash that check, you're like, Philly who?
Never heard of them.
How the hell does a goalie block 35 shots on goal, 36 shots on goal like that, like Quick did last night?
No, I always say whenever I won, I played a great game, and when we lost, we didn't play well. No, it's a little joke.
Yeah.
Honestly, I look at those games now, and the players are so good. They're so big. In every sport, they've gotten bigger, stronger, faster. And in hockey, I think it's the best competition you're seeing ever. And I don't think there's a position that's really improved more than goaltending. The guys are bigger and stronger and faster. And you saw how good Mike Richter was. But I mean, Lundqvist has been on this all year. In fact, from the moment he stepped on the ice at Madison Square, 8 years ago, he's been amazing.
When you see old footage of hockey games from, let's say, the 80s, mid-80s, let's say, it almost looks like a joke. How different the game is now.
We had training camp one year in Vermont, and guys were looking at replays as like ESPN throwbacks, and they had all these classic games. And they showed Edmonton Oilers. Oilers, who were the fastest team in the NHL
Yeah.
of their time, and they're playing against the Islanders.
Right.
And the Islanders had an unbelievable, tough, fast team. And we're looking at this, and like it was just kind of quiet for a while. And finally, I think it was Tony Amonte, a young, brash guy from Boston, great guy. He's like, "This is horrible." And Messi's going, "Wait a minute, whoa, that's our championship team." But the difference in just that decade made so much. And I would say it leapfrogged again. Go look at the '94. There's a lot of tough guys, great
Right.
play. But
Sure.
these dudes on the ice right now.
There was a time you were able to actually hold the puck for a split, a second, 2 seconds even.
But
now
I think
you cannot.
You can't.
No.
I was saying
do
that.
that.
I had my son at the game last night. Just
Amazing.
watch the decisions, and same thing with quarterback. Anything. You get the ball in basketball. You run a pass pattern in football. You receive the puck in hockey. I don't know how the guys score. I play men's league now. I'm a crappy defenseman, But I go down and I look at these high school goalies that drop to the knees. They take away the bottom part of the net. There's nowhere to go. And you forget the forwards. You get the puck off your stick or else you're going to be plastered.
Right.
And so they
Yeah,
make
yeah.
decisions immediately. It's
Split-second
awesome to watch.
Wait, you still play?
I still do. Yeah, I love the game.
What league?
There's no league. I play pond hockey. I play pickup men's league up
Oh,
in
you just fool around a little
Connecticut.
bit.
You just fool around.
You look like you're in great shape still.
Doing
So.
all right, yeah, but I'm not getting any faster. I'll tell you.
Right.
The agility of goalies these days is amazing. All the big guys, all that gear, and yet just laying into a complete split
It was
on
really
the ice
interesting.
like that.
They had some of the old time. I love the old Garden pictures and whatnot they have up there, and the Garden vision between periods. And they showed pictures of Gump Worsley, and as it goes back, I mean, I'm looking at pictures when I came in. It's old, and the players weren't as conditioned as they are now. And hockey's been of the top 4 sports, lagging behind, and it's not so much anymore. I mean, the Europeans come in here, the old Soviet system. These guys are well conditioned, and now everybody has to be. You'll lose your job.
I
Harry.
must break you.
I must break you. No, but if you look at the old goalies, there's always kind of like the big chunky guy that couldn't play out. All right, stick him in net, he'll fill it up. And
Billy Smith? Billy Smith, are we talking about?
Billy he had his foot in both worlds. He was a great competitor.
He was an ugly player, man.
One ugly though, and
that's why I loved
won.
him so
He
much.
loved throwing.
Boy, did he.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
no
the other
problem
teams hate
slashing
him.
you.
You
like
got
all
in
great
that
players, other
crease, you
teams
were
hate him.
getting a big glove in your face.
Or a stick across
Or a
the,
stick,
and he didn't
yes.
care.
He loved sweeping that stick back
Behind
behind the
he was a
net.
money goalie, right? I mean, he would just come through in the clutch all the time.
Big drinker, too.
All goalies have to be.
I used to caddy for him.
That's how you get by.
For real, I did.
That's how you get by.
I was just a kid caddying for all those guys when they were winning all the cups.
The secret of goaltending right there.
Sort of makes the knee injuries a little easier to.
But
But
that's when the game was different. If a goalie left the crease, he got just hammered.
Well, if you look at those old
Just
films, I mean,
hammered.
we can laugh about the speed of those games in the 80s.
Right.
These guys were tough. I mean, they were tough.
Yeah.
All of them. It was, if you look back, it's just a different era. Someone would, break their nose. I have to say, there is a kind of code of ethics in hockey where you just go, look, you're not going to be griping about it. You're going to put your nose back on and go out and play. And I think there's a lot of pride in that. Um, Um,
How many broken bones did you suffer?
My first broken bone was my second pinky toe from my pinky. I stepped on a
That's
skate
nothing.
in college, and I cried a little bit, but I got through it. Goaltenders allowed to cry. No, I actually didn't break many bones. I blew out both knees, shoulder injuries, and ended with a fractured skull. So that
Right.
I began with a bad toe and ended with a broken skull.
Yeah, what was that? A knee, right? You took a knee.
Took it out. It was a slap shot that originally went through my ear hole. If you can believe this, it's the craziest thing. It was my own fault. I kind of twisted a little bit on a tip shot, and I didn't watch it in, and pop! It hit me. And,
Oh, wow.
That was the beginning of the end. Yeah.
Is that a concussion too?
It was a concussion too. And
How many concussions have?
Yeah, I think if you ask any athlete, over the course of their career, I mean, falling out of trees as a kid, getting hit playing football and all through, I couldn't even count them. Don't know.
Oh, man.
Any issues because of that?
I could count them, but I can't remember. That's the issue.
Yes, there's an issue.
That's a big issue. That's why I drink it.
Did you think you had more time if it wasn't for the injury?
I do. I think the position of goaltending is one of experience, and if your body can hold up, big if, and which is what makes guys like Brodeur incredible. I mean, you get experience. You're better at 35 than you were at 25. But the problem is your body starts breaking down. One way or another, you're getting slower. And even the athletes that retire on their own terms, in quotes, they're not. They're slowing down. They realize, I'm not what I used to be. Wayne Gretzky had an amazing thing. He said, look,
I'm still a good player in the NHL, but I can't stand comparing myself to what I was, and it's kind of depressing. If you used to score 90 goals and you're only scoring 50 now, 50 is great, but it's half of what you used to be, and you can't live with that. And
just ask Steve Perry from Journey. He doesn't sound that good anymore.
No, I mean, at some point you got to hang it up, and it's hard to do.
How many years did you play?
I played 14 here in New York.
That's a long time.
So,
that's a pretty good run, right?
It was fun. It was amazing. Man, it's something you do your whole life, and at one point, I think you're more ready to retire when you're younger than when you're older because you've become that thing. And I retired at 36, and all of a sudden you're like, whoa.
Now what?
You feel like you're 100 years old, and you are for hockey, but not for life, right? So, you got a lot.
Was it tough to adjust to that?
Hugely tough. I don't think anybody's prepared for it. And I went back to school. I had left school, University of Wisconsin, as a sophomore, played an Olympic team, minors, then pros. And, that was my goal. That was my life.
Oh, yeah.
And, but at the time, I was starting a young family, so it was a good time to kind of transition. But you're lost, and it's hard, and it's good to have your network. But I think that's the biggest thing is every day you're going there. A guy I played with, Ryan Greshner, a funny guy, but, here in the Rangers, said, someone said, "What do you miss most about playing?" He said, "Showering with 20 guys in the morning." But I mean, his point was, you have this family, and you do everything with them.
Right.
You do everything. They know everything about you. You know everything about them, and it is a family. And the tighter the team, the more success you have. And then one day you go, "Oh, I'm done," and you're one of those old guys now. And
that's your life, really, from the time you remember anything. You were probably skating and playing hockey.
You still play. I mean, I love the game, but it's a little different.
Was it awkward to go back to the rink at first, or?
Yeah, a little bit. Because what you don't want to do.
You would visit, but then they're like,
"All right, we're 20 years removed from our Stanley Cup Finals. Our time's over, and it's great to reminisce, but it's the Rangers' time now, and this is a different team, and they got different challenges, and it's their time, so you don't want to be part of that living in the past thing.
It's almost their time.
Oh no, it's
almost their time.
They are there. They've earned the right to be there, and it's awesome.
He's brutal.
Hey, I mean,
where are the Islanders? Where are they?
You can't ever apologize for being in the finals. You did something really
But there has to be that thing that when you're down 3-0, even though you're there, where it's like I'd be like, "God, this sucks." Like, we know that we're in big trouble. It's been done one time, right, where they came back and won?
Someone said that, too. The momentum changes so fast. You look at the games that we played, we being the Rangers, played in L.A., right?
Right.
And they were so close.
Those games could
overtime, double overtime.
Right.
We could be almost 3-up right now, right?
Yep.
And I thought coming back here, I think a lot of people had the Rangers underrated, and I still think they kind of do. And L.A. is as great as they say they are. That's a really tough team, but the Rangers are better than I think people give them credit for. And they came so close, and you come back home, there's these expectations. Had they won last night, there'd be a lot of pressure on LA to win. They do not want to go back 2-2. So Rangers, I think will win tomorrow, and then you just
that's a big if there, Mike.
It's a huge if. But that's why you play the game.
One game at a time.
I think if you don't get shut out, that'll be a nice thing to take with you.
Jeez,
to the golf course.
He's brutal, man.
I don't know, man. It looks like it's approaching mid-June, and they're still playing. So they're doing something right.
Cup. He's all right. He's fine.
Where are the Islanders right about now?
I can't be an Islanders fan and then jump and start rooting for the Rangers.
I give you all the credit in the world. It's a difficult place you find yourself in life.
And I know my team sucks. I know that.
Let me say something.
They have major problems.
They have problems, but look, the Islanders are actually a very good organization. They have a lot of talent there. I know some good people there are involved in that. They have some excellent. I mean, Tavares is unbelievable. The injury was really a shame for him last year. He'll come back. He's young. That's a scary good team
in the Olympics.
That will change. I mean, you look at those Edmonton Oilers who end up with a dynasty. They didn't make the Stanley Cup playoffs the year before they ended up winning. So it can change, and that's a good year.
Can I ask you, I don't really play hockey or do any athletics. I pucked for a bit when I was a boy. But what makes you want to me, the goalie seems like the most horrifying place to be because everyone is trying to smash the puck past your face. And it's like, what makes you decide that's what I want to do?
Actually, yes and no. I think you get a lot of credit, sometimes too much when the team wins. Look, when you lose, it is a team sport, and it is everybody. And I think a lot of goalies, I had two older brothers. It was a way I could end up playing with them because I wasn't strong enough or fast enough to play with guys a couple years older than me, but you can always go in net. Now you're playing against not your peers, but older guys, so it helps you develop, I think, a little bit quicker. I loved it, though. I mean, you think about this. As a young kid, what do you want to do? You want to play. And goalies didn't have to shift on and off. I was the only goalie on my team for probably the first 15 years of my life.
You go in and you're in.
That's it. And there's days where you stink. There's days where, it's you're not getting physically hurt, but, emotionally it can be disappointing to lose the game and feel like it was on you. But that's also what kind of compels you to play. It's you have the game in your hands. It's actually fun.
How do you see those slap shots? That's crazy.
I was thinking the same thing last night. These guys are so big now, and they're getting in front of the guys so well. And a lot of it is you watch somebody like Quick or Lundqvist, who are so good about taking away they play percentages like anybody else. We know that certain percentage, 80% of the goals are scored on the lower half of the net.
Take away the bottom of the net.
And these guys are big. Their feet go almost post to post. It's 6 feet wide.
It's crazy.
Take away the middle. Last night I'm reading the paper today. Lundqvist had, I think, 3 goals were. 2 of them were tips. 1 was an attempted pass, and it went right back to the guy and slam dunked it. So 3 goals and 15 shots doesn't sound good. He played a great game. What was a tough game to play.
What are the differences in the pads from when you were playing to now? How much
goalies
bigger
are
are they
shorter
now?
like I am, and they tried to make the pads wide to cover up a lot of stuff because they stood, kind of upright. Nowadays, guys
huge.
look down, and the pads are tall, and so these guys are amazing. They, as I said, toe to toe, they're post to post, and then they close the middle. It's not easy to score.
The agility is crazy, and when you watch some of the old games and just watch these guys drop to their knees and kick one leg out.
Unbelievable.
And it's like, no, you don't even see anyone do that anymore. They instantly can do a ballet split.
And save the rebound. I mean, these guys actually are pretty soft. When a guy's coming in and shooting a puck 100 miles an hour, somehow hits the pad and drops, and they have no rebound.
It's crazy.
What kind of a cup are you wearing in that situation? Seriously.
Titanium.
I never did. It really helped me focus.
Exactly.
Yeah, that would.
Get nicked on the helmet.
You'd be praying for one in the
That is an all-or-nothing kind of goalie.
You'd be praying for one in the head.
Yeah.
Wow. Is it a regular? It's got to be better than a regular cup.
It is. It's like a boxing cup. I mean, it's got to be really big and strong, and everything now. All the equipment in all sports are better. You see the sticks these guys have. In 1998, the women's Olympic team was the first year for women's in ice hockey in the Olympics, and
that's
about
adorable.
4 or 5 girls that can shoot the puck from the point hard and get it in the air. I was out with them in Lake Placid about 4 years later. They were ripping the puck. And a lot of it is these new sticks. I mean, so the goalie's equipment then has to, it's a little bit of an arms race. These guys get better sticks. Goalies have to get better, lighter stuff. And they do. It's amazing.
Have you ever been beaten up on the ice? I'm always amazed by these guys who fight they're just holding each other up and punching each other. And I'm like, it's probably less scary that way because the guy's not going to kick you or he's not going to stomp you, but it's just embarrassing to be beaten up on fucking skates.
No, I had when I was in Wisconsin, I had a teacher go, is that like wrestling? Is that kind of an act? Is that part of it? I'm like,
yes, that?
No, the blood coming out and the tooth being lost, that actually hurts.
Right.
And that's another reason to play goalie, by the way. You don't really have to do your own fights. Big guys will handle that. So you can
man, you lay a hand on the goalie, it's over, Johnny.
With that, though, I got to ask you, what beef do you have with the other goalie that there's some action happening and now you have to meet him at center ice to fight the goalie?
And you see it every once in a while happen.
The dumbest
hilarious.
Thing. It really looks like 2 turtles going at it,
Because you guys weren't bumping into each other and trash talking.
And try to find a place you can punch a goalie. I mean, you got to get him in the head because everything else is covered, It's where you going to get him.
I always found that funny, especially in older hocky games where the goalies had to square off for whatever reason.
And then they got to go down the ice and it takes about 10 minutes to get there and the rest like, dude, the period's over.
How come the goalies would square up? Because why would they the last 2 out?
Because they were the 2 weakest guys in the ice.
It would be bench clearing brawls, and all of a sudden you see the goalies meet
in a serious way. One way it does happen is if it's for whatever reason, your team has 5 and my team has 4, and now 2 guys are beating up 1. The goalie's kind of compelled to go in, so you're stick up for your buddy.
Even it up a little bit.
So then the other goalie sees that goalie going in,
I kind of miss the fighting in hockey. I'll be honest with you. I mean, now you got a couple enforcers on every team that fight pretty much, and that's about it.
Well, it's think about it. If you're the commissioner of the league, you are look. Part of the game. It's a hugely passionate game, and guys lose it out there, and it's part of the kind of the raw energy of it. And fights have historically been part of it, where it's not like a premeditated thing necessarily. It's like, all right, you hit me once, hit me twice, I warn you. And now it's like, poof, gloves are off and on it goes, and it sells the game. And at the same time, a lot of people are like, well, why don't you eliminate that? So I mean, if you're the guy, it's a balance, and you got to.
But if you're at the game when a fight happens, even the little kids are like on their chairs checking it out.
Look, man, I grew up in Philadelphia, and if you weren't gonna, if they're beating you, you're gonna beat up on them.
You know what I was noticing also? They're playing so fast these days that if you take a hit personally and start a beef with someone, you're really taking yourself out of the game. It's
unbelievable.
For that, for that moment. I noticed a lot of plays, even last night, a lot of hits, and I was thinking to myself, wow, he should really take that personally. That was a nasty, nasty hit. But I guess you got to get right back into the game.
Yeah, you got to suck it up. You can't,
right.
You can't have a thin skin.
Right, and just start like you're offended by every hit.
But the smart players in all sport, they'll mark your number and go, okay, we're it's a 1-1 game right now, but you're up by 5.
Yeah, I'm going to pop him right in the face.
But how do you wait?
How do you wait? Yeah.
When you want to punch someone in the face, you got to punch them immediately.
Slow Sicilian revenge thing.
How great is it, though, when you just stand there by yourself in the goal and it's all this shit's happening on the other end of the ice? That's got to be so relaxing.
Yeah.
How nice is that? There's no one bothering you.
You know what? There was periods of the game last night where Lundqvist didn't have a lot of action, and then it's hard because you're going to get it, and it could be 15 minutes, could be 5 minutes, but you're going to get that shot, and it could be a great one. Now you're kind of cold just watching, and all of a sudden you're a spectator instead of a participant. Got to be.
You could almost get hypnotized, right?
Yeah. That's what mental toughness is a big part.
Wow. Yeah.
I love the agreements some guys have. Like there is all sorts of fights going on, and you grab a guy and like you don't want to fight, do you? Nah, I don't either. Okay.
They're holding each other, just chatting. Hey, look at that guy over there.
How's the wife and kids?
But I love it. It's so funny because they're holding on kind of, but
I really don't want to get hit.
There's an agreement there, like we're not going to fight on this
it's
one.
true too. I mean, the amazing thing is everybody knows everybody in the league, right? So I mean, you may have just been traded from the Islanders, now you're in the Rangers, and you're
former
roommate.
Yeah, exactly.
So it can be a really
one thing.
Odd.
One thing about the sport, you said yourself, to getting stronger and faster. What do you think about expanding the rinks? That's been something that has been discussed for a long time now.
And I think it's something they need to look at just because there's just so little ice. And I think one of the things you always want to do, when I played, one of the most gifted guys out there is Brian Leach. The dude could get, a puck and go from one end to the other. If you put him in a room as small as this studio and there's 8 other guys there, you're not going to see his genius. You just can't keep bumping into guys that are inferior to his skating ability, and that neutralizes. A bad guy shouldn't neutralize a good guy, whether it's basketball or hockey or whatever. You want to see those great players play. And so a bigger rink means that you have more ice. If you're a superior skater to me, you're going to dance around me if you have the room. So you see that in the Olympics, and so you get a glimmer on how good it can be, and the Olympics is pretty damn good hockey.
What is the problem with that? What are the issues?
I'd say number one, you're taking seats out.
Boy.
But they can figure out a way to make that money up.
And
somehow.
But it's a retrofit of an arena. So if you have, your sheet is whatever it is, 200 long, and you want to expand it a little bit now, and you literally have to jackhammer up.
How much would you think that they would have to expand it? Like 6 inches or more?
Oh no, about
6 inches,
8 to 10. No, it's about 15 feet. On either side.
Okay.
It can
30
be really,
feet. All right.
really
15
big.
feet?
Yeah, I think I can't remember what the international is, but it's significant. And when you're out there as a goalie, the forwards, they feel it because there's more ice to maneuver. The defense, I think, is the hardest on because now, guys, you can't just push them up against the wall.
Yeah.
They have another 10 feet on either side to really get around you. It puts a premium.
I think it'd be great to expand it, but then put the seats back on the ice, and people would have to sit there and just take it.
Part of the game.
Right.
Yeah.
Have a player fly in, take out 10 seats.
They slip on their way to the fucking seat with coffee.
He's got his beer in hand and his hot dog, and
cheeks split open.
I just feel like they're not going to have a choice.
And I do wonder because, like you're saying, you have to make these decisions so fast. I think the biggest thing is what's the entertainment value? Because ultimately, this is an entertainment. All sports are, and you say what's going to give us the best product. And I honestly, every time you go to the Olympics now, the hard part is you're looking at all-star teams. You're looking at the best in Russia versus the best in Canada versus the best in the United States. 5 teams, Swedes, Finns, Russians, they all feel like they can win the gold medal each year, and they should. They're amazing. So you are seeing all-star teams, but the quality of play is so good on those big ice surfaces.
Yeah.
So, it's something that a lot of people talk about. Look at 4-on-4. You take one guy off each team in overtime during the regular season.
Right.
Love it.
All of a sudden there's ice. And that's the big thing. You want to see the great players move.
How many Olympic teams were you involved with?
I was in 3.
3.
Wow. Yeah.
3.
Amazing. I was 1 as an amateur in '88 before I played with the Rangers, and then 2 as a pro. So yeah, it's awesome. It's a cool
3.
thing.
How many are you, Jimmy?
I dropped out. I pucked for a couple of years as a boy, but I hurt my ankle doing ballet. It's a long story, Mike.
Yeah, no, it sounds ugly.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Oh my God. Well, what are you promoting? Let's get some business taken care of.
Brandon Steiner is not here. Unfortunately, his wife Mara fell sick. So
I was just going to curse him too.
No, I was all morning until I actually heard there's a real excuse. So he was. His wife was quite ill. So I wish her well and him. But actually, we're going. There's the core four, as Brandon likes to call it. Adam Graves, Brian Leach, and Mark Messier and myself are going to be at the 92nd Street Y on Friday in the evening, and we're having a question and answer session. I don't know how they came up with the core four. Apparently, Fab Four was taken.
Yes,
you'll get sued for that.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Mediocre 3 was taken by us.
But no, it's awesome. These guys are my friends, and I mean, they feel like family to me. But I always learn something. You have like a relaxed atmosphere to actually have canned questions and answers, but then the people from the stands can ask, so we can mingle around. If there is a Game 5, which we all know there will be,
sure,
it'll start a little bit earlier, so you can watch the game afterwards at 5:30. But it's at the 92nd Street Y. It'll be awesome.
Well, you just casually said you went back to school.
Mm-hmm.
It says Richter enrolled in Yale University and received his degree in ethics.
Yeah, what's
politics,
that? It's good.
I did enroll. I was never accepted as
okay. See,
exactly. He applied for a job. He didn't actually.
I just showed up.
Wow.
Yeah. I wrote NASA and asked to be an astronaut. Doesn't mean I was one. So would you go back for 4 years?
I had 2 years left, and it took me 4 years to get them done.
Really?
So if that's any indication of how I was at Yale. No, it was awesome. I wanted to be around the New York area. I applied to the best schools I could get into. Returning as an adult. I mean, I'm 38 years old. It's a little different. But it was awesome. It really was. My college career was, in a way, cut short, playing on the Olympic team and then on to the pros. And I figured that would be a way. When you end, it is hard. And it's a way of doing something. Because first thing people say, oh, man, you just retired. What are you doing now? And you're like, washing my car. I don't know.
That's what everyone thinks when they hear retired, is like just mulling around the house trying to figure out what to do. But
so it was cool. I had young kids growing up. I went back to school and finished off the degree, and then you go on with your life. So it was helpful.
Where you at with kids going right to the pros? We think that you should. If you have the opportunity to make millions of dollars, why would you stay in college? Aren't we all in college to try to get a good job that pays well?
So I was in Philadelphia when Kobe Bryant was coming up, and this kid, Kobe
17
Bryant,
years old.
Yeah, and they're like, this kid's an idiot. What is he doing? He's giving up a college scholarship. But I would preface this by saying there are very few of those Kobe Bryant. So when you're that kind of can't miss guy,
right.
I think you should. The window to play on the pros is very narrow. You don't say, I'm going to finish this degree and then maybe take a year off to travel Europe, and then I'm going to come back at 29 and try to make it's not going to happen. When that thing opens. And by the way, it doesn't just open because you're really good right now. They're looking at you and saying, hey man, you're 18 and you're 165 pounds, and you need to put 20 pounds on and learn how to play a pro game. Like, there is actually true development that goes on. In baseball, you always saw it in the AAA and all that. In hockey, it's become that too. So you might leave college like I did and have a lot of growing to do, and I needed to go to the minors. And I mean, I was kind of disappointed. I'm like, what? I thought I was so good. And like, no, I mean, you have so much to learn. Get yourself down there, play a pro game. I went from playing 42 games or 45 games in the Western Hockey League at Wisconsin. Awesome place to develop. To playing 88 games in the minors. It's a different mindset. You're getting off a bus playing 5 and 8 games in 4 different cities. You start to develop how to apply your skill.
But the other side of that is you're playing in the college there, and you get an injury that messes up your whole chance.
That's another way of looking at
it. That's
another
risk.
You don't
blow out a knee or something. Next thing you know, you're not going to go to the NBA.
If Kobe Bryant didn't make it, well, he's got a couple $1 million in the bank and now go back to school.
Right.
And so
how bad is that?
Yeah, you have to be careful. Where I think it starts to become a discussion is on the cusp, where you're an okay player. There's no slam dunk you'll ever make it. You have a college scholarship and you're a freshman. You go, screw it. I'm going to, put a square peg in a round hole. I'm going. And like, even the team might not want you, and you just end up languishing in the minors.
Now you're dumped out somewhere. You didn't make the money, and you kind of sacrificed.
But they talk about it like you can never go back to college. That's the silly part of that.
That is the silly part. You're exactly right.
You can always go back.
Yeah, I mean, at 38, you can still go back.
Right. Did they know you when you went back, by the way? The other students, they all like, oh my God? Or
I think I was that old. Like, who is this old guy?
That's the old guy.
That's got to suck, though, when you're going back and you're just a regular guy.
Right.
No, it was great. I mean, you either contribute or you don't in class. They treated you very, very well. So it was awesome. It's what you want.
What fraternity did you pledge in?
If I were you, I would have worn my fucking jersey and skates into class.
He was a Stanley Cup winning goalie that went back to school.
But he didn't do his homework. Honestly, it is funny because you're in such a different place. Like, I'm going home to change diapers, and these guys are like, hey, party night. I'm like, oh, man, I've got a whole different life ahead of me. So, So it was great. It was an awesome experience.
So you just walked around campus like that, right?
Actually, I volunteered. I helped out with the coaching staff with the team. They had a great team there. And in fact, I mean, my brother did note as soon as I left, they became a very good team. So I said, they're just slow to get my
you loosened it up. up for him.
And your number's retired, right?
It is, yeah. It's at the Garden.
Wow. The Rangers don't retire a lot of numbers.
They didn't for a while, and then they seemed like
they finally started catching up a little bit.
Yeah,
but for most of the time, they didn't.
No, and I think at the time, again, when you and your job gets finished, all of a sudden it's like, I remember the GM Glenn Sather saying, we're going to retire your number, and at the time, like, it felt good, but I think you're thinking about, I just lost my career. Like, it's great the number's retired, but I want to be playing. And you don't, it's not until years later you go, the first time I came back to the Garden just to watch a game and your number's up there. It's amazing because that doesn't change and you go on with your life, and it's a great thing.
When your number was retired, there were only a few others. Like how many? 3 or 4 or something like that?
And Roger Bear. So
that was it. You were the third.
Yeah. Wow. Unreal.
That's a hell of an honor.
History. Yeah.
I guess they grabbed a couple from that 94 team.
A couple from 94. And you know what? And it's no coincidence. These are, special players and special guys. It is. It
was a great team. I'll give it to you.
There you go. That didn't feel so bad, did it? To say it again.
But this team's not winning.
Oh, this team
is not winning.
I will say this. Not only is this team great right now, they're young, and they're going to be great for a couple of years. I don't see anybody in the East getting better than them next year. So something to look for.
What about your Flyers?
Flyers are a tough team. They are a tough team, and they look like they have very good goaltending now. Rangers handled them really well in that first round. I don't think a lot of people anticipated that. Rangers kind of upped their game a little bit more. Flyers probably have a few young guys that they have to develop, but they're better. They'll be better next year, but they're not going to catch the Rangers, in my opinion.
When the fans are like banging on the glass and stuff, is that annoying?
Not if they're banging for you. When they're banging against you.
And are you happy there's glass so you can't really hear what they're saying about your mother or something?
I can read lips. It ain't pretty.
Wow. Yeah.
Do they ever say things that are inappropriate?
There was a couple inappropriate things thrown my way.
Things that are not related to the game?
Apparently they thought they were.
Oh, no,
you know what's funny is in the minors you really hear it because, we were playing like Indianapolis and, the place can hold 12, 15,000. There might be 3,000 people in the seat. So if someone wants to get on you, it's going to echo. There was a couple references to various parts of cows and my sister's swallowing ability at one point. And,
oh, wow. Especially since cows are female. That's even hotter.
I called my sister. I'm like, when's the last time you've been here? When were you in Indianapolis?
Mike Richter. You're all right, man. That's good. Can you tell the Rangers fans to leave Dennis Potvin alone? It's enough already.
Wow.
Enough already.
For a year.
Enough already. He's been retired for, 25 years now?
I think Dennis has some thick skin. Actually, it's a sign.
He has to.
It's a sign of respect, though, isn't it? Right? They usually don't get on the guy who's no good. And Dennis was an amazing player. And, I think it's really cool. The Ranger fans have that long memory and they have a great history. So,
do the players feel it when you guys play the Islanders? The Rangers-Islanders games are just so much fun.
They are so much fun.
Fights in the stands,
and I think people who don't experience are like, all right, that's the hype on TV and radio, right? It's not. Guys come and trade at the team like, I heard about this and I didn't really get it. Oh my God, some mean-nothing game in the middle of February, one team might be out of the playoffs. And the other one might
at me being an Islanders fan.
But over the years it could be either of us. But that game means everything. It's bragging rights, and obviously there's a huge kind of rivalry. New York has a rivalry with everybody, but within how many miles away are you? Same thing with Jersey,
that Long Island Railroad would be just alight with people yelling at each other.
You go to Long Island, there's plenty of Ranger fans there, and there's plenty of Islander fans there. So it is just like.
What do you mean plenty? Sometimes there's more Rangers fans at Nassau Coliseum.
The Ranger fans do kind of invade.
Frustrating,
that's a little frustrating. Well, if they go to the Barclays Center, that may change, right?
I don't know if it's going to have the same vibe.
I don't know if it will either.
Right?
It's a different feel, but it might be a new start too. Well,
we need to do something. That Coliseum.
That Nassau Coliseum is just a disaster.
It's an older place and it's a tough place to play. But I tell you, that's a pretty damn good young team they have.
Yeah. This guy needs to talk to Chris in Hoboken. We got Mike Richter in studio. Chris, go ahead.
Hey, Richter, 2 things. You were talking about the fans. Do you remember seeing the one sign? I think it was someone played in Boston, Tyler Seguin, or however you say his name. And the 2 chicks had this sign up on the glass that said, "We sucked your dick in high school."
Jesus.
I don't think that got a lot of airtime on NBC. I didn't see it. Unless you're live, you probably missed that one. But no, it's wow. That might have been across the line a little.
How great is that?
Google that. It came up. The reason I called you is I just wanted to say I've been at a lot of sporting events. The greatest sporting event I was ever at in my entire life, and I was at the Matteau game. My dad and I sat at Game 7 against Vancouver, and it was the greatest father-son moment. So I just wanted to personally thank you, and I appreciate you guys giving me the chance to do it with Mike Richter.
That's very cool. Thanks, man. Sure, well, man. I mean, honestly, it goes both ways. Mess is always kind of. I thought it was cool when he got the Stanley Cup. He went right over to the fans, and let them touch it and all, because I think that's when it kind of clicks in a lot of players' mind. Holy smokes, I'm representing a city here, So it goes both ways. The players, thank the fans. It's amazing.
There's another call. Paul from the Bronx. Paul.
Yeah. Hey guys.
Hey.
Mike, I just wanted to ask you, I know sometimes it seems like the fans are more enthusiastic about the game than the players, and when you have a rivalry like the Rangers and Islanders, they play differently, and when you're in the playoffs, they play differently. It seems like they should be playing every game that hard and that, serious.
Can I answer that question, Mike?
Yes, in the back row. Yeah, go ahead.
I think they have to pace themselves. It's a brutal sport.
They do have to pace themselves to a degree. I mean, honestly, though, it used to be in hockey, you'd say, oh, man, 16 teams make the playoffs. Does this, you're going to be assured in. Not now. Great teams don't make it. And the Islanders were not a bad team, and they didn't make it this year. So you have to fight down. And look, the Rangers were a couple points out, too, right? And they're in the final. So I think you have to kind of claw and scratch your way there. I just think you're right, though. 82 games, there's fatigue that sets in. There's guys that are injured that are still in the lineup, but you don't see that necessarily in the stats, but they're kind of working through an injury. But I think kind of everything stops when you do play those rivalries, and that's a good thing, because you need the year is pretty damn intense, even the regular season, but it's punctuated by those special games, and those things are always
Imagine if some of these sports cut down their games. We were talking about baseball, 162 games in the year 2014. Yeah. It doesn't make sense anymore.
You bring up a really good point, though. Look, if I'm the commissioner, I want there to be 200 games, because you're selling a product, right? Of course. But at the same time, the Players Association with football were saying, these guys they're having a hard time walking by the end of the year. Let's cut down the number of games. The intensity would go way up.
Cut it down to 5 games, charge $1 million a ticket. Absolutely. Those people say, Jim, you're an asshole, but I don't think so.
That's for other reasons.
You might be right.
But those shortened seasons, if you're coming back from a strike or whatever, every game is completely a completely different feel.
Yeah, it is, and it's a little bit of a game of attrition. Like, you look at even the Stanley Cup playoffs. I mean, coming into this, the Rangers had played 20 games, and LA had played 21, and every one of those games, there's a lot of overtime. They were all intense. They're exhausted mentally, physically, and they just keep going and going and going. So, by the end of this, if this one goes 7 games, that could be 28 games. That's it's more than a third of a season. That's a lot of hockey to play. And Mess said that, a couple of years. They were in the finals maybe 4 to 5 years. It starts to take a toll. That's almost like another year or two season.
Right.
Right. So, and it's the intense kind.
A season.
Yeah. Do you develop a dislike for sports writers? I mean, I'm wondering, because it's sometimes they're legit in their criticism, and other times,
honestly, and I think you look at the older guys, they know the sports writers have a job to do, and sometimes they're going to be saying, you stunk today, and deep down, you did. They're not. I don't think there's too many times people say you stink when you just didn't, but it's never good to hear or read, and they have a job to do, and so it's not always going to be pretty, and their job is, they're not paid to make you happy. And
are you happy there wasn't a Twitter and Facebook back?
It's actually it is different, man. It's an easy way to get into trouble, but also these guys also have a way of communicating with their fans in a pretty cool way. So you got to be careful, obviously. I think everybody jumps on that and just says, how can we? Again, we're selling a product. Whether you're a team, a league, or an individual player, you're pushing a product. And
but now everyone has a voice.
I know.
Instead of just the sports writers, now just some guy can say there and go, "You sucked last night," and you got to read that and be like, "Oh man!"
And it's hard not to take that, because you read 10 columns or 10 blurbs about yourself, and 2 guys saying you're the worst players ever walked the face of the earth. I don't know if 10% of the people out there think it, but 10% of the people just read did. So you get a little bit of a skewed perspective.
Yeah.
I know Terry Bradshaw and older players like that. They used to say they never would read the press.
Right.
They're either giving you too much credit or too little. You know if you're a good player, you know what you should be doing, and you should have a higher standard.
Now you can't really stay away from it, though.
No, it's everywhere.
It's right in your face.
How can you not read it, though? Or it's like they probably just didn't want to give the sports writers the satisfaction of knowing if they were reading it.
What is your name? I've never. No, you know what? You have a relationship with the guys, and they have a job to do, and you understand that. And for the most part, honestly, there's a lot of respect going both ways for the most part.
We're being told you got to catch a train.
Oh man,
I have to catch a train. I'm going to go to the Y right now and just wait because it's such a good event. No, it's going to be a great thing, and we actually have a good friend that's part of the Ranger organization that we're doing a signing up in Westchester on Saturday. Matty Locken, a good friend of ours, has cancer, and we're doing a little bit of a fundraiser for him. But the Y on Friday night is going to be a blast. So
the Core 4.
Yeah, Core 4 and just call Steiner Sports. Do we have a number here? We should have a number.
Yeah.
Steiner Sports.
We can go to steinersports.com for tickets.
Go on there. It's going to be a cool thing.
And it's a celebration of the Rangers' 94 Stanley Cup championship. Oh, he's involved with the whole 92nd Street Y thing.
Yeah, he's awesome. He does so much charity work. It's great.
Yeah. Hey, I got to ask you one more thing, though.
Sure.
When the other team pulls their goalie, how much of you is thinking, I'd like to score?
You know, it's you get the puck in your stick and you say, not only do I want to score, but I really wish I had a better wrist shot, because right now all I'm doing is setting them up if I try for this thing.
Yeah.
Oh, that's why, so few have done it. It's not as easy as it looks,
Have
especially
you ever?
with a goalie with a lot of stuff. I've gone for it, but no, I've never scored.
But you are thinking, like, I could do that.
When you have a 2-goal lead,
right?
You can give one up. There's 60 seconds left to go in a game. It's like green light.
But without the 2-goal lead, you're going to the side.
When it's a 1-goal lead, it's like stick in there.
Yeah.
Stay in the net, hero.
Get it over there. Yeah. Oh, that's great.
What about those open net goals, though?
Oh,
for your stats.
For my stats, any which way I can pad them.
You're like, fuck. All right.
Guys, thanks for having me on, man. I appreciate it.
I didn't want to like you.
I know that.
But I like Mike Richter, I got to say.
I brought you a coffee. I want to endear myself to you, but I ended up drinking it. So.
Thanks, Mike. Come back and see us.
Yeah, thanks, Ten, for having me, guys.
All right.
Great.
Opie and Anthony will be right back. On Sirius XM. Feel free to rub one out.
Hi, this is Jeff Regan. I'm on Alt Nation every weekday morning. I have a pretty cool job, actually. I get to pick the bands that you hear on the channel. It's summertime. You ready for festival season? I'm making sure the bands that are playing the main stages of all the festivals are being played on Alt Nation. I get to also introduce you to the bands playing the side stages. If you're going to spend an entire weekend standing in a field watching live music, you should know who all the artists are. When somebody asks you, you say, yeah, I know them. I heard them on Alt Nation. Hear it for yourself. Channel 36 and on the Sirius XM app.
Opie and Anthony Channel. All Opie, all Anthony, all the time. 24/7. It's real uncomfortableness.
You said I don't believe in the Constitution.
Bye, guys.
Bye, Jess.
Governor.
You always just sulk and walk away. Why?
It's real disgust.
I need a dog with no fur, no teeth, no drool. That's how I roll.
And only here on Sirius XM. The Opie and Anthony Channel. All Opie, all Anthony, all the time. It's real.
Calling all makeup lovers. Bare Minerals just won its 9th Glammy Award for Best Prestige Foundation. And to celebrate, we're offering risk-free trials of Bare Minerals makeup to all women nationwide. That's right. Every woman who calls right now can get a full-size, risk-free trial of Bare Minerals makeup, plus a free 5-piece makeup set. For yours, call 1-800-506-3981. This is an exclusive radio-only offer you don't want to miss. Bare Minerals Foundation gives you flawlessly beautiful coverage with a no-makeup feel. And it's clinically proven to promote clearer, healthier-looking skin. No wonder it's won 9 Glammys in a row, and now you can try Bare Minerals makeup for yourself. Call now to find out how you can participate in our nationwide risk-free trial and join the millions who've already tried Bare Minerals makeup and fallen in love with their skin again. Plus, we'll send you a free 5-piece makeup set, our gift to you. Hurry, don't miss this exclusive radio-only offer. 1-800-506-3981. 1-800-506-3981.
Millions of people are suffering from constipation and hemorrhoids. Are you one of them? Hello, I'm Dr. Roger Sidaway, and as a gastroenterologist, I've been telling my patients for years that in order to keep things moving, you need to eat fiber, drink plenty of water, and exercise. Now I tell my patients to elevate their knees above their waist with the Squatty Potty footstool when they go. Here's why. Anatomically, humans were designed to squat, but then we started sitting, and sitting brought on problems like constipation and hemorrhoids. So the real problem is how we sit. That's why I recommend the Squatty Potty. The Squatty Potty is so simple because it helps you elevate your knees while enjoying the comfort of your own toilet. Plus, the Squatty Potty is for everyone, not only those with problems. I recommend it for the entire family. In fact, my family uses it.
Just in time for summer, buy 2 and get free delivery, plus use code OPIE, and receive a free bottle of Sweet Lou Deodorizer, a $10 value. Go to squattypotty.com. That's SQUATTYPOTTY.com. squattypotty.com.
If online dating is turning you off, let us introduce you to It's Just Lunch, the world's #1 personalized matchmaking service for professional singles.
Getting to know my clients is the most important part of what we do and why we're so successful.
Let someone else do the legwork. All you have to do is show up and have a great time.
We bring a more successful way of dating to the table. Call 800-THE-DATE today and find out what an It's Just Lunch matchmaker can do for you. That's 800-THE-DATE.
Big data may be just another overused buzzword, but storing, sharing, protecting, and recovering big data is a big deal to companies, big or small. Barracuda Networks offers powerful, affordable, yet easy-to-implement solutions for data protection and disaster recovery, email archiving, file sharing, and e-signing, all designed to protect big data and simplify IT. For an online demo or to try any of our storage solutions risk-free for 30 days, visit barracuda.com/bigdata.
If you really want to protect your vehicle's floor, why would you settle for anything less than the most advanced vehicle floor protection available? I'm David McNeil, founder of WeatherTech. Our main goal when we design your custom-fit floor liners is to protect your vehicle's floor, period. We don't cut corners, and we don't compromise on quality, ever. So protect your vehicle's floor from dirt, sand, snow, mud, even food and drinks. Learn more at WeatherTech.com or call 1-800-CarMats. WeatherTech Floor Liners. Complete protection. Completely American-made.
The Opie and Anthony Channel on Sirius XM.
The U.S. Open is on Sirius XM PGA Tour Radio. In the second round, 2010 PGA champion Martin Keimer shot his second straight 65 to take a commanding lead into the weekend.
32 feet away, should break right to left. Starts the ball out to the right, turning hard to the left and in. Wow, Martin Keimer.
Live third round coverage of the U.S. Open begins today at 2 p.m. Eastern on Sirius 208 and XM 93.
Hi, Chuck Woolery here. I don't know about you, but I don't like taking pills for minor arthritis pain, and I don't like those patches either. But I have found something that works. Australian Dream Arthritis Pain Relief Cream. It's a great product. It doesn't smell or burn, isn't greasy, and it works. And Australian Dream has an empty jar guarantee. You can use the whole jar, and if you're not happy, you get your money back. But I doubt you'll send it back. This stuff really works. Australian Dream is now available at Target or your favorite retail store.
Hi, I'm Juan. I've been driving commercial big rigs for years. If you're a trucker like me, you need to know about deadlines for California's air quality regulations. Check the status of your commercial truck and bring it into compliance.
If you operate in California, your truck must meet new air quality regulations. Find out how to comply. Don't risk losing that next job or incurring steep fines.
There are no extensions.
Visit the Air Resources Board website at arb.ca.gov/truckstop or call toll-free 866-6-DIESEL. That's 866-634-3735. Information available in Spanish.
Not licensed in all states. Not all applicants will qualify. NMLS 6606. Regulated by the Colorado Division of Real Estate. Georgia and Illinois Residential Mortgage Licensee. Kansas Licensed Mortgage Company. MC 0025168. Massachusetts Division of Banks. MC 6606. Virginia State Corporation Commission. MC 3638. Offices at 14511 Myford Road, Tustin, California. Equal housing lender.
I can be my own landlord and get a new puppy if I want.
I can get rid of my mortgage insurance and save a bundle. I can own my dream home in as little as 14 days. I can be deployed overseas and come back to a home of my own.
Find out what you can do with New American Funding. New home, refinance, reverse mortgage, VA loan. We make it easy at New American Funding. We're a direct lender, so we don't have restrictions other banks have. That means you can get approved and get moving fast. Call New American Funding to find out what you can do.
I can retire, keep my home, and travel the world.
I can use my home to make my daughter's dream wedding come true.
I can.
I can with New American Funding.
Call 888-786-0996 or visit newamericanfunding.com because yes, you can.
Guys, when that special moment's there, anxiety or aging can cause frustrating issues. That's why millions of men depend on the little blue pill to keep their passion going strong. And now, getting the generic form of that same amazing blue pill is easy, with the convenience of ordering right from your home, without the high cost of pharmacy prices. Don't pay up to $15 per tablet when you can get 60 full-potency tablets for just over $2 per tablet, delivered discreetly right to your door. But wait, order now and we'll give you an additional 8 tablets free. Our highly trained customer support expert staff will give you all the clinical facts and answer any questions you may have. And with our complete money-back guarantee, your satisfaction is guaranteed. Join the thousands of men who are paying less for the tablets their relationships need and enjoy our completely private, discreet home delivery service. For this limited-time bonus tablet offer, call 800-461-8944. 800-461-8944. 800-461-8944.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Cloud may be just another overused buzzword, but the cloud is an effective computing environment that can save your business time and money. Barracuda Networks is no stranger to the cloud. In fact, all of our security and storage solutions connect to the cloud for continuous updates and off-site redundancy. Barracuda's cloud also plays host to our email security, web security, file sharing, and e-signing services. We even offer solutions on Amazon's AWS and Microsoft's Azure public cloud platforms. To try any of our cloud-connected solutions free, visit barracuda.com/cloud.
Clean the bowl with your sock. Opie and Anthony are back.
People are not appreciating
what happened.
The sporting way. I asked him how old he was when he started pucking.
Started pucking.
That's the way you talk to a hockey player.
That was so douchey. I'm glad he didn't acknowledge it and just fucking plowed through and gave you an answer like you asked a mature adult's question. He was good.
He was great.
Definitely.
I didn't want to like him. He's a good guy, man.
It was fun.
Pretty cool. Mike Richter, wow.
Oh, that's, there's the sign. Tyler.
That's a fake sign.
Is it?
I believe so.
Yeah, I heard it's a Photoshop. Everyone said
I've heard. I don't know.
Tyler, number 19.
I think they might have proven it was fake or something. I wasn't sure.
He's laughing, and the girls are waving and smiling, but I don't know. Urban legend.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
Hello.
Hello?
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, I was just wondering if Howard Stern has given up when he stopped doing radio shows. What happens to you when you give up?
What? We're not sure what you mean, sir. Please clarify.
Yeah, what are you talking about?
What do you mean?
You're not working Fridays anymore, are you?
And why does that bother you? What does that have to do with your life and what you're doing?
Because
huh?
Your phone is really crapping out. I'm not doing a bit. Your phone is honestly crapping out.
Yeah, why would that bother you?
Father, I'm going to open your mouth funny.
I can't hear him.
Your phone.
Hold
on.
Now you can say it again.
Your phone's back. Go ahead.
You're going to be funny for me.
Hello?
Yes.
So what are you saying when we take off on Fridays?
Right. Why does that bother you? And what?
It bothers me because I'm the listener, and you're going to open that mouth. It's going to be funny for me.
I understand what you're saying. Like, he wants us to be entertaining for him, and
we're supposed to be funny for him. Well,
yeah, I understand.
Hopefully we're funny for you 4 days a week. That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
it's cool. But I'd like it to
you know what? I think there's a lot of discussion about the Fridays thing. The fact is that we saved up all our vacation time so we could do, Fridays off in the summer. And then we'll see what happens after that.
Oh, okay. That makes sense then. I thought you just...
No, but that is the truth. I mean, haters are going to hate, and we gave them a nice one to really go for. But the fact is, anyone that listens to the show on a regular basis knows we barely took any time off.
Yeah.
We took we took a little time around Christmas, and here and there we missed a day, sure. But it turns out that we didn't even come close to using up all our vacation time.
As far as our 2-week-long vacations with cruises and things like that, it just didn't pan out this year.
So right now...
Enjoy your vacations, then. I'm sorry.
What an asshole. I love it.
All right. Wow, it's that easy to turn some of these guys around?
That's all it takes.
Okay.
Just a little explanation.
In the end, we're not taking any extra days as far as, to the end of the contract. Then we'll see what happens after that.
I found out Wednesday afternoon. Kenny called me on a Wednesday afternoon.
Really?
None of you guys told me. Kenny just goes, we're all Fridays from now on. I'm like, oh, thank you.
Ooh, goody. I don't know.
Goody.
I thought everyone knew.
Nobody tells me.
I actually used it as an excuse to have a few beers last night.
I saw that.
Because I'm like, well, it's Monday, right?
Right.
but we're off Friday, so it's like a Tuesday.
Right.
But then the show is done for the Monday, so you could really push it to another day. So it was like Wednesday.
Nice.
So and who doesn't have a beer on the hump day?
What day is it now?
This is like Thursday now, right?
No, it still feels like a Tuesday.
I don't know.
But what day does it feel like? Are we kind of like a Wednesday?
Feels like a Wednesday,
now?
Lil. Feels like a Wednesday.
Almost a Thursday.
I'm feeling it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, but
so that's that then.
Done.
Yeah. Oh, trust me, they wouldn't allow us to take extra days.
Jesus.
That's why I laughed at all that when all that shit hit the fan. I'm like, do these guys understand this company would never allow us to just take extra days?
Yeah.
We figured out a while ago, okay, if we suck it up and, save our days, then maybe we can enjoy, the summer a little bit.
Nice 3-day
There's
weekends.
no
like
extra
that.
days involved here.
Nah.
You think this company's going to go, oh, you guys want Fridays off now? Fine, no problem.
And we'll redo the studio.
Right. Just more uninformed people that think they know what the fuck's going on.
I know.
No, they would not just give us extra days off.
I talked to somebody that works there and knows. Yeah, did you?
How's Tracy Morgan doing? It looks like he's going to make a recovery, which is fucking great
Pretty
news.
beat up, I guess, yeah. But they said leg, ribs,
busted
nose.
Yeah, ribs and a femur.
There was a weird rumor that they're not going to take his leg after all or something. I heard something about an amputation.
That's the rumor that was going around that they were going to take his leg, and that's bullshit.
Was that bullshit? That one?
Yeah, that's bullshit.
And then, well, first of all, Artie Fuqua, how's he doing?
No news on him.
Jimmy, you know anything on Artie?
Amazing.
Do not know. Because all the news has been about Tracy.
Yeah.
So it's like, this. I don't know anybody. I've met his family, but I don't know them well. And I don't know anybody that's actually gone to the hospital because I don't think you'd be able. Because Tracy is a celebrity, I think that they would probably have it on kind of like lockdown. Because I would love to go see Artie. I've texted him and I have not heard back. Which, again, that's not untypical for Artie.
Right.
Literally, I was carrying on a conversation with him probably a week ago on text. 3 days later, he got back to me and wrote, ha, 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 like it's something I had said. He's just busy.
Yeah.
It just seems like a lot of people have been to the hospital at this point. So it's kind of strange that no info has come out about Artie.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully he is okay. I'm very concerned about him.
We love him. Artie's, man, he's funny, and he's just a great, great guy. TMZ. I have a little problem with TMZ.
Yeah.
They had a video up, I don't know if it's still there, of one of the guys being taken out of the limo bus.
Yep.
And the problem I have is really simple. They have a problem with language and this and that, and they put their asterisks and stuff, but they have no problem showing this. Isn't this
it was
is this way worse?
Very gruesome.
Than not spelling out the N-word or...
Yeah, voyeuristic, gruesomeness, like...
this is way worse than language.
It's pandering. Yeah, absolutely worse than language.
That shit drives me nuts. It's like,
Yeah.
We can't spell out, the N-word, but we have no problem showing this. This is horrific.
Yeah.
Video shot just after crash. Panic in the streets.
Oh, wow.
The crash scene. It's just there's no rhyme or reason to it, I guess, is what I'm trying to say.
Yep.
We don't have to play the video. They know where it is if they want to suit themselves, but fuck it.
Yeah, it was really gruesome and just unnecessary. I don't know.
I'm not even saying it's unnecessary, but if you're going to show this, is what I'm saying. Yeah. That in my stupid world, that's way more offensive than
than putting the word faggot up there or something.
Yeah,
and having to put asterisks in.
Yes.
Yeah.
Then you should just do it all.
Yeah.
They're basically saying language. This is bad if someone sees the actual word printed out on our website.
That's shocking. That's offensive. But this is upsetting to people. Meanwhile, you're watching somebody get carried out of a vehicle.
Right.
It's really gruesome.
Oh,
wow, what a disaster.
I can't see it.
Man, when machines fucking hit each other.
That was a guy just driving by. He filmed it.
There's another one, though, where you actually see them carrying out Tracy or something.
They say it's Tracy.
Yeah, can't really tell.
I can't tell.
I don't know. It's just very voyeuristic and...
Yeah, it is kind of gross. I mean,
yeah. I don't think it's... I don't know. It's not news. It's...
This guy works at the hospital where Tracy's at. Go ahead, Anthony.
Oh,
hey, what's up, boys?
Hey, man.
Hey, yeah, it was funny because they sent out an email. They actually fired a nurse. It's kind of sickening. They, I guess she posted it to Facebook. So they sent out some privacy reminder email. I've been there 3 years, and Robert Wood Johnson cares about patients' privacy. Just remember that it's illegal to post things on social media, network websites, blah, blah, blah. You're not allowed to talk to the press. It's grounds for legal action and blah, blah, blah. So I guess they fired one of the nurses over it already. So
what had she done?
She had posted, I guess she took a picture of Tracy, and she posted to Facebook and said, "Oh, I'm taking care of him," or whatever.
Oh, boy.
Cunt.
Yeah, that's bad. That's bad, don't you think, Anthony?
That's gross.
Yes, I do. All right with that gag.
It's bad unless I was, at the hospital. And had
Right,
my
you had
phone.
your camera and you take a picture.
It's completely outrageous that someone would do that. I don't know. I could see where she was let go for that. I think that's a chance you're taking in this new world, no?
Yeah. I don't know.
All right.
You can't photograph a patient and put them on.
I know. People that
there are privacy issues in the hospital, your medical stuff.
Right.
People are ridiculous with their goddamn cameras.
We got apologies today?
I hope so.
Are we a day in with no apologies?
I don't think anyone, not to my knowledge. Woods and Niles, Woods and Niles, sir? Not to my knowledge.
Oh, the other thing on Tracy, the driver didn't sleep for 24 hours before the crash.
Yeah.
What was that about?
Isn't that great?
Just working too hard?
Tons of machinery hurtling down the highway with no one at the controls, literally, because he's asleep. Holy shit, that's frightening.
And he was avoiding another accident, I guess.
Oh, he was he?
That was, supposedly.
And then what did it say on his Facebook? Was it his Facebook that said move out of the way or get hit?
Yeah, his profile.
His Twitter account.
Twitter account.
Profile. But he changed that. Man, obviously we all hope everybody gets better, but what a lawsuit. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Walmart?
Wow. Walmart's had a rough couple of days. I mean, this... And then that shooting in the fucking parking lot?
Yeah.
Right. It's such a big store. I mean, there's a lot of people that go there. Things are bound to happen, but that's a rough couple of days for that company.
Damn. Yeah.
This
motherfuckers.
This VA thing is driving me nuts. More than 57,000 veterans waiting for health care more than 3 months.
Yep.
More than 57,000 veterans have been waiting for up to 3 months for medical appointments, the VA department said in a wide-ranging audit released Monday. An additional 64,000 who enrolled for VA health care over the past decade have never been seen by a doctor, according to the audit.
Well, thank God the illegal Mexicans that are streaming over the border are getting the health care they need.
Yeah, and Bradley Manning... thank God, was a sex change or given the hormone, whatever it is.
Yeah. Sex change for a traitorous fucking tranny. I've had it.
Why are they waiting so long? Does anyone know a little more about this shit?
It's this fake patriotism we have.
Right, it's fake patriotism.
Where we say, hey, let's love the troops, let's be good to the troops, because it sounds good and you can never speak against the troops. But when it comes time to, whether it's giving the money to the fucking first responders at the towers or doing this, they're just scumbags.
It's in this day and age, there's nothing real about anything. No. There's no substance to anything. As long as you could blurt out, USA, good, support the troops. It doesn't matter if you really do. You said it, and that's all that it takes. It's like the apologies. They don't mean anything either. There's no substance to them. There's no substance to anyone saying anything. So when they say, respect the troops, love the troops, support the troops, and then they're dying before they can even get medical attention at the VA hospitals, it's a fucking travesty.
Yeah, how about you don't talk about the troops? You just take care of them when they come back. I'm sure they'd be much happier than to hear your
Enough
nonsense.
With your yellow ribbons and your flags and all that.
Parades.
Just really take care of them. Actually take care of them.
Yeah, give them when they want to go to the doctor. How about you let them go to the doctor within a week and not wait 3 fucking months?
And not wait 3 months with a diagnosed aneurysm so he can die before he gets any treatment. It's ridiculous. It's more of the phony bullshit that is just ruining this country.
Our whole culture. It's all what you say, not what you do. It sounds like an old man thing to say, but
it is. It's what's being said instead of what's being done.
Gotta take care of our veterans. Jesus.
Yeah, but
it seems like a no-brainer.
Well, we tribute them verbally, and then things like that on the news. Chris Daughtry's a terrible person because he walked off.
Right.
How could he walk off? How about why don't you bring the people who are holding up the health care on the Fox Morning Show and go, hey, scumbag, why are these people not getting what they're supposed to get?
Lambast them.
Chris has more on this in New York. Chris.
Opie, what's going on?
Hey.
I got a stat for you. I heard it on Sean Hannity yesterday about the VA hospitals. There's 1.1 doctor for every 35 vets right now, but in Guantanamo, there's 1.1 doctor for each terrorist we got in Guantanamo Bay. Can you imagine that?
Great.
How many terrorists we got over there?
Quite a bit.
But how many?
Quite a bit.
Because I mean,
5,000.
I don't believe that stat. That sounds completely insane. Because how many prisoners
there?
That's what I'm saying. If there's over 100, you're trying to tell me there's close to 100 doctors there? There's no way.
Well, that's what they were saying. I'm just telling you what I heard.
Yeah, I understand. We're trying to figure out.
Just regurgitating what you heard on faux news.
yeah.
I think it's horrible what's going on with the vets, but that stat seems completely insane.
Well, even if it's half true, can you just imagine that they're more worried about these fucking terrorists than they are our own guys? I mean,
the terrorists, and again, the illegals that are piling over the border right now. There's all kinds of aid that the Democrats and Obama, of course, want to give to all these children, these refugee children that are crossing the border on a daily basis. And then they're taking these illegals, dumping them in the southern border states like Arizona, and just dumping them at bus stations. Wherever you want to go.
There's the truck stops that put them at
truck stops, at bus stops. They're not arresting them. They're not deporting anyone anymore. It's the deporting rate it plummeted because under Obama.
It's embarrassing because. And even Bush didn't fuck with the illegals. He didn't because they have such a strong voting base. The Latin voting base is very strong. Nobody really wants to turn them against them.
Yeah. Right. Could you imagine if my 5-year-old was moping around Central Park by himself? I'd be at the house locking me up tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. But that's okay. And then we got a Marine in Mexico who's in jail down there. And what does he get?
Oh, I know.
How come they don't return him? We take care of all these Mexicans that come over the border with medical attention, schooling, food, shelter, and
well, they're making mean tacos, so we got to take care of them. What can we do?
Oh, no, that's a little racist.
I don't know about that Marine though. I still don't know. I've heard the story about how he legitimately made a wrong turn. And he called 911 from right over there and goes, I made a wrong turn.
You know what? I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt based on the evidence. No one's really denying the fact that he did say that he had guns in the trunk.
Right.
They were legally owned by him, and he inadvertently ventured into Mexico.
Don't you have to go through a customs, though, to do that?
I don't think everywhere. Not everywhere.
Then there's border crossings where you can just drive in?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, there's certain places that you're not supposed to cross that you can.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's like a bridge or...
Right.
Regardless, there's definitely some unanswered questions, but, what the fuck? Give the guy back. At least try to get him back. What the hell's stupid Kerry doing?
He really is a boob, John Kerry.
He's another one. Between Hillary and Kerry... What big accomplishments have our Secretary of States done? There's nothing.
Do they ever do? I mean, I'm not saying there's no answer for. I just don't know what they normally do.
Useless job.
What do they normally do? What do the Albright do?
When you have a president with a very strong foreign policy and very strong in foreign affairs, you have a Secretary of State that does things. You look at someone like Kissinger back in the Nixon days, and who was Madeleine Albright. They did stuff.
What did she do? I don't even mean.
That was a lot with the Soviet Union, and it was a lot of talk with the NATO and the Warsaw Pact countries about missile placements. And I understand it was a different time, but you got to adjust and do something.
Right.
These motherfuckers are doing nothing, and that's why that's why Putin's blitzkrieging his way across the Baltics,
which is fine with me.
And any of the foreign,
I don't care what he does.
Former Soviet states.
Not my business.
I don't care either. Yeah. I don't care.
But
people are questioning why he's so brash and doing it. It's not the barn door's been open, and he's running amok because of the weak United States and weak president.
You got people pissed off,
Of course,
Chris in California, go ahead. Chris. Phones are shot. Saying the illegals don't get all those benefits.
Yeah, they do. Yes, they do. They get emergency room care. Believe me, if there's a mother and a child that crossed the border and the child got injured and she took him to the hospital, he's getting medical attention.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and meanwhile, the veterans got to wait.
That's just human decency.
Hey, I don't mind a kid
That's
getting
just human decency, sir.
I don't mind a kid getting medical attention after
the children are the future.
After what we do here is taken care of with veterans and other people that are living here legally.
Well, there's no human decency on that side of the issue.
No.
Obviously.
We're being invaded. No one realizes it's an invasion.
You know,
fuck.
We're on the other side of today's show. We're getting closer to the end here, and you still haven't done the big "I told you so" that's in the paper today.
I told you so.
Do you know which one I'm talking about?
No,
I think I do.
Not at all.
Jimmy?
Anthony, for everyone was saying that I would not return to San Francisco, but Anthony said I would, and that my Cubs tickets would go on sale today for August 7th through 9th. Nobody believes him.
I know. I kept saying it and saying it.
Is it the Donald Sterling thing?
No.
Who is now not selling the team?
Which is a great story, too. I'll tell you why it's a great story, because I don't know how the deal was going down. It seems like the wife was more involved than him, but he was sort of agreeing. This is kind of what I've picked up. But I think Sterling got really pissed off because he finally realized that even if he sells the team, the NBA is not going to lift the lifetime ban, and that pissed him the fuck off. And I think he wants his fucking money back from the fine out of principle. So when he realized that shit wasn't going down, he's like, you know what, fuck you. And then he told his lawyers, let's go forward with this lawsuit against the NBA for, I think, $1 billion.
And he got the...
and in a way, I kind of like this.
I love it. Because he got the problem was that bitch illegally, according to him, recorded him illegally. If he didn't know that was an illegal place, you can't use that in court.
Right. It has to be said because people they only listen with half an ear. I think Donald Sterling is a shitty guy. I have a pretty good feeling he's a shitty guy. But he got railroaded in his house.
Yeah. I think I don't care
with private conversations.
Yes, exactly.
And that is very bothersome here.
Yep.
And now he's basically moving forward. I think if the NBA said, all right, if you sell the team, we'll lift the lifetime ban, maybe that makes it a little easier. He saves a little face. But when he found out they're not doing that, he's like, all right, well, fuck you then. Let's do this.
And the way they treat the players, like how many of these guys, not all of them, of course, but a lot of them have criminal records and have committed violent acts. It's just such fucking nonsense over shit he said to his girlfriend. Ugh.
Right. And everyone knew he was a shitty guy that did shitty things, but the commissioner and the NBA in general kind of looked the other way until it got, into the mainstream here. But everyone in the know and in basketball knew that this guy might not be, the greatest. So I kind of like that he's suing. I think that was it, right?
Oh, but I told you so.
And started to prosecute the lawsuit on page statement. Okay, his statement on Monday was, the team is not for sale. From the onset, I did not want to sell the LA Clippers, so I've decided I must fight to protect my rights, Donald Sterling said. While my position may not be popular, I believe that my rights to privacy and the preservation of my rights to due process should not be trampled. I love the team and have dedicated 33 years of my life to the organization. I intend to fight to keep the team, which means this team is going to be a complete disaster. They're not going to get players coming to this team.
Then that's the free market deciding,
of course.
And then the player. I don't blame players that wouldn't want to play for him.
Right.
I really don't. Like, fuck this guy. I don't want. I can go to this team or his team. Fuck him.
Right.
But I bet your players do go if he offers them enough money.
They'll be the guys that kind of don't have as many choices as others. I would assume. There was never a discussion involving the NBA in which we would modify Mr. Sterling's penalty in any way whatsoever. Any suggestion otherwise is complete fabrication, NBA spokesman Mike Bass said. So that means, they wanted to keep the lifetime ban and all that.
Yeah, well, there you go.
So
now you got to fight him in court.
Oh, boy. That's going to be very, very interesting. Do you told you so yet?
I don't. I'm trying to figure it out. No,
I know what it is.
Well, the numbers in New York City are not good And you said this would happen with de Blasio.
Oh, yes, right, okay.
Shootings spike in New York City over the last year. Not only the last year, the last couple of months, which is you know, de Blasio's time. The number of shooting victims has skyrocketed across the city this year, up 43% in just the last month.
Yeah.
Oh, because the stop and frisk doesn't happen
Exactly.
anymore.
While fewer guns are coming off the streets. NYPD statistics reveal. Police Commissioner Bill Bratton has repeatedly shifted the focus from shootings to a steep decline in homicides and claims he is not worried about the gun violence. But sources told the Post it will only get worse in the hotter summer months and that the alarming trend is the result of a more reactive police force handicapped by the inability to use tactics like stop and frisk.
Yeah, so all the people are like, just use good police work. Okay. What does that mean? Mopping up the bodies?
That's pretty much it.
No one in the neighborhoods will talk. Nobody's going to say a crime's about to be committed. And you can't stop and frisk. So I guess, basically, these neighborhoods, you just got to take it.
The numbers don't lie, man.
Just take it. You asked for it.
This is what you wanted.
You wanted it, and now you got it.
And in the last month alone, so I guess that would be May, 129 people were shot, according to the latest CompStat figures, or 43.3% more than from the same period last year. Since January, there has been an overall 13.2% increase in shooting victims, with 10.2% fewer guns have been recovered compared to 2013.
Oh, yeah. Fucking asshole de Blasio is.
You just listen to all the stats and everything, and people go, well, Anthony's stop and frisk is against the Constitution stuff. It wasn't just a random, wheel someone over and frisk them. There had to be some type of suspicion, and I'm sure, believe me, I'm not dummy. I know the cops will look and go, well, I saw something. Yeah. But, again, it's in the bad neighborhoods. You're the people that are affected, people in the bad neighborhoods. And they don't want to talk to the police. They don't want to fucking, So, you made your bed. Lie in it.
It's like, what do you want?
Yeah.
Jesse Van Sure said that one time. I like, what are you supposed to do to stop it? Good police work. Fair enough. What is good police work?
Yeah.
Like, I know you can't just stop people because of how they look. That is a really shitty way to be. But if you're in a certain neighborhood and the cops kind of know if you're looking for fucking mobsters, you don't stop, little old Jewish women.
Right. Well, the fact of the matter is, over 80% of the gun crime is committed by minorities in New York City. Well over 80%. I think it was closer to 93. And that's who you want to look for as far as weapons go. That's who you're looking for. So when they say, why do the minorities the ones that are getting stopped and frisked on suspicion of having a weapon? Well, because that's who has the weapons.
Yeah, but if you said that, if you came out and said that, even Bloomberg would have had you fired, and he was the one pushing stop and frisk. You can't. What was it, Christine Todd Whitman's, the guy who ran, the state head trooper?
Yeah.
Said that, well, there's like, why more black people getting arrested? He goes, because they're committing more crimes.
Yeah.
And he was fired.
He was fired. Well, Bloomberg said at one point, we're not even stopping and frisking. We should be stopping and frisking more black people, he said.
Oh, that's right, he did.
Because as far as the percentage of the crime went to the percentage of people that were being stopped and frisked, it still didn't balance out. But you can't say that, apparently, I guess. You can't do that. You can't do
Nope.
So now, deal with it. And if it stays up in the shitty neighborhoods, I could give a flying fuck. Go ahead. Kill yourselves. It's when it starts oozing down into the good parts of town, and the crime and shootings start encroaching on civilized humans that are trying to live a life and fucking conduct business. That's when things will happen again.
I feel bad for most people in those neighborhoods, though, because they're the ones. A lot of people in those neighborhoods were for it because they don't want to have to deal with. They don't want to. They're the ones getting shot at. They're the ones whose family members are getting robbed.
Then fucking do something. Group up. Do something more than prayers and anti-gun fucking things. It's the degenerates in the neighborhood that are fucking you. Not white man, not fucking guns, it's the degenerate fucking animals that are killing your kids, your grandmas, everyone else that gets hit because of poor aim. And that's the deal. If you want it fixed, let the police do their work or fucking do something yourselves. Unite. Unite for good, not to defend fucking, some drug dealer that got shot by a cop. Fucking A. Unite for good. Sweep your fucking porch. Sweep your patios. Clean the streets. Fucking speak English in your home so your kid can fill out a job application when he gets older.
Right.
For the love of Christ on a pony.
Hello?
Oh, my God.
Hey, guys, on a serious note. Wait, hold on.
On a serious note, what was I doing? Fucking, what was I? Hey, everybody. Woohoo! The neighborhoods are pretty bad, don't you know? Woohoo! We gotta stop the violence. Woohoo! Don't you know? Kids are getting killed.
And she just babbles over a bit.
An idiot.
Bit.
Well, no.
Shut your yap.
You can't yell at her for being bad at radio. She didn't fucking pick the phone up. You can't.
This is not bad at radio, trust me.
She's not good at radio.
She's great at radio, just in a different way.
She's an idiot.
Yes, Lady Di.
Listen.
Yes.
Hey, listen.
Yes.
Listen to me, please.
Yes.
All right.
On a serious note, I heard you babbling over the bit saying something about Marion.
No, I said Marion and I feel bad about what happened.
Why can't it just be you feel bad about what? Why does it always have to be you guys?
He's the speaker.
Have to get together on something before
Marion can't call you guys all the time.
But you can.
So how about you just speak for yourself?
All right. Well, whatever. But I just wanted to say that. All right, that I feel bad about what happened with Tracy Morgan.
Yeah.
Oh, do you?
I remember him from years ago.
Yeah.
All right, and I just feel bad, and I hope he recovers. And
wow, you've really added a lot to the topic. I think everyone feels the same as you.
I wanted to say the same.
But why do you need to call us to tell us that? I would assume you would feel bad, like anyone else that has ever come in contact or has any type of relationship with Tracy Morgan.
And one more time, Marion feels bad too.
And hearing this call actually makes me envy Tracy right now.
Jimmy, please. No, it's not funny.
Shut the hell up.
It's not funny.
What? You don't know funny. What do you know about funny?
What do I know about funny? I listen to you guys, don't I?
You don't.
You don't.
But you don't really
the show,
listen to us.
You don't really get it.
You don't really. You don't get it because it was in the middle of a bit based on your stupidity that was really could have went somewhere, and the whole time Marion, yelling over him.
You're just like a cat looking at a pinwheel. You just see the pretty colors, but you don't know the physics behind how it works.
Right.
Okay.
You have no idea why you listen to our show, do you?
No, none.
I was just trying to get a point across. That's all.
There was no point to
point on your head.
There was no point there. We could take phone calls all day long from people that are like hoping Tracy gets better.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's true too. and I hope he does.
Cool.
Really
Thank you for the call. Your concern has been duly noted.
And whoever else survived this terrible crash.
We understand. Just say all involved. Your call has been duly noted.
I want.
That's a wrap up. Your concern has been duly noted. Thank you for the call and thank you for your concerns.
Oh, Jimmy, come on.
Oh, Jimmy.
Jimmy really doesn't like you.
I do like Di very much.
I
actually
not
love
as far as her on the radio show.
No, I love her on the radio show. I would say not every day, but I do enjoy her on the radio show. I was very depressed when Lady Di wasn't around for years. I wanted her badly back on the show.
Boy,
what a mistake that was.
Yeah.
Well,
in hindsight.
I like ice cream, but I don't like ice cream every single meal. I enjoy ice cream once in a while.
What about Marion?
How about this? Why don't you put a pin in that thought? Thank you for calling in. It's been really cool talking to you, but we got some stuff we got to get to. But I appreciate your concern for Tracy. He's a great guy, and so is Harris Stanton. And I didn't really know his assistant. I don't know his assistant, and Artie.
McNair. And James McNair, of course.
James McNair. I didn't know Jimmy Mack. Keith Robinson knew him.
Yeah.
But yes, I appreciate you going yes over everything. Thank you, Di. But we appreciate the call.
Hey, Di.
Be well.
Yes, Sam.
Hey, Di. Just saying hi.
Hi.
Yeah.
We only take the Lady Di calls when we're running out of material.
No, we weren't. We have plenty of stuff.
No,
Sterling. I got more stuff about Sterling.
You do?
Yes. Hang up on her. We'll get right to it. I got more stuff on Sterling.
All right.
Don't hang up on me.
No, you hang up on you, and then we'll
hang
come to
up
Sterling.
on you. We'll hang up on you anytime we goddamn well please.
Yeah.
Hold on a minute. Kevin in Houston. Kevin, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
We might have a surprise guest today. That's true. Do you know about the surprise guest?
I do not.
For real?
No, but I know about
Ant, do you know? You might know.
I heard. Yeah.
No, I don't know.
For real?
Yes.
Don't know.
I don't know.
I do know about the one.
Things they tell me, they might want to tell you as well.
Yeah,
They're not hanging up on me.
All right.
Kevin in Houston.
Hey,
We're not
guys,
going to get a surprise guest.
I just want to...
I don't think
That's
so.
our surprise guest, possibly.
Oh, okay.
Within a half hour.
I doubt it.
I don't know why we can't announce it, but
yeah,
I guess we can. I guess we can, but why?
No.
All right. Kevin, go ahead real fast, and then we're going to move on.
Can Diana please just kill herself and do us all a fucking favor?
Every
morning that this...
It's not every morning. It's only when we might be running out of
No,
material.
hold on. I'm here. It's every morning.
It's not every morning.
It's every morning. It's not Friday mornings anymore.
All right.
Let's see.
Stop saying stuff like that,
The
whoever
Clintons
you
were
are.
dead broke after leaving the White House?
Yep.
Fucking
What?
Christ.
I think that's bullshit.
Yeah,
There's
I mean,
no
maybe
way a
on
president is
paper.
dead broke leaving the White House.
Yeah.
They said there were a lot of legal bills. I bet he was in debt. I bet there was a lot of debt. But I bet they had money, and you know.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean
that's
you don't think they're getting envelopes?
Yeah.
You don't think they're getting set up a little bit?
And then there's earnings potential.
Yeah.
You're an ex-president getting out of the White House. Oh, I'm dead broke. You make $1 million for one speaking engagement. You know, you're pretty much set right off the bat.
Right off the bat.
So you're not broke.
So he could. When was his first speech after the White House?
It's probably like the day after he
He placed
left.
a lot of fucking luggage in the car.
So that's just a bullshit story.
Yeah,
maybe
it's
technically he was broke, but
you know,
He own property anywhere, or a house, or
he was set up nice. What?
You have the clip.
What?
The audio.
I don't feel like playing the clip.
I mean,
I'd rather
she-
talk to Lady Di.
I wouldn't.
What? The clip or Lady Di?
Lady Di. I would not.
All right, Lady Di.
Yes.
Look, I wanted to continue talking to you, but I lost this one. But I will return.
Oh.
I'm not hanging up.
Well, we will.
Well, it doesn't work that way.
Yeah, exactly.
Is this happening?
You're fucking rummy.
Oh, you don't know? We might have Willie Nelson today. It's stupid to tease it.
Willie Nelson.
What's the problem with telling people that Willie Nelson
what
might
is the
stop
problem
by?
with? Yeah, why is it always a secret?
Why would that be a problem?
why? Is he doing
is it?
another
Why
show
would
that be a
first?
problem, Sam? Sam,
Because he's probably
explain.
because he's probably not coming.
That's why I said
So
probably.
why wouldn't? Then why can't we say, oh, we were supposed to get Willie Nelson?
Because otherwise we would just move on with our show and nobody would realize that our guest wasn't.
Yeah, but you use that to make people listen a little longer. Michael Jordan might be stopping by today too. By the way,
the actor Michael B. Jordan?
I didn't want to spoil it for the people, but
Oh,
if we're talking about people that might stop by today, Jordan's on that list today as well. He's doing some stuff here in New York, so yeah.
Sneaker stuff?
Huh?
Sneaker stuff?
No.
pants.
Oh.
Sneaker stuff.
Hats?
Andrew, Long Island.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Andrew. We got a Clinton clip we will be playing in a second here. What do you got?
All right. Listen, remember that caller who was calling up yesterday saying about, oh, you guys, the show sucks and all that?
I forgot about him as soon as I left here. But anyway, go ahead.
Yes.
I wanted to call up yesterday and, do that bid.
Hillary received $8 million for a book advance while still in the White House.
Yeah. Where'd that go?
So that was guaranteed money she was going to get, but I guess she didn't get any of it until she left the White House officially, and then maybe she got her first payment.
Well, maybe they're not allowed to take money in the White House. Maybe there's the family can't.
That's a bullshit
make earning.
story.
Maybe they're not allowed to.
So you can say you're broke technically, but you're not.
Right.
She's not sleeping in the car.
They were $12 million in debt when leaving office.
Oh wow.
Yeah, they probably made that up lickety split.
Chelsea's education, yeah.
Andrew, thanks for your call, by the way. All right, so
They had to pay
I
off
think anything
debts.
got resolved right there.
I thought you had a great call there.
They had to pay off debts and houses and take care of family members.
Right.
And they had a helping hand. Wealthy Clinton pal Terry McAuliffe loaned them $1.3 million for the purchase of a home. And they went on to earn an astonishing $109 million between 2000 and 2007.
Yeah, there you go.
That's called bouncing back.
That is quite the bounce back.
They were never broke.
$34 million. How they only pay? Wait a minute. They paid $34 million in taxes over that time. How do you only pay $34 million in taxes on $109 million in income?
Right.
Deductions.
Right, but why? If you're kind of.
Yeah, well, they're apparently using every legal loophole that they can use to save some of their money.
Mm-hmm.
They doing their fair share.
Yeah, I mean 30. That's like, what is it? 30%?
I love that. Great.
It's bullshit.
Good for you.
Oh, you know what, dude? Legal debts too. Don't for the Paula Jones thing. There was all this stuff. He had like $5 million in legal debts.
Yeah.
During a series of actions of Whitewater. Oh yeah, Paula Jones and impeachment trial.
But the point is this: when they were sitting in the White House still, and they knew they had some of this debt, they also knew they were set.
Totally set.
That as soon as they got out, they would be able to,
we
make
got
their
it.
money. We got this.
We're on the motherfucker.
I don't think they were ever nervous like real people are when they are in actual debt with their electricity being turned off. They were never in any fucking trouble.
Like if we don't get re-signed, we can't go out and make $1 million speaking engagements.
Yeah,
Of course.
That's it. Tell them niggas to chill out. The wolf will arrive shortly. He was all set up. He's fine.
By the way, the Lady Di phone calls have helped people. This guy was off the wagon after 10 years of sobriety, then listening to Lady Di got him sober again.
Congrats.
He's serious, too. Dead serious about it. Here's Hillary Clinton talking about Benghazi.
Oh, this voice.
Is there anything you personally should have been doing to make it safer in Benghazi?
Well, what I did was give very direct instructions that the people who have the expertise and experience in security apply. Well, that is personal, though, Diane. I'm not equipped to sit and look at blueprints to determine where the blast walls need to be or where the reinforcements need to be. That's why we hire people who have that expertise.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
That's good.
What is it she's bullshitting about?
That's the old buck. How long her and the upper echelon of Obama's administration, including Obama himself, knew that the security at the embassy was not up to snuff.
Okay.
And that Americans were sitting ducks, and that there were terrorist threats, and they were actual real live terrorists that, for the purpose of the anniversary of 9/11, attacked a United States embassy and killed United States citizens and soldiers. And it wasn't because of a Muslim insulting video.
Oh, that's right. That fucking... The way that people blame that guy.
Yeah, it's all about blame.
Anything to take the thing off the fact that, they attacked us again.
That they got attacked because the election was coming up and they did not want...
Right.
Obama was saying, we've defeated terrorism and the Taliban and Al-Qaeda and everybody, and we really don't have to worry about that anymore. And the fact of the matter was that they were able to kill Americans, blow up an embassy, and burn it, on the anniversary of 9/11. And her job was not to go through blueprints of blast walls, but her job was to receive communications from people and make sure that they're protected. She's the Secretary of State. And the President of the United States should have known better. It was a very volatile area.
I'm starting to think you don't like the Obama administration.
I love it.
I got my suspicions. Hillary had this to say, too.
Oh.
It has been reported you've made $5 million making speeches. The president's made more than $100 million.
Well.
But you hear Diane say,
I know. What the fuck?
Why are you surprised by that?
Yeah, why are you surprised? She almost sounds like she's chastising her for it. Good for Hillary if she could go out and bilk people for $5 million for opening that horrid yap of hers and letting that drivel spill out over the podium. Fuck her.
She's a very natural and genuine speaker.
I said, well, what was that line?
Something no way's tired.
No way's tired. Do we have that fucking awful clip? I love listening to it. It's terrible.
You got it.
I'm in no way tired. Yuck. Trying to talk. She was addressing a bunch of black people.
Black church,
so she decided that she's going to sound black. Oh, here it is. Young Samuel has it.
Oh.
I hope.
Yes.
Well, over the weekend, Senator Clinton and her campaign.
I don't feel no ways tired. I come too far from where I started from. Nobody told me that the road would be easy. I don't believe he brought me this far.
Oh, Hillary Wigger.
But that's the Secretary of State. She wants to run for president. The woman who changes her inflection.
Exactly.
Depending on the audience she's speaking to.
Too far.
Y'all motherfuckers are crazy.
Where my niggas at?
Thank you, Madam President. Foreign policy can kiss my motherfucking ass. Thank you, Madam President.
You fucking A. I'm disgusted.
She's 15-year-old Jimmy Norton.
Kango hat.
Yeah, exactly. Fat laces on her Secretary of State old lady shoes. Fat orthotic laces.
She continues.
Well, if you have no reason to remember, but we came out of the White House not only dead broke, but in debt. We had no money when we got there, and we struggled to, piece together the resources for mortgages for houses, for Chelsea's education. It was not easy.
Wasn't easy.
That's just a lie.
First of all, it's bullshit.
That is a complete lie.
She knows it was, they were set up.
It might not have been easy for the first weekend.
Yeah.
She's just lying.
Earning potential of millions of dollars isn't quite enough for the Clintons, so I guess she really understands what the middle class is all about.
Yeah, she was on food stamps.
Yeah.
That is just not true.
Yeah.
And, it was not easy. Bill has worked really hard, and it's been amazing to me. He's worked very hard. First of all, we
worked
had to pay
hard on
off
that
all our
intern.
debts.
Get it?
He did.
Get it? He jizzed all over her dress.
You bet he did. He windmilled a cigar into her pussy.
She won't talk about that, by the way.
No?
Nope. Hillary won't even address it. She's telling every interviewer that she talks to, I will not discuss the situation.
So they should still bring it up.
They do, and she goes, I will not talk about that.
You've seen that?
I've moved on.
You've seen clips of her actually saying that?
Yep. I heard it this morning on 10-10 Wins.
And technically, pardon me, it is her private life and it's her husband, but...
Oh, boy.
Wasn't there an impeachment over that?
It was huge, yeah. It was a big public debacle.
There was an issue there. A bit of an issue.
First of all, we had to pay off all our debts, which was, you had to make double the money because of, obviously, taxes, and then pay off the debts and get us houses and take care of family members.
But do you think Americans are going to understand 5 times the median income in this country for one speech?
Well, let me put it this way.
Right.
I thought making speeches for money was a much better thing than getting connected with any one group or company, as so many people who leave public life do.
Whether you like her or don't, who gives a fuck that she's making that much money off a speech?
I have no problem with that. People want to see her talk.
People want to pay it.
Right. If they want to pay it, so be it.
People want to see her talk. There's nothing wrong with that.
I'm not a fan of Hillary Clinton.
Oh, really?
I'm not a fan
That's
of...
your boy.
Not a fan of most of these people.
So I understand she's coming into the building, but she'll only do shade.
We come too far.
How could a president go broke? Exactly. No one's buying it. Most people aren't buying that they were actually broke. And that it was tough. It wasn't tough. It was tough because you had to live like a normal, not a normal person, but like a person outside the White House. So I guess the tough part was going, holy fuck, we got to get an actual mortgage now after 8 years or even longer, right? They probably had free housing before they were the president.
Oh, yeah.
In the White House, I mean. So that was probably what she's talking about. Like, wait, we actually got to get a mortgage.
Buy a house, yeah.
So we got to find a guy, I guess. And we might have to get a student loan.
Oh, for Chelsea?
For Chelsea, not a student loan. Come on, they didn't have to get a loan or any of that shit, but they had to set that up as well. Like, wait, how are we going to pay for our schooling? This is stuff we never had to think about.
$5 million in legal debts, though. You think that someone takes care of that for the president, but I guess not. I guess when it's personal lawsuits,
he had his accountants and lawyers working on it, I'm sure, and they crunched the numbers and said, "You get out there and you do a few speeches, we'll pay this off."
Those debts were gone really quickly. Extremely quickly.
$109 million.
Wow. So it's just lies. Righteous.
And what was the whole thing she lied about too? Going into the sorry guys, I have a tickle in my throat. Hope it's not cancer. What is that? Comedian jokes himself into hospital. See the fucking headline if I did have it. Big C. What is the? She lied about going into that fucking day thing. That war zone.
Oh,
on a plane, right? She's like they were shooting.
Yes, there was shooting. She was landing. Was it Iraq at the time?
Oh, right.
She was flying into a war zone. And
I think it was Bosnia, where she said she was sniped at or something, right?
Yeah, they were shooting or something.
And then it proved to be wrong?
Yeah, they said it was not true.
Wow.
She was actually just...
leisurely fucking flight into some city.
She was on a fucking United flight.
Yeah, into LaGuardia.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just depressing to watch these people ramble on.
So do I, yeah. I think she's just obviously just stretching the truth.
You want to share a urinal? Not in a gay way, but just because this way we save water.
That is good.
I don't know how to answer that.
Yeah.
Kind of awkward.
Maybe we bring in like a little apple box and can stand on it, and the three of us could just wee into the same one.
Do that.
I'm going to pee on the Mike Richter hockey puck as well.
Oh, man. Come on. Rangers got another game in them. They could pull it out.
Yeah, the Kings might do what's called lose on purpose so they could hoist the cup in L.A. So I would not be surprised whatsoever if they lose the next game.
That's taking a chance, throwing the game like that so you can, I don't know.
Your boys are done. Your boys are done.
Hey, I'll never give up on my Rangers. I've been through 20 years of this.
Yeah. Have you?
Yes, 20 years.
Of the radio show?
Yeah.
It's the last time the Rangers won the Cup. We just started.
That's
how long we've been at this.
Oh, man.
And they're doing the OJ chase on TV. When is that? Tonight? Tomorrow?
Are they really showing it?
Yeah, I think it's kind of... I think they should do it in real time. Wow. That'd be kind of cool.
OJ. Yeah.
Who would be the anchor back then? Bernard, who was the black guy?
Bernie.
Yes, Bernie.
Bernard Shaw.
Bernard Shaw.
Wow.
Was he involved with the OJ chase?
CNN was a biggie.
Who were some of those other CNN guys back in the day?
Wolf Blitzer was there.
Yeah, Wolfie was.
Yeah.
CBS News special report.
Dan Rather.
But that's
in
not
New York,
CNN,
John Blackstone in Los Angeles, along with our colleagues at KCBS, who arranged this extraordinary...
Remember
this?
The live police tale of what is believed
I won't fuck any woman who remembers this.
Now, John Blackstone's point was that because the police believe...
And when people started holding the signs up, go OJ.
Amazing.
Like, because after a while watching this, you kind of knew where he was going.
Right.
So they lined the streets and the bridges over the freeway with signs that said, go OJ.
Remember when he turned into his neighborhood? And
Yeah.
it was like, oh, fuck.
Great.
Now he's got to make some moves.
Yeah. This was so fucking weird.
This part was easy.
Cuts his wife's throat, but people like him because he ran a football well.
Yes, that's it.
Almost decapitates his fucking wife.
No one wanted to believe it. Even Al Michaels, I think, at the time, didn't want to believe it.
Yeah.
They were close.
It's hard. If your friend kills someone, how do you handle it?
Man. I snuck a peek at some of those crime photos last night.
Oh, right.
Ugh.
Really?
God, what a disastrous mess. So obvious it was him. Like, no one just kills someone like that. There's no murders that happen like that where some random person comes up and butchers the woman and this guy that's with her unless it's personal. That's like it's such a textbook thing that was a crime of passion. And OJ having this history of anger and jealousy with her, that he did it. And then all the other evidence. How this motherfucker walked on that is astounding.
I don't know what that whole glove thing.
Oh, they showed that whole thing.
As the prosecutors, you stop that circus and go, wait a minute, you're not trying this on properly.
That's
instead they're all like looking in amazement.
That's what Ron Goldman's dad, what's his name?
Fred Goldman.
Freddie Goldman there. He was commenting on 20 years.
Oh, yeah, he was.
He only calls O.J. the killer.
Right.
He won't call him O.J. Simpson or anything.
He still have
just
the
calls him the
mustache?
killer. Oh, yeah.
I love
Still got
that
the big
father.
mustache. And, he was saying that he doesn't blame the prosecution. It was a weird time. But things like that glove really got him. Because the dried blood on it and then putting latex gloves on OJ and having him try to put the glove on.
I'm not a lawyer,
ridiculous.
but if you make the guy put a plastic glove on first, wouldn't that raise your suspicion? Like, wait a minute, that's going to be a
problem.
Because those type of gloves, too, they were supposed to fit snug to begin with.
Yeah.
They
And
weren't
then
loose-fitting gloves that you just throw on in the middle of winter to throw a few snowballs.
The Mark Furman thing, he talked about that, too, and said, if Mark Furman had, because times were really bad between the LAPD and the black community there.
Right.
So he said, if Mark Furman had lied and said he hadn't said nigger back years ago, then they would have exposed him as a lying racist. And if he tells the truth, then he's a racist. So there was no way he was getting any credibility. He said, and the thought that he planted evidence, I think he said he was the 33rd police officer on that scene. And he plants evidence after 32 other officers walked around the scene and were looking for evidence.
Was Van Adder the lead detective on that case?
Yeah.
It was James Van Adder, I think his name was?
Just, in hindsight, you forget how much of the details there was and how obvious it was that he did it.
Wasn't this our first look at court? Like no one in our lifetimes we never saw anything.
This invented court TV, didn't it?
Pretty much.
Court TV blossomed out of the OJ trial. But yeah, we used to get little glimpses of cases on specials and things like that, documentaries maybe. But never in real time, day to day, that grind of a courtroom, just put out there live.
Marsha Clark just fucking stinking on ice.
She tried to gussy herself up and get that makeover halfway through the trial.
Shitty, rotten perm.
More important to her was people criticizing her looks than actually prosecuting the
she was
fucking
the
case.
worst. And Chris Darden stunk.
Just an emasculated brother.
Right.
Sitting there while, Johnny Cochran just played him.
Yeah. Cochran was a good fucking lawyer, man.
Cochran,
and so was Barry Shedd.
What a scumbag. But, man, did he know exactly what to do.
Yeah,
he knew exactly what to do. He made fools of the prosecution.
Yeah.
And then I guess the other thing that's coming out on this 20th anniversary of this whole thing is Kardashian. Goldman said that Kardashian absolutely took a bag full of evidence and it disappeared and no one ever knew what happened to it, and he took it to his deathbed. He grabbed a bunch of stuff out of OJ's house, had it in a bag. It's actually on video somewhere.
Right.
I remember seeing him leave the house with a bag.
What did he say it was?
Never said it. Never said what it was.
How did they not
Never
call
said
him?
anything.
Never had to say what it was.
Never.
Didn't they call him into the trial?
Oh, he was on the Dream Team. He was one of the attorneys.
Right. Who?
Robert Kardashian.
Oh, that's right. He was the attorney.
Yeah. Yeah. So he had, attorney-client privilege, I guess.
Is that why they made him one of the Dream Team lawyers?
Maybe.
Attorney-client privilege?
Maybe.
But then again, doesn't attorney-client privilege get nullified if there's a crime committed? Like, didn't Bruce Cutler...
I'm not saying it's ethical. If he doesn't, it's something called discovery, I guess. And whatever evidence the prosecution finds, they have to give over to the defense. I learned that from my cousin Vinny. And no, but if you just hide the evidence or destroy it or bury it somewhere, But Goldman says he absolutely had evidence that would have convicted OJ, and he destroyed it.
That broke up the marriage, too, because Robert Kardashian was all for OJ, and what's her name? Kris Jenner, right?
Right.
Yeah.
That was her friend that was murdered.
Yeah. People forget that, or people don't even know. People that watch the Kardashians, They have no idea that the father was, most of them have no idea the father was on one of the biggest trials ever.
The girls were all very young back then. They were all around 10, 11, 12 years old, somewhere around there. Wow. Yeah. Someone's saying that O.J. stopped taking his arthritis medication 2 days before the trial so his hands would swell up.
Oh, well, he could have done that.
Is that one of those conspiracy theories out there? I never heard that one.
Do you think someone saw that coming? Like, they might make you put the glove on.
You'd think the lawyers would be on high alert that, this might not go well, so let's be prepared.
I gotta pee.
Yeah, I gotta pee, too.
Oh, man.
Come on.
Right.
All right. We'll return.
We'll be back with more Opie and Anthony. I dare you to change the channel. Please don't.
The half hour is back.
That is a fact.
SiriusXM's Comedy Central Radio presents The Half Hour. 2 of today's hottest comics back to back for a full hour of comedy.
The hardest thing to do at a community college is cheat on a test. I was like, what'd you get for number 3? The guy's like, true. What'd you get? I go, Finland. Wow.
And listen to encore episodes on the Friday Drive Home the following week, hosted by the comedians themselves.
This is Michael Shea, and you're listening to my half hour special.
The 3rd season of The Half Hour. Friday at midnight on Comedy Central Radio, SiriusXM 95. Or listen on the SiriusXM app.
Miss today's Opie and Anthony show?
I gotta check my underwear for skid marks.
Live radio at its best.
Or want to hear your favorite interviews all over again?
This show got me in trouble.
Of course it did. Check out the Opie and Anthony show on demand.
I only get up early for you guys.
I quite like the casual nature of this show.
Available online or on the SiriusXM app.
Monkey time. I can keep going.
That was terrible radio.
Go to SiriusXM.com/on-demand for details.
The Opie and Anthony channel. All Opie, all Anthony, all the time. It's real.
Attention homeowners. I'm Jay Farner, president of Quicken Loans, and I have some important information for you regarding the U.S. government's Home Affordable Refinance Program, or HARP. We've told you about HARP in the past, and more than 3 million homeowners have already taken advantage of this money-saving program. But there are so many more of you who could be saving hundreds of dollars every month on your mortgage. And Quicken Loans is here to help you save your money. The home loan experts at Quicken Loans fully understand the HARP guidelines. If you weren't HARP eligible in the past, new guidelines could mean that now you are. Give us a call and we'll give you a Quicken Loans mortgage review. It's simple and easy. And for 4 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction for primary mortgage origination. Call 800-QUICKEN. That's 800-QUICKEN. Or go to QuickenLoans.com for a mortgage experience that's engineered to amaze.
For J.D. Power award information, visit jdpower.com. Payment example excludes taxes and insurance calls for cost information. Equalizing lender license in all 50 states. NMLS number 3030.
Be honest. Will owning a bigger TV help you get ahead in life? Will another pair of shoes make you a better person? Probably not. But what if you could speak another language? If acquiring a new language excites you more than acquiring more stuff, then wait until you hear this. As part of its biggest language learning event in history, Rosetta Stone is giving away demos of its powerful language learning software absolutely free. For your free demo, call 1-800-344-7270. And Rosetta Stone has made language learning more convenient than ever. Learn on your computer or iPad, then practice on the go with your smartphone or MP3 player without ever opening a book or memorizing boring vocabulary again. Do you want more stuff, or do you want a language that will last a lifetime? After all, it's all about priorities. To try a free demo of this powerful language learning software, call 1-800-344-7270. Again, get your free demo now. 1-800-344-7270. That's 1-800-344-7270.
Millions of people are suffering from constipation and hemorrhoids. Are you one of them? Hello, I'm Dr. Roger Sidaway, and as a gastroenterologist, I've been telling my patients for years that in order to keep things moving, you need to eat fiber, drink plenty of water, and exercise. Now I tell my patients to elevate their knees above their waist with the Squatty Potty footstool when they go. Here's why. Anatomically, humans were designed to squat, but then we started sitting, and sitting brought on problems like constipation and hemorrhoids. So the real problem is how we sit. That's why I recommend the Squatty Potty. The Squatty Potty is so simple because it helps you elevate your knees while enjoying the comfort of your own toilet. Plus, the Squatty Potty is for everyone, not only those with problems. I recommend it for the entire family. In fact, my family uses it.
Just in time for summer, buy 2 and get free delivery, plus use code OPIE, and receive a free bottle of Sweet Lou Deodorizer, a $10 value. Go to squattypotty.com. That's SQUATTYPOTTY.com. squattypotty.com.
I'm too busy to date.
Yeah, I want to hit the gym first.
All the good ones are taken.
Look, there are plenty of excuses not to call It's Just Lunch, but frankly, most of them are, lame. Those excuses are standing between you and some really fun dates. Sure, you're busy, but you're also ready to meet someone special. And It's Just Lunch matchmakers are ready to get to know you and make some great matches. So quit with the excuses. Call 1-800-THE-DATE today and start dating tomorrow. That's It's Just Lunch. 1-800-THE-DATE.
The Opie and Anthony channel on Sirius XM.
The NBA Finals are on Sirius XM. 2 teams.
Down the floor, LeBron. LeBron in with a jam.
1 goal.
This ball game is over, and the San Antonio Spurs have taken a 3-1 lead in the NBA Finals. Kawhi Leonard with 20 points and 14 rebounds to lead the way for the Spurs.
Hear every home and away broadcast of the NBA Finals on your Sirius and XM radio and the Sirius XM app. Log on to SiriusXM.com/live-sports for game times and channel listings.
If you're a CEO or CFO, you're looking for ways to grow your company, control costs, and attract and retain great employees. It's a big job. Let me tell you how Paycom can help. For starters, Paycom is one tool with one database, with one login to take care of all your HR and payroll needs. Everything you need for your complete employee life cycle. And your employees will love Paycom. They can easily access their own data online from anywhere at any time. They can view their pay history, enroll in benefits, submit time off requests, and more. That kind of access and usability makes them and your HR department happy. Paycom also helps you increase efficiency and reduce compliance risk. That's a formula for improving your bottom line. Learn all the ways Paycom can help your company at paycom.com. That's PAYCOM.com. And be sure to tell us where you heard us on the radio. Just go to paycom.com. That's paycom.com.
One Little Joint Supplement. You know this powerful little pill is great for your joints. It even has powerful benefits to help increase your mobility and flexibility. But the joint supplements of today are sadly incomplete because they don't give you the joint relief you're looking for. Until now. Introducing the complimentary 2-week sample of Instaflex, our most powerful joint formula ever. It's the #1 selling joint supplement at GNC. The only thing our complimentary sample of Instaflex is missing is the price. Because right now, we're offering adults a complimentary 2-week sample as part of a nationwide giveaway. Call and claim your sample today. 1-800-943-5897. Instaflex provides powerful, effective joint relief for your knees, hands, even your hips. Prove it to yourself by calling now for your complimentary sample. Instaflex is available at GNC, Walgreens, and CVS, but you can only get your complimentary 2-week sample by calling 1-800-943-5897. Call now for your 2-week Instaflex sample. 1-800-943-5897.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Calling all makeup lovers. Bare Minerals just won its 9th Glammy Award for Best Prestige Foundation. And to celebrate, we're offering risk-free trials of Bare Minerals makeup to all women nationwide. That's right. Every woman who calls right now can get a full-size, risk-free trial of Bare Minerals makeup, plus a free 5-piece makeup set. For yours, call 1-800-506-3981. This is an exclusive radio-only offer you don't want to miss. Bare Minerals Foundation gives you flawlessly beautiful coverage with a no-makeup feel, and it's clinically proven to promote clearer, healthier-looking skin. No wonder it's won 9 Glammys in a row, and now you can try Bare Minerals makeup for yourself. Call now to find out how you can participate in our nationwide risk-free trial and join the millions who've already tried Bare Minerals makeup and fallen in love with their skin again. Plus, we'll send you a free 5-piece makeup set, our gift to you. Hurry, don't miss this exclusive radio-only offer. 1-800-506-3981. 1-800-506-3981.
Stop letting your boss take credit for your success. Go to ServiceMasterFranchise.com today and take the first step towards starting and managing your own business. As a ServiceMaster franchise owner, you'll have access to a proven business model, industry-leading training, and the ongoing support you need to reach your goals. We have a 60-year track record of helping people just like you go in business for yourself, but not by yourself. And if you qualify, startup financing is even available. Go to ServiceMasterFranchise.com right now and start your business with ServiceMaster.
Leave your penis alone. The Opie and Anthony Show is back on.
That's hilarious, really?
Fuck them.
See, that's why I mentioned that we might get Willie Nelson, so then when it doesn't happen, it really fucking hurts. I saw Liam walking down the hall with some really tasty pastries and a really nice fruit salad, whatever. And I said, "Who's that for?" And he goes, "Oh, that was for Willie Nelson." But he obviously didn't touch it.
Yeah.
Willie Nelson has officially left the building, so I guess he's not doing our show. Where's Roland?
That's why
for lying to us.
A surprise guest, because probably we don't want it to get back. But
no, I think it's better that we did bring it up.
Oh no, yeah. Exactly.
I kind of believed that it was going to happen.
I knew it wasn't.
Why? We had him on one other time.
I just knew it wasn't.
We had him on at NEW. Yeah. He brought in that old guitar of his with the big hole in it because he's been playing it forever.
That was a long time ago.
His tour bus was parked outside NEW. He was getting high before the interview.
Oh yeah,
right.
Maybe I didn't love you. Shut up.
It's a good song. I would have said, hey, did you like when Elvis covered that? I liked it.
Fuck him.
What's wrong with you?
Fuck him.
He's one of our national treasures, Willie Nelson.
Is he?
Yeah. He puts corn in his gas tank, too. Some kind of corn.
Check it out now. I'm Willie R. Nelson. Thank you, Jim Holster. Yeah.
Oh, well. What are you going to do? Let's say hi to Ivan in Scranton. And we got a call from Denmark if you want to take it.
Ivan, what do you want?
What's up, Ivan?
What's going on, guys?
What's up, Ivan?
Nothing. I know you guys always like to, not really rag, but you guys like bust on Adam Sandler quite a bit.
Well,
maybe.
I think the world's starting to realize that he might have ran out of creative juice. That last movie didn't do too well, huh?
No, not too well. But this
came
weekend
and went.
I was at a casino up in the Poconos, and I ran into the guy that plays Shooter McGavin.
Sure.
Oh!
What's his real name? He's been in a lot of shit.
Shooter McGavin.
Yeah, so I ran into him, and he was at the bar just drinking. Me and a couple of my buddies were there, and we're just hanging out. And you know, I kind of knew who he was, but I didn't want to like freak him out and like be all over him and stuff. So we're just sitting there drinking.
So that means you left the bar and you went somewhere else.
Right. Is that what happened?
That's how that story should end, by the way.
Yes.
So what was your move that he's probably seen a million times and went, here's another asshole that's going to bother me and all I want is a beer? What was your move?
Not. I mean, I didn't really have a move. I just kind of just sat there, and he was sitting like 2 seats down. And I told him, I actually said like, "Oh yeah, I know who you are." I didn't call him Shooter McGavin.
I know who you are. Of course, you know who he is.
And I bet you thought he would be excited to talk about Happy Gilmore.
Yeah, I'm Shooter McGavin.
Right.
Do the hands. Do the gun hands.
Right.
Pew pew.
That's where we're getting it. He ended up staying for a while. We ended up bullshitting, and we ended up playing pool.
Oh, that's cool.
So we sat there and we started playing pool, and we got down to the last shot, and I had the 8-ball. I shot it in. As soon as I sunk it, I did the shooter thing with the fingers.
Right.
And then he called me an asshole, and he left.
All right. That's fair.
Right. That's kind of a good Shooter McGavin story to have.
Yeah, in the end, that's a good story.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Cool. But all right, guys, I'm punching out. Thanks a lot.
All right. Punch yourself out in the face.
What happened?
Yeah.
What happened with the Willie Nelson?
He's on the road again.
Roland. That's a good one.
He doesn't remember us from years past.
What happened?
That's too bad. We had a good time with him. I remember. That was one of the good ones.
I was told he was very tired, so we're going to reschedule for another time.
Oh, fuck that.
Yeah, reschedule.
Reschedule. Okay, cool. When?
You're always on my mind.
He's 81. When's he coming back?
Him.
Yeah.
Maybe I won't do your show.
You don't like Willie Nelson?
All the girls who love you for me.
Maybe I quite as often as I should have. Oh, could have. Whatever. Smoke another joint.
And maybe I didn't treat you.
Fucking take your braid out.
Elvis did a killer cover of this. You ever hear it?
No.
I love a good cover, as I've said before in this program.
If I made you
feel sick of me.
Well,
so he's
that's all right.
So we weren't on his mind, right?
Exactly. You are never on my mind. You're on the list that's pay no mind.
Did you think it was going to happen, Roland?
You can all kiss my behind.
You felt pretty good about it,
I
right?
felt pretty good, and then they said he is tired. I mean,
oh boy,
they're old. They get tired.
Yeah, no, we could, we would have talked to him for 15 minutes. We didn't say, sit down, we have a 2-hour fucking Q&A with you. Gunpoint.
The old people, they make up their minds and they go.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there he is. On the road again. Yeah. Just can't wait to get on the road again. Yeah. Yeah, why fucking do our show?
Exactly. You sure can't wait to get on our show again. Their show.
Their show. Down,
like where? This studio?
No.
Road again.
Oh, well. This is some real country shit right here. This is a bad jam.
On the road again.
I'm better than a piece of pussy. Except maybe the Indy 500.
Yeah. Didn't Willie Nelson do that song with Snoop, or was he not involved with that song?
I don't know. Snoop's doing a song with what? Gangnam Style guy.
Oh, is he?
What?
Opa Gangnam Style.
Snoop's a dick.
Gangnam Style in Korea is opening for Ozzy. They're doing a show together in Korea. Yeah.
So what's he going to play? A 30-minute version of that song? What else is he doing?
He's probably hugely popular there, too.
Yeah. Opa! Opa!
Although Gentleman's a better song, I think.
I bet in Korea he's got a fuckload of hits, right?
Opa!
Does he?
So he's got a song called Hangover, which, by the way, already has 24 million views on YouTube. Wait a minute. This thing... Wait a minute. What day is today?
Tuesday, but it feels like a Thursday because we're off Friday.
His video did 24 million views in 2 days?
Yeah, he's the Gangnam Style guy.
He's high.
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
His videos are almost as popular as mine.
Wow. All right, let's hear Hangover. This is his new song.
What the Snoop friend would say, who thought about doing comedy but never did.
For good reason.
Snoop Dogg.
It's Psy
and Psy.
Snoop Dogg.
Hangover.
Let's hear it.
Hangover, 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 hangover.
It's gonna be Gangnam Style, right?
Hangover, party's over, it ain't over. Try to make a back a memory over and over. Hangover, 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 hangover. Party's over, it ain't over.
Now, are they even in the same room?
It's a me game over.
I think so. This is fucking terrible.
Hold on.
Kind of catchy.
No.
Mars, right? It's catchy.
This is no Gangnam Style.
Yeah.
Wow, this is really bad.
And I find a single piece of me game over.
Drink till you're drunk, smoke like a broke stove. Don't quit, take flight. I can't remember last night. It's alright, it's the life of a superstar. Sci-fi with that boy trooping hard, cooping hard, Snoopy hard in the plate. Drink another cup until I fall flat. All that and then some. 1-5-1 done. Really for show that I'm told back, intoxicated, change over, game over, hangover, faded.
It doesn't sound like his rapping is going with the music.
No. It's the new Ebony and Ivory, and I don't like it.
Catch a lady by the toe.
Catch a lady.
Drink it up and get sick. Bottoms up, get wasted.
Pour it up, drink it up, live it up, give it up.
Oh my God, dude, man, there's no fucking limit.
Pour it up, drink it up, live it up, give it up.
This is terrible. It's fucking noise.
Yeah, it's not really good.
And I can't quit. I wake up in the morning, do the same shit. Wake up in the morning, do the same shit.
Hangover.
Hangover, hangover. Hangover, hangover.
Yeah, it's not good.
Hangover, hangover.
Blacks and Asians had better report during the LA riots. This stinks. Oh, shut up.
It's only half over.
And I find a
half over.
Over.
waking and baking, shaking the fleas, taking
Waking and bacon, really, are you?
Shaking the fleas, that's right.
How old is he going to get before he stops like, oh, look, I smoke pot? Who cares? That's all they talk about. Snoop goes on a show and it's like, oh, so Snoop, you smoke pot? Yeah, I like smoking the weed. I relax, smoke some weed. Wow. You and a million fucking 10 billion other people.
Aren't you excited about having Willie Nelson in here?
Fuck him, too. Oh, so Willie, smoke pot, do you? Yeah, smoke some pot. Who cares?
Tell us about the new record. Oh, he's shitting his pants.
We would have talked about weed with Willie Nelson.
Yeah, of course. And Snoop's the same fucking shit. What? So Snoop, what? Oh, you smoke pot? Yeah, I might chill, smoke some weed. Who cares?
He was cool when he was on our show.
They could interview fucking people in this building with the same thing. Yeah, they smoke weed. So.
But it's Snoop Dogg.
Tired of his act.
Smoke a lot of Chiba.
This is unbelievably bad.
This is not good.
It's catchy.
No,
Mars is catchy, right?
But it's not.
Very catchy.
Gangnam Style is catchy. Even that other song you did.
Gentlemen, I keep telling you.
That was catchy.
Step up to the mic. Step up to the mic. This is catchy as all hell.
You better get ready because you're going to hear this shit a lot.
It's popping, baby.
It's not good.
It is popping, yo.
This isn't popping.
It's popping, yo.
It is popping.
It is popping, yo.
This ain't popping.
When did this shit drop? 2 days ago, it dropped.
You know where this will pop? Where I ain't in the fucking clubs.
Hangover.
The clubs I don't go to.
Yeah, but the girls you date will like it.
Nah, probably not. Probably not.
Pour it up, drink it up, live it up, give it up.
Oh my God, dude, man, there's the fucking man.
Pour it up.
What is that noise? Instrument.
Give it up.
Oh no.
I can't stop making my
This is endless. This song. What is it? An 8-minute song?
and I can't quit. I wake up in the morning, do the same shit.
Same shit.
And the video's dope too.
It is, right?
It is pretty dope. Yes.
You're a dope.
Yeah, it's not dope. The video stinks.
It's terrible.
2 guys went to a party. Gives a fuck.
People at parties? No, you got to follow
I'm
the
sick
video.
of hearing about parties. Hey, we got the party started. Party was fun.
Oh, enough of the party.
How about I went to a party and we ate some cheese and we chatted a bit. Then we all went home. Went to a party. There were crackers there.
Now I'm gonna start smoke. Look at me now. I'm gonna smoke a blunt.
And they're teasing the next song, which is going to be called Daddy, coming later this summer.
Yeah.
It's got 24 million views in 2 days. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Is Hits One
It's
playing that
terrible.
shit?
They will.
It's
What are they waiting
fucking
for?
awful.
What are they waiting for?
I mean, I don't know if they are or not, but I'm saying they will if they're not.
If they were trying to get the effect of a hangover, it's
Right.
very good because I my head hurts and I'm nauseous.
I bet you tomorrow you wake up and do the same shit.
Yeah.
Right?
Hangover.
Guess what?
Hangover.
Guess what I do? I like to smoke some weed. Oh, really? Wow, you're amazing. Let's talk to you for 20 minutes about that. Cares?
You tired of it?
So tired of his dumb weed act.
Who?
You know, Snoop came in and the place smelled like pot. Really? Wow. Cares? Oh, I like to indulge in a little blunt ever so. Oh, good. Good for you.
It's his thing. Everyone has their thing.
His thing.
His thing is he smokes pot with everybody. He smoked pot with Seth Rogen recently. And what did they review again? Sam, we didn't do it on our show.
It was
Forgot.
Game of Thrones.
Game of Thrones. They did a Game of Thrones. It's pretty.
Yeah.
You want to show these guys that thing? You have Seth Rogen and Snoop smoking, getting high, and then they're talking about Game of Thrones. That's kind of fun. No?
Enough with the weed. Enough.
Don't be a hater.
It's legalized in places now. It's fucking everyone's smoking the weed.
You really are a hater.
You're a hater, man.
I'm a hater.
Right? They even animated the Seth Rogen Snoop
It's
Dogg
not
thing.
outrageous.
Let's hear this. Give them a little taste. Game of Thrones recap. And they're high as shit.
That's funny.
Look at his eyes.
I just watched it last night.
For the first time?
No. I watched the whole series.
It's great, isn't it?
The little midget. They keep saying that cuz he was in love with a whore.
Yeah.
So he fucked around and they was gonna give him some, his father was gonna hook him up, but he was like, he couldn't shut his ass up. So now he gonna have to fight this big ass, gigantic motherfucker who his sister, the queen, went and got. Cause he killed, they think he killed Joffrey. Yeah. They think he killed Joffrey, but he didn't kill Joffrey. Peter killed Joffrey.
Fucking, what's his name? Littlefingers.
Yeah, Peter.
Yeah.
And he's got...
You should do a weekly Game of Thrones.
Lily.
HBO should put that on before every episode.
That's my shit, man. I fuck with the Game of Thrones. That's my shit.
I'd watch the shit out of that.
I like how the smoke turns green from the green screen.
And then they're watching it. They're doing like commentary.
That's good shit.
Snoop Dogg is a man, dude.
Ooh, he really is.
Pushed her through the fucking little moon door.
Get out the way. Peter.
You know, sometimes it's the simple things that work.
I've only loved one woman my whole life. Your sister. Move, bitch.
That's how they originally had that edited, actually.
That's Peter. Would you ever be in one of those kind of movies?
A Game of Thrones type shit? Yeah, sure. Why the fuck not? Would you?
I'd love to do that shit, to be a motherfucking king or something. Or even to be a fucking gladiator, a warrior.
Imagine having to listen to this shit, though. This rambling, stoned guy.
Is there one?
One or two of those unsullied, maybe.
You know what's fucked up? Those guys, the unsullied guys, they don't have dicks.
There you go. No, they have dicks, just no balls, I think. Or do they not have any?
Cut everything off.
Who cut it off?
All these black dudes on there have no dicks.
For real? Oh, they didn't want that thing to be seen. That thing would come out that little suit they be wearing, because they don't be having no drawers on. They really having a little piece on with the little, you know. All them niggas walking around with that thing swinging. The queen would have to violate. My queen, your grace. Your grace. You bitch you. Judge. Preach. Tap.
Cool.
All right.
There you go.
Snoop.
Takes balls, man.
So stop hating.
Yeah, man. Let's go back to Hangover.
No, we were done with that.
Do you want to hear Snoop and Willie Nelson?
No.
Oh, fuck.
What is it?
Oh,
we played it before. It's called My Medicine.
I'd rather hear
that's what I meant, but I didn't know. Where is Willie Nelson in that, though?
I'd rather hear his Hot Pockets fucking song.
I love this song, but is he actually singing on it? Everything I'm reading says he's in it.
Yeah, Willie's in this.
Oh.
Yeah, you know I got to have that medicine.
I don't remember where.
You know what he means by medicine, right, Ed?
Oh, weed?
Sheba.
He needs
sure?
the weed?
You know, right?
Oh, yeah.
A little subtle in this one.
It is subtle. Because that's the only reason he did something with Willie. They're both known for weed. So they gotta sing a song about weed. His medicine.
The more dedicated, the more medicated.
Ah!
I do like, though, that he's got his girl going out to whore for him to buy his drugs.
Yeah.
And this is not about weed, by the way. This is about fucking, like, dope. Shooting dope.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
100%. Because he's talking about his spoon.
Oh, he does say spoon in there?
Yeah, in the beginning.
Oh, no.
Boy.
And his girlfriend's out fucking hooking.
Proving marijuana is a gateway drug there.
Chicks never hook for pot.
Why don't you write a nice song about the sunshine?
Godsmack's got a new song out, someone just told me on Twitter.
Yeah, they're in town now.
They are?
Yeah, I've talked to some of his friends who saw it.
Fuck, they should have stopped by. Sully stops by when he's doing solo stuff. Let me hear the new Godsmack song. We go way back with these guys. 15 years at least, right?
Ooh.
Something like that.
Well, from the time you threw their cassette out the window of your truck.
Well, it happens. 97, we probably met him. So 17 years ago, we know Sully 17 years.
Yeah.
Let me hear a little Godsmack. It's tough to put out a rock song these days.
Certainly
It's really tough. What is it called?
1,000 HP.
No?
Sounds like Godsmack. Not changing the formula. Good for those boys. Yeah.
Time to rewind back
Oh, it's one of those. Oh my God, it's absolutely. Oh, man. Dude, could you pause it? I gotta say,
his voice sounds amazing, though.
Yeah,
I have to say that,
dude. This is exactly like the songs Jimmy writes about bands that.
But did
were
they break up
popular
and get back?
Not
yeah,
really.
well, you went solo.
Dude, this is
takes time to do a little solo
This
thing.
is We're Back.
This is We're Back.
I don't think
and
they've-
Better Than Ever, We're Back.
I don't think they officially ever broke up. I think, Sully.
But they've been
had other
gone. It's been a while
opportunities
since they
did.
put out a song.
Did you hear what he says?
What?
He says,
So wind it back to 1995.
Wind it back. The bars we played in Boston. This is all. It's the douchey stuff.
Give it a chance, please.
Just play a song.
Go ahead.
Don't wax fantastic about 95.
Go ahead.
Little lead. Let's see if he continues on that.
Like the beginning of Bad Religion. A little bit.
Taking state by state by country overnight. Living in a shell, enduring every fight. Seeing millions of people rage when we take our stage. Everybody scream. Turn that shit up louder. Make it all go faster.
Obey your master. Oh.
It's a lot of horses.
Yes, Chip. It's a lot of horses. Oh, this part.
Turn it up. One more time. Get it up. Feel alive. Turn it up. One more time. Get it up. Feel alive.
I like it.
I do too, a lot.
They're basically telling the world they're not done just yet.
Well, that's what I got
All right.
from that.
Do you understand what's going on here?
I heard, yes.
Let's bring it back to 95 and let's not forget.
I heard,
Let's not
they're
forget
saying,
what we've
look,
been through.
We're back, and we're better than ever. We're back together
They're not
forever. We're
necessar-
back. We're back.
They're not necessarily saying they're back.
No?
No. I think maybe there's some chatter around with people thinking that they might be done. And Sully's here to say, hell nah.
Literally.
I absolutely don't like the beginning of the song at all. But now it's cool. I don't think they had to do that whole 95 thing.
They certainly
Oh,
did.
the Bars of Boston and all that. Yeah, I didn't like that part at all. But then it kicks in and it's good. I like the rest of it.
Yeah.
It'll get used for a video game commercial or WWE pay-per-view.
Sully sounds great. 17, 18 years later. Holy fuck. Sounds great.
His voice sounds good.
Well produced. Everyone's in their position, playing their instruments.
Yeah, it's just a little hokey.
A little hokey?
Yeah, the beginning. 95.
Both verses.
Back in Boston, playing the club.
I'm talking about, being a hit overnight.
Because of Rocco.
Yeah, instead of us.
Rocco didn't throw the tape out the window.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
That is a true story.
We got so many tapes. What are we going to do?
I don't know.
Listen to every one?
It's hard, man. People hand you their stuff, and I feel bad. I'm like, what am I going to do with this?
Terrible.
Jesus.
99.9% of it's shit.
I threw it out the window over a bridge just to make my friend laugh. That's all. It had nothing to even do with Sully. Because whatever. Why am I trying to spin this? Because I've always been a really big Godsmack fan. I always liked those guys a lot, but it was about making my friend laugh.
It was their
and I even thought to myself, there's got to be other copies of this around.
It was their demo tape. Godsmack's demo.
He had a few. He burned a few.
Oh, boy.
He didn't just burn one for us.
You know, Rocco listened to it, was like, dude, these guys rock. I'm going to play them on my show. And he gets the breaking Godsmack story.
Yeah, Sully has credited Rocco many times.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Could have that little credit. Oh, well.
What are you going to do?
Yeah.
We did show him shit videos, though, so we have our own history with him.
True.
German shit videos.
Yeah, before you could get him anywhere, really.
Right. He was amazed.
Now they're a dime a dozen.
You had to buy a fishbowl and make them yourself. When I was your age, I had to get your mother to shit on a fishbowl if I wanted to see a log coming out. You kids have it easy.
A fishbowl?
Yeah.
All right.
You break the fishbowl
nice.
with a mallet and you put your head in there, and then mother shits on it.
Mother. There's been a lot of hate in the last half hour, so let's organize this shit. Willie Nelson.
Yeah.
Thumbs up or down?
I'm going to thumbs down.
Still hating him?
Yep, I'm hating.
Psy and the Snoop Dogg.
That is a
hangover.
Towering, steaming lump of shite.
Stinks.
Seth Rogen and Snoop doing the Game of Thrones.
That was funny.
Okay.
That was funny.
Enjoyable.
And then finally Godsmack.
I liked the music. I liked Sully's voice. I liked the band. The vocals in that first verse were too hokey.
I think it throws you off. But I think the rest of the song is pretty cool.
The rest of the song is kind of cool.
I swear, that's my real review. Oh, boy, the consumer. Sorry, the consumer.
Oh,
I
hashtag
apologize,
the consumer.
to the consumer.
Yeah.
Dare I do a review?
Yeah, that's his bit.
Right.
Yes. Why don't you buy yourself a nice bag of fetid toenails and enjoy them?
I was ready to be with you on the Godsmack thing after that first.
I know, that first
and then I'm
verse.
like, you know what? No, man, this is all right.
It rocked.
That first part I just didn't like.
Like it was 1995.
Maybe they could re-edit it just because we say so.
E-Rock?
Didn't the new Godsmack kind of sound like when Pendulum was redone? It's sort of that, like,
well,
with
it's
the
that
synthetic
sound.
and that fake grunge rock.
Yeah, but the Pendulum guy was going for the...
It's that sound,
He
yeah.
was going for that sound.
Yeah.
Right, he was going for the kind of Godsmack thing.
Which was, it's just tough to be a rock band these days.
Especially if you were around in the 90s.
Tough. But I'm sure Godsmack still sells a lot of tickets.
They're classic fucking rock, man. Like fucking 90s is classic rock. 80s is oldies. Fucking oldies.
Crazy.
I don't even know what the 70s are.
They're almost hip again. 70s came back around.
Yeah.
70s styles and all that shit now. It usually takes, 35, 40 years. Then the generation grows up and their kids are like, wow, that was kind of cool.
Yeah.
It's like rockabilly.
Dig through their parents' shit and find something and think it's cool.
Do you like rockabilly?
Hate it.
I never liked rockabilly.
Me neither.
I mean, a couple Stray Cats songs were kind of all right as pop songs, but I don't like that style at all.
Won't be rocking this town.
No.
I was talking to the lead singer of Gollum yesterday, who was featured in the Louis C.K. episode last night, which I still haven't seen. The band. I don't know how they did, but she's excited because she got the big Louis C.K. show. It's this like kind of Yiddish type of music.
Oh, right. Yes.
With fucking accordions and all sorts of stuff. They're really talented. A local band called Gollum. Or Golem. How do you say their name? Whatever. Gollum.
I don't know.
Golem, maybe. And I was talking to her yesterday because I just know her, whatever. And our kids kind of might be going to the same school.
Oh, I see.
And she's excited, but she's like, no one buys CDs anymore or even downloads them for money anymore because of Spotify.
How the fuck did the Spotify happen? How did the managers allow that to happen?
And what is Spotify? I mean, I know what Spotify is, but how much do you pay? You pay like $10 and you could just listen to whatever the fuck you want, right?
Well, you can get it for free and you can listen with ads.
Right.
Or you pay $10 a month and you listen to whatever you want. It's streaming, but you can also download within the app.
They must pay royalties to.
She says,
but it's dirt cheap.
It's like not even pennies on the dollar. It's like
there was a band.
It's like fractions of pennies on the dollar.
There was a band that figured out how to make money off of it, though.
Yeah.
They put out an album on Spotify that had no music on it. And then they got all their fans to listen to it while they were asleep. So all of their fans listen to it for 8 hours, and you get paid per stream, and it goes in a cycle. So they had thousands of people do this, and it was on, and so Spotify had to pay them however many $1,000.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Yeah, but don't they, like, Bette Midler had so many plays and that they gave her some shit check. Like, they pay nothing.
Right.
Oh.
The artists get fucked on that.
And then I was talking to some other people, and like, if you're 30 even, you don't even understand what a disc jockey is, or like listening to a radio station. You have no real concept. You know it happened, but you don't have any personal experience because, anyone from 30 and younger, they were downloading all their own music and basically making their own, like, radio station. They can't be bothered to sit through nonsense to maybe hear their favorite song. They can't be bothered to actually listen to a DJ talking between songs. They don't understand that world at all.
Yeah, Napster started early in high school. So then once Napster started, and then CD burners came out right after that.
So 30, I mean, definitely like 30, no, not 30, so you go the other way. So like
25.
late 20s, 25 and to the late 20s, those people have no concept of just listening to your favorite radio station and having loyalty to that and having loyalty to an actual music show.
Don't need any of that shit.
Of course, the world has changed.
Yeah.
And Spotify is really fucking it up for these artists.
Well, it's not about album sales anymore. It's about getting popular and getting your ass out on the road and fucking touring, making money that way.
She's not one of those. She's got a family.
Well, sorry.
This is her experience. She's, she's got a family in New York City. She goes, how we make money? She was featured on Louis' show last night.
Yeah.
And they do tour to, like, Mexico and other places. They've been to, like, Paris and a few other joints. And they're a wedding band.
Oh, yeah.
They're a wedding band. She goes, that's how we make our money. We
from.
go out every weekend as a wedding band. And they're way... No offense to wedding bands. Shit, you can't say anything on the show. Look, I already stopped myself. No offense to wedding bands, but they are in a different... They're on a different, I'll just say, trip than the average wedding band.
Yeah.
They're very original with their shit. So I thought it was fascinating because I was excited for it. I'm like, hey man, this will lead to some downloads for you, some nice pocket money. She goes, not at all. People just do not download, music anymore. Certainly, they're not really paying for it, or if they are, it's like nothing.
Yeah, you got to go on the road and you got to get endorsements.
Right.
That's it. That's what it's all about.
So.
It's a whole nother ball game.
Get some fancy stickers and shirts.
Stickers, shirts, you fucking shit, you goddamn tour.
Right.
You get on the road.
Right.
On the road again. Oh, boy. And the laptop goes.
Oh, you just called it.
That's it.
Good for you.
I like the Willie Nelson. That's too bad. Maybe next time.
Yeah.
Maybe next time.
That's a shame.
That's a bit of a shame. What are you going to do?
He's tired.
Well, he's 81. Jesus.
We're all tired.
Exactly. He's 81 tired.
Yeah, that's a different type of tired.
81 tired.
81 tired's really bad.
And I certainly do enough of it. I could bitch about being tired, but 81 tired is a whole different game. That's like waiting till you wait till noon until you can feel your feet or something. It just takes forever.
That
to
must
get
be
going.
like the worst case you've ever had of when you're driving and you're falling asleep at the wheel.
Sure.
But just being like that all the time.
81 tired. I think you might get 2 good hours a day where you're like, you know what, I feel pretty good.
I'm feeling pretty, full of vim and vigor.
And then it slowly goes downhill the rest of the day.
Yeah. You're like, I was feeling good for a second.
All right, what do we got to wrap up here?
I have to plug.
Jimmy.
Florida. I'm back on the road now. Florida.
On the road again?
Yeah, West Palm Beach. July 10th through 12th. Go to palmbeachimprov.com for tickets. And then San Francisco. Finally return to San Francisco. August 7th through 9.
Finally.
Cobb's goes on sale today. And then, of course, Montreal, July 26th at midnight at the Gisu Theater. And there's other shows. I'm going out to Columbus. I'm doing Addison. But none of those are on sale yet, so I'll announce them when they go on sale.
All right.
Yeah.
Can't wait.
Nice to be out
like
doing
to see
gigs.
Jimmy.
Yeah. I have a new hour.
Ooh.
It's a new hour of material.
Nice.
I want to see it.
Yeah. It's all about foot injuries.
Nice.
Oh my God.
That's untouched comedy right there.
It sure is. Yes. It's 45 minutes in, I go, now it's time to talk about the breaking of the little toe. People go crazy.
Oh, yeah, they go
nuts
wild.
for it, right? And we'll see you guys tomorrow.
The Opie and Anthony Show is drawn to a close. Stay tuned to reflect, relive, and get the story behind the story of the finest moments of today's show. Sam Roberts' Opie and Anthony post-show begins in moments.
The U.S. Open is on Sirius XM PGA Tour Radio. In the second round, 2010 PGA champion Martin Keimer shot his second straight 65 to take a commanding lead into the weekend.
32 feet away, should break right to left. Starts the ball out to the right, turn it hard to the left and in. Wow, Martin Keimer.
Live third round coverage of the U.S. Open begins today at 2 p.m. Eastern on Sirius 208 and XM 93.
The Opie and Anthony channel. All Opie, all Anthony, all the time. 24/7. It's real puking.
He's okay. He's all right, Ed. He's all right.
It's real politics.
They're using the 10th Amendment as a way to say that the states can do that. I'm looking at it saying that they can't.
Only here on Sirius XM. The Opie and Anthony channel. All Opie, all Anthony, all the time. It's real.
I'm an American businessman, not the kind that wears shiny shoes and a suit and sits in some office. My office is my 18-wheeler. The company I'm leased to tells me what to haul and when to deliver, but they don't pay my truck insurance. They're nice guys and all, but they're running a business too. And the way I run mine means I'm insured by First Guard. I drive my own truck and I buy my own insurance direct from First Guard. No one else has taken a cut or added a markup. That's how First Guard saves me almost 25% on physical damage and non-trucking liability insurance. And that's why leased owner-operators like us belong with First Guard. Call 866-FAST-234 to get a quote. You could save up to 25%. 866-FAST-234. Available in most states. Restrictions apply. First Guard. 866-FAST-234. 866-FAST-234.
The car you drive probably has an automatic transmission and automatic windows, right? Much easier than shifting manually and cranking your windows, isn't it? Well, what about your computer files at home and at work? Are they backed up automatically or manually? Make sure you're using the latest technology to protect your files. Get Carbonite and your files will be backed up to the cloud for you, automatically and continually. More than 1.5 million customers, including over 50,000 small businesses, trust Carbonite to protect their files on their computers, servers, and external drives. Find out how easy and affordable it is to back up your files at work and at home. Start a free trial today at Carbonite.com with no credit card required. Imagine that. It really is a free trial. Use offer code RADIO at Carbonite.com and you'll get 2 free bonus months if you decide to buy. That's Carbonite.com. And the offer code for 2 free bonus months is RADIO. Carbonite.com. Offer code RADIO.
Did you know that a Nobel Prize was awarded for a medical discovery that improves your sexual performance? It's true. Nitric oxide was discovered to improve your sexual performance. It also miraculously improves your heart health, blood pressure, energy levels, your immune system, diabetes, arthritis pain, even your memory and mood. That's why millions of men and women have begun taking nitric oxide boosters as daily supplements. And right now, we're releasing free bottles of Peak Nitric Oxide so you can discover the benefits for yourself. Be one of the first 100 callers at 1-800-939-5768. After extensive research and clinical tests, nitric oxide has been described as the miracle molecule of the 21st century. Taken once a day, you'll not only begin feeling years younger, but we'll also send you free test strips to prove it works. Discover how to get your free bottle of Peak Nitric Oxide and free test strips at 1-800-939-5768. Be one of the first 100 callers. 1-800-939-5768.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Hi, I'm Juan. I've been driving commercial big rigs for years. If you're a trucker like me, you need to know about deadlines for California's air quality regulations. Check the status of your commercial truck and bring it into compliance.
If you operate in California, your truck must meet new air quality regulations. Find out how to comply. Don't risk losing that next job or incurring steep fines.
There are no extensions.
Visit the Air Resources Board website at arb.ca.gov/truckstop or call toll-free 866-6-DIESEL. That's 866-634-3735. Information available in Spanish.
Coming up this week on At the Movies with Norton and Voss, the guys review the latest Liam Neeson thriller, Taken 2.
It was awful.
It was great.
It stunk.
It was fucking great how he just beat everybody up. I loved it.
Yeah, it was predictable garbage.
Don't be scared of him. You loved it.
It was terrible. It was a terrible movie. I love Liam Neeson. I think he's amazing. Her big, Dad, stepdad have pony. And then at the end, he brings the fucking big singer. I saved her life. Oh, it was fucking horrendous.
It was good action, though. I mean, it was
the action was good, yes. But so what?
That's all coming up on the next At the Movies with Norton and Voss.
The half hour is back.
That is a fact.
Sirius XM's Comedy Central Radio presents The Half Hour. Two of today's hottest comics back to back for a full hour of comedy.
The hardest thing to do at a community college is cheat on a test. I was like, what'd you get for number 3? The guy's like, true. What'd you get? I go, Finland. Wow.
And listen to encore episodes on the Friday Drive Home the following week, hosted by the comedians themselves.
This is Michael Shea, and you're listening to my half hour special.
The third season of The Half Hour, Friday at midnight on Comedy Central Radio, Sirius XM 95, or listen on the Sirius XM app.
Millions of people are suffering from constipation and hemorrhoids. Are you one of them? Hello, I'm Dr. Roger Sidaway, and as a gastroenterologist, I've been telling my patients for years that in order to keep things moving, you need to eat fiber, drink plenty of water, and exercise. Now I tell my patients to elevate their knees above their waist with the Squatty Potty footstool when they go. Here's why. Anatomically, humans were designed to squat, but then we started sitting, and sitting brought on problems like constipation and hemorrhoids. So the real problem is how we sit. That's why I recommend the Squatty Potty. The Squatty Potty is so simple because it helps you elevate your knees while enjoying the comfort of your own toilet. Plus, the Squatty Potty is for everyone, not only those with problems. I recommend it for the entire family. In fact, my family uses it.
Just in time for summer, buy 2 and get free delivery, plus use code OPIE, and receive a free bottle of Sweet Lou Deodorizer, a $10 value. Go to squattypotty.com. That's SQUATTYPOTTY.com. squattypotty.com.
I was stuck in a boring office job for years. Long hours, low pay, and very low job satisfaction. Then I heard about Drama Kids International, an exciting after-school business I manage out of my very own home office. Drama Kids began in Australia and has quickly grown to become the world's largest after-school drama program, now being taught in over 25 countries. The Drama Kids unique program teaches children and teens how to deliver great presentations and interviews, as well as how to think quickly and creatively. Entrepreneur Magazine just listed Drama Kids as one of the best franchise investments for under $50,000. Now I'm available for my family. Summers and weekends are a dream come true.
To learn more about owning a unique and rewarding Drama Kids franchise, visit dramakids.com or call 720-557-1769. That's 720-557-1769. New owner classes begin in July. Join us today. dramakids.com.
Calling all makeup lovers. Bare Minerals just won its 9th Glammy Award for Best Prestige Foundation. And to celebrate, we're offering risk-free trials of Bare Minerals makeup to all women nationwide. That's right. Every woman who calls right now can get a full-size risk-free trial of Bare Minerals makeup, plus a free 5-piece makeup set. For yours, call 1-800-506-3981. This is an exclusive radio-only offer you don't want to miss. Bare Minerals Foundation gives you flawlessly beautiful coverage with a no-makeup feel. And it's clinically proven to promote clearer, healthier-looking skin. No wonder it's won 9 Glammys in a row, and now you can try Bare Minerals makeup for yourself. Call now to find out how you can participate in our nationwide risk-free trial and join the millions who've already tried Bare Minerals makeup and fallen in love with their skin again. Plus, we'll send you a free 5-piece makeup set, our gift to you. Hurry, don't miss this exclusive radio-only offer. 1-800-506-3981. 1-800-506-3981.
The right way to do things. For us at WeatherTech, it's the only way to do things. I'm David McNeil, founder of WeatherTech. We wanted to manufacture the highest quality, most advanced vehicle floor protection in the world. We also wanted to do our part in helping our neighbors, helping the economy, and protecting the planet we all share. That's why we chose to build our factories right here in America. Learn more at WeatherTech.com or call 1-800-CarMats. WeatherTech Floor Liners. Complete protection, completely American-made.
Expand your consciousness and dive deep into the world of Joe Rogan. You're listening to the Opie and Anthony channel on Sirius XM. The Joe Rogan Experience begins now.
Buckle up, bitches. Here we go. Googly moogly, Tony Hinchcliffe.
Yeah.
Good googly moogly, fresh back from Indiana, letting those Middle America people know what the fuck is up.
Mm-hmm.
Middle America is a lot like Middle Earth in some ways, you know? You know Middle Earth, like where the hobbits lived, the good folk?
Yeah.
Wasn't Middle Earth like the cool people? That's where the hobbits were?
I don't know about that. But I do know that Indianapolis, I learned something this weekend about Indianapolis, and that's that it's like the south of the Midwest. You know,
they're very southern in a lot of ways.
Yeah, but it's amazing, though, because it's pretty much straight west of Columbus, but they're like, and they were laughing about it, so I'm not insulting them, but they're a lot more like than the cities around them. Like, you just go a few miles down the road, and all of a sudden it's all about racing, and it's all about guns, and a lot of camo shorts I saw, because it's starting to be summer there, so.
Yeah, there's a lot of country music lovers there.
Yeah.
It's like Kentucky. Like, you'd never think that Kentucky is right next to Cincinnati.
Yeah.
You know, like, you think of Cincinnati, you think of, like, Cincinnati WKRP, remember that show? With Lonnie Anderson? You think of Cincinnati as like a city.
Yeah.
And you think of Kentucky as, oh, man, what's going on down there? A lot of banjo picking and moonshine making, barbecue, and woohoo! Mm-hmm. You don't think it's right next to Cincinnati. Like, the Cincinnati airport's in Kentucky.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, you land in Kentucky. They call it the Cincinnati airport because they're ashamed they're in Kentucky. That's so sad. And I'm like, you know, Kentucky people, Kentucky's awesome. Louisville's awesome. You know, Kentucky Fried Chicken. All right, you guys are known for bourbon. Like, you guys make some great shit. Kentucky's where Corvettes are made. They make all their Corvettes in Kentucky. Like Jeremy Clarkson, the guy from Top Gear, was driving this Corvette, and he like yelled out, like, while I was driving it, "Well done, fat man from Kentucky! You have created a masterpiece!"
I thought you were going to say he was going to yell out the N-word or something.
No. He did that later. That poor bastard. God, people have hubris, man. They think they can say things like that.
I read something cool about Kentucky Fried Chicken. Since you brought it up, I'm going to say it. It's, the colonel, like whoever the actual KFC guy was, his protege, or like the person who he trained underneath him, his favorite guy coming up the ranks of like fast food, helped him out a lot, like made some major decisions, was the guy that told him put the chicken in a bucket instead of a box. This guy was Dave Thomas, who then went on to make all the Wendy's.
Whoa! Powerful fast food conspiracy theory by Tony Hinchcliffe.
It's not a conspiracy theory. It's a
This
fact.
is like some shit that your friends told you when you were in high school. It turned out to be totally false, but you repeated it forever. Nabisco is owned by the same people who make missiles. They're trying to kill you one way or another, bro. It's either with cupcakes or with missiles.
Well, it is the same company that makes cigarettes. Nabisco is R.J. Reynolds, and RJR Nabisco, RJR is R.J. Reynolds.
Impossible. The people feeding you Twinkies would not hate you and want you dead. Is that Nabisco? Were they Twinkies? Did Nabisco have Twinkies?
No.
Who had Twinkies?
Hostess.
Hostess. It's not the same?
But it could be under the same.
I'm so dumb.
Nabisco owns
I'm so
a lot
dumb,
of
it's
stuff.
painful. But Nabisco is known as being like, you know, if you think of like snacks, right? You think of like something that's yummy but not necessarily good for you.
I picture the Nilla wafers. Remember those?
Yeah. What did they have that's like real bullshit, Nabisco?
Nabisco.
They have some good chocolate chip cookies.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Nabisco has some good goddamn
They got
chocolate
the
chip cookies.
Keebler elves on their side, I do believe.
Check this out. Dave Thomas and Colonel Sanders they both won first place they tied for who could best fry chicken.
Wow, Dave Thomas's chicken. Why doesn't Dave Thomas just sell? I mean, he's dead now, but when he was alive, why didn't he sell chicken at Wendy's?
He did. There was a test market. Well, they do sell chicken at Wendy's, but there was a test
chicken sandwiches. They don't.
Yeah.
You can't get like a bucket of chicken.
There was a test market company that Wendy's started that I only think stayed in Columbus or at least Ohio called Sister's Chicken. I don't know if you think that was outside.
Yeah, I remember that.
And they actually were way better than Kentucky Fried Chicken. They had these little chicken littles, and oh man, it was
chicken littles like a nugget.
It was like White Castles but with chicken.
Oh shit!
Just little baby
Dave
chicken
Thomas
sandwiches.
is like the Steve Jobs of fast food.
Well, hey, he figured out a lot of shit with Wendy's.
Yeah.
Like, he really did. Like, one of the things was that the food is never frozen. Like, if you get a steak or a hamburger patty, if you get a hamburger patty from any other place, it's usually frozen. And they just sort of, like, if you look at some of them, they don't even look like meat. Like, White Castle, it doesn't even look like meat.
Right.
It's so confusing. You're looking at what a White Castle burger is, it's delicious, but you're like, what the fuck am I eating? But if you look at Wendy's, like, they get their patties, their big thick patties, and they get them, and they don't ever freeze them. They just throw them right onto the grill, which has got to be better, right?
Yeah.
The less you can freeze shit, you got to think like when you're eating things, you're kind of taking in like live cultures. Like if you eat yogurt, you take in live bacteria, and when you eat like anything, whether it's any kind of foods sort of have like some sort of bacteria or fungus on it, just a slight amount. And so when you're taking them in, you're taking in like living things. Whenever you just totally freeze the fuck out of living things, it's never good.
Right.
It just can't be good. There's something's got to be missing there. I'm no scientist, but I think when you freeze it till it's like it literally doesn't rot, like it's not supposed to happen. That's supposed to be fucked.
Yeah.
Like if you have crops and your crops freeze, you're supposed to be fucked. That's what it's supposed to be. It's not supposed to be freeze shit and you're eating like frozen peas. Like what is even in those things? That shit ain't a regular pea.
That's got to cause something, right? When that stuff gets frozen on the surface of a thing.
I would like to see a scientific analysis. Maybe I'm totally wrong, but I would, from my woo-woo factor, how I would describe it, I would say you're losing the essence of the life form of the plant. Once you freeze it and kill it, everything's dead. Like, that's the reason why it's not rotting, is all that bacteria that would normally break down anything that you leave out and it starts to decay. That's all on the surface of that anyway, right? I mean, it just takes time to rot. That's what it is.
It thaws out, you have some dead bacteria instead of live bacteria on the surface of your thing.
Yeah, that's got to be part of it. I mean, that is what, like, taking live cultures is all about. Like, everybody wants to eat probiotic stuff. Like, probiotic. I have some probiotic sauerkraut, man. It was amazing. What does probiotic mean? It means it's rotting. Like, probiotic sauerkraut it's almost like carbonated. You ever have that stuff? It's like fermented.
Oh, I've had it, yeah.
It's really good.
I love it.
It's delicious. And it's super good for you. It's like a lot of people don't know, like raw sauerkraut is fucking really good for you.
Oh, yeah.
It's got a live thing you're taking into your body. And that live culture is very good for fighting off diseases and for balancing your stomach. And there's a lot of people, like they're connecting it with autism in a lot of ways, because a lot of people with autism also have bowel issues and gut issues. And they think that it could possibly be connected to like a wrong balance of bacteria in your body, an imbalance, which is fascinating, man.
Yeah, sauerkraut's one of the few things that is good for you and completely delicious at the same time.
How crazy is that? Like, it makes a hot dog 50% better.
Oh, yeah.
Easily.
Sausage, you could put it...
Oh, Jesus, Tony, you're making me so hungry.
Sauerkraut's one of those foods where you can, like, smell it and picture it right in front of you.
With a good, like, brown, seedy mustard. Oh, Jesus. Whoever figured that out? Like, all the other vegetables must be so jealous.
Yeah.
They don't get to be on hot dogs. You get, like, pickles. It's like cucumbers and sauerkraut. Those are the happy ones.
Yeah.
Lettuce and tomatoes kind of bullshit on my cheeseburger.
Yeah, totally.
The fuck is that thing?
All those cool vegetables hate on the lettuce and tomatoes.
Why should lettuce and tomato be allowed to be on a cheeseburger? Like, let's pretend this is healthy.
So true. Lettuce is less than nothing.
Yeah.
What's the difference between a bratwurst and a sausage?
That's a good question. Maybe it's a name. It must be the preparation, right?
In Ohio, bratwursts were everywhere. Like, there was restaurants that specialized in bratwursts. Here, I'm always looking for a bratwurst, and I can only find sausages or hot dogs.
There's got to be a place. I know you can get them at the store.
think bratwurst might be a little bit of a smokier flavor. That's my guess going into it. I have no idea.
Let's talk sausage, guys.
Well, we're talking
sausage
we're talking
fest.
ravens and sausages. Okay. The same difference is between a square and a rectangle. What?
You just broke the
a bratwurst. A bratwurst. Okay, this is the weirdest example ever. The guy said a square is a rectangle, but a rectangle is not a square. Oh, I see. So is a bratwurst a sausage, but any sausage is not a bratwurst? Bratwurst are pork sausage with a medium grind spiced mainly with pepper. Sausage is any ground meat in casing. So it seems like it's a sausage. It's just a different type of sausage. That's all it is. I mean, it's a pork sausage. You can call it a bratwurst all you want. That's a creepy word, too.
It's German.
What is that? Yeah.
German.
Bratwurst.
Bring that bratwurst over here.
What do you think caused certain parts of the world to develop that sound? Like that. Like when you get like weird sounds, bratwurst.
Yeah.
Weird fucking language sounds. Those sounds that people in that region made, like what got them to do that?
And you know what's crazy is like they think the opposite of us. Like, oh, I'm an American. I enunciate my, you know what I mean? Like that's what's crazy is we look at them like they're weird, and they imagine how weird we sound. Like if you think of what they sound like and what we sound like, their perspective must be like, it must sound like we're like singing things because it's so pure.
Well, we're a fascinating example for the rest of the world because if you look at all the other English languages in the world, they all are pretty similar. Australian and New Zealand, I mean, they've got a good day. You know, they got a little bit of a difference, but it still sounds like an English accent. It's like an altered English accent. Whereas we got over here and went, nah, not so much. No, we're going to say it our way, fuckface. And we're going to make more bombs, and we're going to make it how everybody talks. Your way's weird now.
Yeah, you're going to have to learn our way.
Yeah, the English language is quite weird. If you're somewhere and you're talking to a man, he's still talking like this, you're like, sir, I'm having a hard time understanding you right now. That's not English. This is English, fucker.
Yeah.
Hear that? Nice and clean. No fucking word slurring into the next word like word soup. You're on a goddamn word food train.
We're perfect over here in America.
We know how to rock it. We fucking took your language and minced it. We made it better. We minced your language, bitch.
Who's our shooter of the day? I haven't heard yet today.
I don't know. I hope they catch him. Fucker, man. It's getting ugly, dude.
That North Hollywood shit was crazy.
So did that dude, the North Hollywood thing, for folks who don't know, there was a man on a roof, and I saw it from Eliza Schlesinger's Twitter. Eliza Schlesinger was torturing her ex-boyfriend on Twitter. She dated a guy, Schlesinger, that made up a complete, total history. He said his mom was dying, his mom was fine, there's nothing wrong with his mom. He said he went to Yale, he never went to Yale. He said he was starting up all these businesses, the guy was like $100,000 in debt, like he was like living with roommates, like he totally fabricated this super successful...
Eliza Schlesinger got Sarah-Tiana'd?
She got Sarah-Tiana'd.
Catfish. Catfight.
She got Sarah-Tiana'd hardcore, but she was going off on her Twitter. And then I saw something about shoot the guy on the roof, and I'm like, what guy on the roof? Like, you know, she was saying, kill that fucking guy. She's so crazy. So and then I went and then I started looking up stories. What exactly is the full...
Well, what pretty much happened is it started off as a police chase, and then it went on like, it was one of those ones that just went on every single highway. And the guy finally got out in North Hollywood, and he just got out of his car, and when he was driving, he was holding out a big rifle, automated rifle, just like hanging out the window. And so he pulls his car over in North Hollywood, and he gets out of his car, and he pulls out this huge gun, and he just starts walking down North Hollywood with this gun. And then he gets on top of a roof of a house. And then at that time, that's when I tuned in, because I saw Eliza's tweet also. And then I thought he was just going to shoot himself, but he just, for about 20 minutes, he was on top of a roof with a gun. And then he comes down off the roof, and he breaks into this house. Luckily, there was nobody home. And he just sat in the house for about 4 hours. That's when, the movie, the real life just completely became boring. Like, there was the news for like 3 hours or whatever long it was just repeating the same thing over and over for 3 hours. finally they got the SWAT team all around the house, and they shot in a bunch of containers of smoke or whatever,
tear gas,
and the guy just walks out. But what was the coolest thing is that the 2 police dogs just came running up to him, sniffed his leg, and then sat down right next to him, just like, hey, we're waiting for a whistle before we just chew your dick apart, and the guy just surrendered. So it was a really crazy beginning part of the movie or thing, and then it just sucked at the end.
Well, it seems like 4 hours. The problem with we have a short attention span. We want all these live altercations to go down as if they're a 90-minute movie that we can pay attention to.
Yeah, but I mean, just yesterday there was somebody in Vegas. I don't know if you saw the Walmart incident that happened the day before in. Do
you think
Vegas.
this is copycat shit?
I think something's going on, man. Because I was talking about it 4 days ago, like how we've been having a shooter every day. There was that guy in Canada that I don't even know if they ever caught in Canada. The guy that had 3 guns and he was going through neighborhoods shooting cops and stuff.
Yeah, he was shooting those guys who look like Bullwinkle's buddy.
Yeah.
They dress like Bullwinkle's pal, the Canadian Royal Mounties.
Yeah.
It's a horrible story. He shot 3 of them up there, and I met someone who knew that guy. I can't remember the exact thing, but they weren't surprised.
It seems like it is kind of like a weird copycat thing now, because I mean we've been having it ever since the Santa Barbara douchebag.
Well, there's a lot of people out there that are probably on the edge, and it just takes one thing like that to push them.
Yeah, the school things with these I saw part of that kid's video where he's like, I'm gonna hit them all, and it's like
terrifying.
He was talking like he was doing something much bigger than shooting a few people. He was saying things like, oh, you're all going to, I'm gonna show America or the world. Like, he's talking on such a grand scale, and I think that they really think that it's even bigger than it is, and that they're like a hero or something. Like, they're going to be remembered for that.
Well, they know that that's the thing that people are most afraid of. So you can cause that thing to happen, you become famous. I mean, it's that simple. And they equate in their head being famous in that way as having an impact. And, obviously the guy had a huge impact with all the people's families that he killed. That guy just drove around. He killed his 3 roommates. What was fascinating was that became this women's rights sort of hashtag. Yes, all women, or I wouldn't say women rights, like awareness of violence that women face. And I gotta admit, it makes you think about it in a different way. That hashtag is a great hashtag. Yes, all women, because not all men have to worry about the things that women have to worry about. Like, you don't have to worry about being raped by chicks. You don't have to worry about, like women beating you up or women stealing things from you or women trying to rape you. You don't have to worry about it. But women have to worry about it for men. Like, it's a whole different world they live in. It's hard to think about when you live in your world. Your world's pretty easy. You're super twink. You can
Well, yeah, I was
gonna
say I'm about 130 pounds, so I'm pretty sure I can be raped at any given point. So I know a little. The hashtag should be yes, all women and Tony Hinchcliffe.
I know what it's like to be a woman. Do you remember when someone said that from The Who? Pete Townsend said that. Said he knows what it's like to be a woman.
Oh, what?
Because he's been a woman.
Really?
Yeah, it was some crazy claim or some crazy statement about, having had bisexual experiences.
Pete Townsend's one of those guys. Like, if you do a little research, he has some crazy stuff about him, but he can get away with anything because he's the lead guitarist from The Who, and he does that windmill thing, and, when you're that cool, you could be crazy, but he has, some crazy history.
He got investigated for child pornography.
Yeah.
And he said that he was doing it for some sort of a research project or something like that. He was researching child pornography, so in doing so, he's searching for it. Yeah, I don't remember what the project was that he was involved with, that he was saying he was involved with, but that's kind of fucked.
There's one woman that could beat up. You were talking about there's no, guys can't get raped by women and stuff like that. Did you see that woman that beat up that little 17-year-old kid and he filmed the whole thing on the Connecticut beach? There's chicks like that out there.
He filmed it while she was beating him up?
Yeah, there's this woman in Connecticut. He was flying with those little toy drones on the beach, and it has little cameras in it. And she thought, a crazy woman, oh, he's recording us, it's illegal or something to do that. And she started, calling the police, and he started filming it on his iPhone, what she was doing. And right when she got off the phone with the police, she's like, you better get here. I got him right now. He gets off the phone and just starts beating this kid up. and he's filming the whole thing like that. After I saw this video, I actually had to go in the other room and just sit down because my heart was racing so hard. I just wanted to kill somebody after watching. Would you like to look at it? It's really.
You fucking.
I'm mad about it. This woman, like, I want to find this woman. I want to find this woman. This is going to drive you crazy.
Okay, let's see it.
Okay, check this.
I love this.
It's just making me mad.
You had to go sit in another room because your heart was beating.
Yes. You're gonna be okay, buddy. Just breathe.
Stop.
Andrea Mears, 23, did not appreciate this man flying his drone on the beach.
Stop.
She was under the impression she had an exception of privacy on a
This guy is taking pictures and trying to upload them from a camera. Can you guys get here? At Hammonasset at Middle Beach.
Not realizing this video recording her.
He's taking pictures of people on the beach with a helicopter plane.
Wow.
Yeah, can you guys hurry?
The video kept him from getting arrested because she said that he had assaulted her.
I already talked to them. Just come.
They released him after they showed the video from the iPhone.
Yeah, stop. I'm at Middle Beach.
It's so fucked up.
Get some people here.
Well, right now, all you're seeing is this kid holding on to his equipment, and the woman is confronting him.
He's trying to put his equipment away.
You're assaulting me, you asswipe! Oh.
Whoa. She's like, it's hard to see what's happening here. Yeah, I think this is fake.
No, it's not. The woman was arrested. This is on the news.
What is this guy doing? That's a weird half guard.
What? Yeah, you want to take pictures?
Her hands are ripping into his mouth.
Yeah, she's putting her hands in his mouth. And he's filming it the entire time, like as a selfie.
Smart.
It's hilarious, actually.
You're gonna see how it feels when you come.
Oh my god, this girl's crazy. She had a terrible half guard.
Now let go of me.
If you weren't assaulting me, I wouldn't be touching you.
Well, maybe you shouldn't be taking pictures of people on the beach.
You want to stop assaulting me? Get off of me.
I'm gonna beat your ass, you little motherfucker.
Can someone call the cops? I'm being assaulted. Help!
Wow. He's just totally playing her. He's not really scared.
He's just happy that he's filming all this.
Yeah.
Please get off of me.
That video makes me crazy.
This is photography's not a crime.
Yeah.
That's amazing that he got that.
Why does that make you so mad? To me, it's funny.
Because I've been in situations with psych. Well, yeah. I mean,
what's funny is he wasn't in danger. He was doing this the whole time. He wasn't like he was like making sure he filmed this girl beating the shit out of him.
Right.
Like he didn't even like stop her, defend himself. He wasn't scared.
I've been in domestic violence things before though, and that shit where she could have just said, "Yeah, he attacked me" and stuff like that.
She did,
right? No,
she did say that.
That's
why
I know that whole situation drives me nuts.
Right.
Like to the fact where it makes me want to have a GoPro on me recording all day long.
Yeah. No, yeah.
You get assaulted by chicks all day long. Imagine we got Brian's upload and all day it'd be like chicks punching him, holding him down the parking lot and fucking kicking him in the balls.
Me.
And he just wasn't telling us about these.
Get over me.
He was just keeping all these from us because he didn't want us talking about it on the show. It's like, every day, another one, I'm going to bring it up. No, fucker, they're going to make fun of me. All day is just chicks beating his ass. Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, she's obviously an asshole, but he was like letting her get away with it on purpose.
It is
so that
amazing.
He could film her.
It is amazing. 5-10 years ago, that same thing happens. That 17-year-old who was just flying his plane on a beach ends up going to jail because if a woman does say, "This guy assaulted me," and the cops come there and they see his shirt half ripped as if she was in a defensive position, you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
So, it's amazing.
Yeah, there's no doubt. There's no doubt. Well, she said that he was assaulted, or that he assaulted her, rather. They showed the video, and that's what got him off. So I think that she's obviously a crazy person and would lie, but I think that's normal for people that beat your ass. Like, people that beat your ass like that, like physically beat your ass, they're fucking crazy. They're crazy. Of course they're going to lie. Yeah. They're not telling the truth. They're fucked up.
Oh, yeah.
They're a mess. Like, that's got to be the hardest thing about being a cop. Is like, you're showing up, and two people are beating the fuck out of each other. You got to figure out who did what, and you always got to side with the woman.
Yeah.
You just got to.
O.J. Simpson law is what they nicknamed it.
And the reason why you got to side with the woman is because, like, let's reverse that scenario. if that guy had been beating that girl up, it wouldn't be funny at all.
Right.
But it was funny to me. Well, watching that guy, you're assaulting me! Will you stop assaulting me? While he's selfieing himself? Right. Come on.
Right.
I think that's funny. I would not think it's funny if it was a man doing it to a woman.
Right.
Because I would worry the woman's going to really get hurt. I wasn't worried about him getting hurt there.
Right.
I mean, she wasn't even strong enough to hurt him.
You never know, man. He was only 17, and she was a grown adult.
He was selfieing himself
she
the
could
whole
probably
time.
have raped him if she wanted to.
No, I think that kid is smart that he didn't fight back. He's very smart. That all he did was defend himself. Very smart.
Yeah.
He's a smart kid, obviously. You can't just go around doing that. Like, yeah, you probably shouldn't fucking fly your drone into people's houses and film them. You shouldn't hover over their backyard while they're trying to suntan and film them. I don't know what he was doing. It's a weird thing. This idea that you could put a camera on top of a little like robot and fly it around. Because when we were filming that sci-fi show, we had some dudes that were really good at it. They had like these high-tech drones, and we were fucking around with them and putting on these goggles, and the virtual reality goggles, you put them on and you feel like you're flying like this drone, you're going over the treetops, and I was like, this is going to get real weird, because this isn't super expensive stuff. Like, you're looking at this is like, I mean, I don't know, a couple $1,000 or something like that to get a rig like this. I don't know how many thousand, I'm just guessing, but it didn't look to be like prohibitively expensive. It's not like something that costs $50,000 or something like that. I think you could get it for the price of like some toys that people save up and buy. Like, there's a lot of people that could have a fucking flying robot that films everything.
No, they have it at Fry's for like $30. Like they're
$30.
Yeah, they're really cheap.
Yeah.
No, well,
you know, technology's crazy when that's like in the on the checkout area on your way out. Go grab a drone.
I don't think it's the same level of sophistication that these guys had.
Right.
These guys had, like I said, virtual reality cameras attached to them, and they're pretty sophisticated. But they have a real problem with how long they can stay up in the air. They can't stay up in the air very long. They just can't do it. They just run out of gas and they fall. You could load them up with batteries, but then that batteries is weight and it makes it harder for them to fly. So they need to work around that. I think they can only stay up for like 30 minutes or something like that. I mean, maybe there's some that could do it better, but when you're watching one fly over the treetops and you're wearing one of those goggles, it's a trip, dude. It's a freaky feeling. You're like, wow, this is nuts. This is like what it's like to be an eagle, you know?
Yeah.
Like, if they get that shit really, really good, it's going to be nuts. If they can develop some super clear, like, get something that wraps around your head, right, like this, like your entire field of vision out like this, is all this, this screen. And then figure out some way to film something and not have it make any noise, so you don't hear you somehow or another they can make something that doesn't make noise.
Yeah, these drones, there's a really cool music video, or not music video, but just video of a guy doing a drone over Los Angeles, and he goes like on top of the Capitol Records building. You get to see like the roof and stuff like that. He goes over like the Hollywood Hills parties, like that house that's above the Comedy Store, and there's people having a party up there, and he's just going right over, and people with beach balls. Look, there's Jim Henson's studios. He just flew over. And,
yeah, see, that's kind of weird.
Yeah.
That's kind of weird. Especially like, say, if you have like an ex-boyfriend or an ex-girlfriend, they decide to fucking fly a drone around your house and film you while you're fucking the next person,
Yeah.
Get mad at you. You fucking piece of shit. You didn't even wait a month. You didn't even wait a month. We were almost married. You've got that whore in your bed.
I wasn't expecting you to be watching me with your drone.
My drone just introduced me to the truth that you're a piece of shit. You're fucking deflecting.
When I bought you that drone, I didn't think you were going to be spying on me. I thought you'd trust me.
Like the arguments of the future.
Do you think this has to be used by like perverts and paparazzis nowadays, like just going up in hotels with little cameras and your little drones and stuff? Because look at this. This is like HD. Look at this party that's on top of this hotel. Look, these people are just having a party on this hotel.
That's incredible.
And it's drones flying over. People start noticing the drone and start throwing like beach balls at it and stuff.
They made it in certain places where it's legal to shoot them. In Colorado, there was a town in Colorado that passed some sort of a resolution that allowed you to shoot at drones.
Wow.
That's so
Yeah.
It's going to be like a video game. We're going to be like shooting drones every day.
I know.
Oh, here's Comedy Store. Look, going above the Comedy Store.
They've been there.
Yeah, on top of the...
This Colorado town, apparently they're just considering it. They haven't done it totally as of March 31st. But it's Deer Trail, Colorado. And there's 563 people in the town. They're worried about drones. You should be worried about getting up to 600 people. Your fucking town is tiny as shit. Your town isn't even a small theater. That's ridiculous. How do you guys have your own laws? That seems preposterous. That a town that little, like you're driving through and the law changes, and then you go to the other side and the law's different. Get the fuck out of here. The law's different, and you got 563 people. That's a cult. Okay?
Yeah, it's a
That's a cult. You got a cult. You do not have a town, you fucking weirdos.
They probably just made it legal for witches to even exist. And they're like,
all right, we'll allow witchcraft for now.
But those drones are the devil.
Robot witches.
You can't have robot witches.
Get those flying robot witches out of here on their flying robot broomstick.
Well, there's these two towns in Colorado. One is Greeley, and one is right next to it. God, I can't remember the name of the one next to it. Deer Valley or some shit. Whatever it is. The one next to it embraced weed. Like in a big way, where they're just got fucking dispensaries opening up everywhere and giant warehouses. And right next to it, there's Greeley, Colorado, and they had the CNBC show. And it was hilarious, because they had this guy who's like the sheriff of Greeley who wouldn't allow it. And he was like, you know, I'm telling you, there's been a lot of things associated with marijuana now. Like we're noticing long-term psychiatric issues that are happening. And you listen to this guy talking, he's like some old fucking cowboy.
Right.
Some crazy old cowboy who doesn't realize the war is over.
Yeah.
The guy's like standing there, well, you know, known psychiatric issues. And what about booze, you fuck? What about cigarettes and the beatings you took in the boxing gym? Should all that be illegal? You fucking crazy asshole. Look at these people. They're having a blast right next door. Yeah. Go over to that place. Go check out what they're doing. They're fucking dancing in the street and hugging each other. Everybody's high as fuck. They're making millions.
Yeah.
They're making millions. And you're like, well, you've been known psychological issues due to marijuana. There's no psychological issues due to fucking playing cards, okay? People are nuts.
Yeah.
We're not perfect.
Right.
You know, the idea that weed is the one what's fucking sending these psychological issues people over the top. How dare you?
Mm-hmm.
How dare you make that association?
Especially since, you know, stress is such a huge factor.
Dude, there's a lot of shit.
It has to be the number one cause of psychological issues, stress. Not to mention physical. People don't really realize the reason why hearts give out is because of stress. That's all the years of stress. I mean, yeah, you get old, but it's still stress. Stress on the heart, and stress is stress. So it's so funny that that's a stance like marijuana causing psychological issues when...
Well, the problem, Tony Hinchcliffe, with your kind of thinking is we have data to back up our assertions. It shows a clear change in the human brain. Areas of development. The area that accepts bullshit shrinks. Okay? We need that plump and fat. But that area is not like foie gras. We need it like a filled sponge. That's we need that. The area that allows bullshit. And the marijuana is shrinking this area that allows you to tolerate bullshit. And I don't like it. I do not like it. We need people out there that can just suck in our bullshit. And it's like a bullshit liver. That's what it is. You have a bullshit liver. You have a liver for booze. You also have a bullshit liver in your brain. And marijuana apparently makes that thing shrink. That's what I heard.
Wow. They try everything. They try everything to scare marijuana smokers.
Why? Why is that? They should just smoke weed and get their dick sucked. They would change the way they feel about all this. They'd be like, I can't believe blowjobs feel so good. Do 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 do. It's from someone who loves you, who tickles your balls when you come in their mouth. Hey, while you're high, Jesus Louises. Okay, they don't know about that? Do they know about that? Because if they do. You know, I would imagine if you're a girl...
There's no way the sheriff of Greenlee knows about that.
If you're a girl and you smoke a couple of hits of weed and then get your pussy licked, that's gotta feel so good. Could you imagine? Like a shower feels good when you're high.
Yeah.
Can you imagine how good it feels for a girl?
Do you like your ass licked?
Do I like my ass licked?
Yeah.
Listen, you and I are never gonna have this conversation. Just, you know, right now, it ends here. It ends here with you. I'm not opening those doors. Jesus. What kind of a man asks another man? This is like a fill-out form for a fucking gangbang video. Okay, now, do you like getting your ass licked? Because if yes, check the box to the right. That should never come up. You should go from your cradle to the grave without anybody ever asking you, do you like getting your ass licked?
Right. Or maybe that should be that should be a fun thing about a funeral, is you have to write the answer, yes or no, like on a piece of paper, and then have it in your hand, like when you're dead, like in the open casket.
Yes, I loved
checks.
it. I secretly loved it.
Did you check his note? Yeah, it was a yes with 2 exclamation points. He really liked it.
See, the problem with the question like, do you like your ass licked, is that's not how anybody ever asks it if they're gonna lick your ass.
Right.
They don't go, do you like to get your ass licked? They don't say that. They would say, do you want me to lick your ass? Huh? You do, huh? They would have a lot of huhs in there, like, you want me to lick your ass, huh? You do, huh? Like, they're already affirming it, because it's a risky thing to say.
Yeah.
Like, you want me to lick your ass, huh?
Let me try it again, Joe.
There's an affirmation in it. You know? It's like you want that person to have an easy time saying yes. You know, no, it's like, yeah, because if someone says, you want me to lick your ass? And you go, well, that would be cool. You fucking sick fuck! Fuck you, I tricked you! Asshole!
Right. The bedroom opens up. The camera crew comes in. You've been on the new show. Do you want your ass licked?
And then it becomes like a big court case where they try to figure out what huh means when you add huh to it, and the lawyer tries to defend it. Clearly, if she used the word huh, she was trying to get a positive affirmation out of him. She was manipulating his emotional responses, the natural responses of a person. He was doing it to be polite. He didn't really want his ass licked, okay? He didn't want her to feel bad. She said huh already. He's like, yeah, okay. What? As it was happening, he was realizing he had made a mistake.
Yeah.
You know? It'd be like joining an army that thinks they're going to go out and fight Bigfoot. Like, you got all your fucking gear and you're ready to go to the mountains. Like, we are the Sasquatch. And then you'd be like, oh, what have I done? What have I done? I can't believe I'm going to go. There's an army of people. I've joined. Fuck, I made a mistake. Shit.
Yeah.
But you can't pull out of it. That's what it's got to be like.
It's crazy.
Poor guy. Greeley, Colorado. You poor bastard. Right next door. I forget what the other city's name.
Is that the same place that shoots down the drones? Or is it that a different?
No, different place. But the other place, the name, those people were so high that I forgot their name. That's how high they were. Like, the mayor of the town was joking around about it. They had the mayor of the town in this interview start joking around about it. This town's always been like that. Like, Greeley was a drive town back in the day. You couldn't get booze. We don't want no booze, because what we see when we have booze is less attendance in the church.
That's a bunch of crazy people. That's what that is.
A lot of hooting and hollering.
The reason why they're afraid of booze and pot, if they're that afraid of it, is because they're afraid what they'll do if they have a drink or a smoke. They're afraid that inner monster, whatever their fears and whatever crazy stuff's going on, that's what that is.
Well, no, Tony Hinchcliffe. I'm worried about your inner monster, because my inner monster is safe under the guidance of the Lord. See, you're a heathen out there running around with your own ideas, and I got children. Okay, Tony Hinchcliffe?
Well, Sheriff, I have bad news for you. You're going and praying to an imaginary creature once or twice a week.
Hey, you fucking communist lesbian asshole. Listen, you can't say that. It's imaginary. You don't know, you son of a bitch. I go to church. I feel the Holy Spirit inside me all the time. I move to tongues. You ever moved to tongues, Tony Hinchcliffe?
But then your priest, he drinks wine. I mean, Jesus turned water into wine, but you don't want anybody to drink.
I am not a Catholic, sir. I'm a Baptist. Baptist, we don't fuck around with wine. You can't have wine in the church.
Is that true? They don't drink wine?
I don't believe so. I think the wine is a Catholic thing. Let's find out. This is a Google day. Do Baptists use wine?
I know the Catholics love wine. They try any excuse. Like, hey, can we get the...
Well, you know what's really funny? Mormons are not supposed to drink coffee.
Oof.
But they can drink those energy drinks. So I knew a dude who was a Mormon who used to pound those fucking giant monster energy drinks, and the dude would have panic attacks all the time. He was just jacked to the teeth all day, just redlining it all day.
What is this feeling that this gives me? He has no idea, because never having coffee can relate to it.
He wouldn't drink the coffee, but yet he's pounding these drinks. Like, is it an evil being?
Right.
There was an evil being out there, and it's corrupting the souls of our mortal youth.
Red Bull gives me wings, just like the angels of Mormon.
Exactly.
The Mormon religion.
I drank a Monster energy drink to be a monster against Satan's urges. I monstrously attack you, Satan.
There's nothing funnier than Mormonism.
There is.
You know that they think that when you die, you get your own planet. You know that, right?
How do you know you don't, Tony Hinchcliffe? Okay? Why so judgmental, Tony Hinchcliffe?
And that everybody lives on their own different planet.
That'd
and
be
then,
dope.
We'd all... Well, yeah, it'd be dope, but that's how you know it's a made-up story.
But it's only dope. It's only dope if we could visit each other. Like, it would suck if, like, you were on the moon and I was on Mars, but I couldn't get to you. I'd be like, Tony, where are you?
But I'm sure in this world, like, the traveling is, like, just so fast.
Yeah, it's probably pretty quick. If you can get to a place where you have your own planet, I would assume you just be wherever you want, whenever you want to be there. Like, instantaneous.
Right.
That'll happen. One day we'll figure that out. We'll figure out how to transport ourselves.
Oh, yeah.
I think if human beings live for another million years, if we live to we're supposedly, like, this close to, like, this frame that we're in right now, the Homo sapien, the way we look, is supposedly pretty similar to what a million years ago looked like. Like, a million years ago, there was some ape-like man that kind of stood up, but fairly similar, and then maybe in this form, a few 100,000 years, 300,000 or 400,000 years, like, there's a lot of guesswork involved in figuring it out. But if we could keep going another million, we would be hairless, for sure. We'd lose our hair. We would probably be really slight and very Tony Hinchcliffe-like, like a dancer's physique, an alien dancer, and our heads would grow. We would look like fucking aliens. And then, when we hit that point, if we continue, if we don't blow each other up, if we continue and we don't get hit by an asteroid, we continue to improve our ability to do things, it'll be nuts. A million years from now, you probably will be able to transport or teleport anywhere you want, anywhere in the world.
I'll one up you. I'll bet 100,000 years. At this
Jesus
rate,
Christ, Tony Hinchcliffe.
At this rate that we're growing with technology, I think we're even closer. I would almost say 10,000 years away from.
If you think about 10,000 years ago, that sounds really dumb. But 10,000 years ago doesn't seem like that long ago, but that's a really long time.
Oh yeah.
Like 10,000 years ago, we find these like stone buildings that they made, and a bunch of really cool shit that they left behind, but not much else.
Yeah, 10,000 years ago, I don't even think people are on boats. They didn't even figure that out yet.
No,
right?
they did. They're finding out that people figured out a lot of shit a lot earlier than we thought. In fact, 40,000 years ago, they were fishing for tuna in boats. Which is, I'm pretty sure that was the number that they came up with, because they found these deep sea rigs, where they use these long lines and had these big hooks, and they were catching tuna. They found tuna DNA, which is really crazy. Like, tuna are deep water fish. So these fuckers, let me find out what year it was. They figured out, let me see, whatever, Google there, ancient people fish for tuna.
Are you sitting on a yoga ball now?
No.
What is that chair? That's interesting. You're like fuck back support. Who needs it?
No, this is the best back support. It's for me, at least.
Oh.
It forces you to sit straight.
Sit straight.
Like, see how I'm sitting?
Yeah.
Like, this is how you're supposed to sit.
Right.
You're supposed to sit like this. Like, your head's not supposed to be forward. And most times you sit in a chair, you wind up slumping, sitting like that, and then it makes your back really tight. Since I've been using this, my back never fucks with me when we do podcasts.
That's awesome.
Yeah, you sit on it and your knees are in it. I don't know what they're called, like a knee chair or something like that. But you're carrying your own weight, and then once you do it for a while, if you get used to it, then you start doing it everywhere. Like, I do it on planes. I do it. You should sit up straight, like, all the time. And when you have bad posture, I used to think that people said, "Oh, you should watch your posture," because they didn't want you looking lazy. But it's actually not good for your discs. Like, your shit gets compressed. That's why when dudes have a fat wallet, they say never keep a fat wallet in your back pocket. If you're one of those guys that keeps every goddamn business card that you ever get, what was that? Fucking Toys R Us, $10. Oh, fool. You get these big, fat, crazy, thick wallets. If you sit on that shit all the time, you can get disc problems. Like, a lot of cab drivers get sciatic nerve problems because they get a pinched disc because your body's just got an uneven distribution of weight. And that's what it is kind of when you're slumped or you're sitting weird. It's an uneven distribution of weight.
I have that 100%. Anytime I go on a road trip now, after 2 hours, my right side starts getting numb, and I start having like little
Do you sit on your wallet?
No, I don't, but it's like how I sit, and also I'm a sluncher, I'm a turtle. But
yeah, you shouldn't do that, man. I used to think that it was just that, like, slouching. I had a real problem with slouching. I slouch all the time. And I think I thought it was just like the way it looks is not good. Like people don't like the way it looks. Like so, my attitude was fuck, man. That's so stupid. But it's just not. When your back is straight like this is the way you're supposed to stand. Your spinal column, your core, is carrying your weight very evenly. It's all stacked up. But when your head goes forward and you sort of relax, you put a great deal of pressure on other parts. You put like there's like a peak area of your spine that has additional pressure. And it seems like nothing, and it is nothing for a long time. And then it becomes something. And if you sit like, I used to get real bad back and neck pains from writing, and I think I might have fucked myself up doing that as much as I fucked myself up from doing jiu-jitsu. Because I would write for a long period of time, and I would sit in a chair like this with my head forward, and then when I was all done, I'd be like, my neck would be fucking killing me.
I just don't like sitting like this because I feel like I'm like posing like a woman, and I'm very like pointing my butt and boobs out. I feel like I have to like look back at it, like I hate it or something.
So you're afraid of the way it looks. You'd rather just have a backache,
right?
You know, a backache is just easier to deal with.
Yeah, but seriously, it does look really silly for me to sit like, hey, because I mean my butt's sticking out, my boobs sticking out. Like I feel like a.
Well, you need to reduce both of those things. They won't stick out as much. That would help tremendously. And believe me,
right? Just let the.
That's Brian Redband logic 101 right there.
Totally. I don't want to lose my boobs and my butt. You know, I've been working on this. So
he lost a lot of weight and got real slim. He's like, it makes my head look too big. Fuck this.
Yeah,
and he's
looking like a freak.
That's just fucking. He like spent all this work to get down to like 160 something pounds. He was like super skinny.
Yeah, I have a picture of me and you together, and I look like a fucking Lego boy.
You don't look like a Lego boy, dude. You look healthy.
I look like I had AIDS. Remember? Everyone called me AIDS face.
Well, it's because you did it so quick. You did it. Not everyone. You're at the post office. I can drop off some packages. Okay, AIDS face. Aren't you AIDS face? Yeah, Starbucks. You know, venti mocha latte. AIDS face.
AIDS face. Okay, they write it on your cup.
It didn't look like you had AIDS, dude. What it looked like to me was a guy who lost weight. He looked healthy.
That's when we met Seth Rogen.
That's right. Yeah, we did the High Times Music Awards. What is it? High Times Awards?
High Times
I
Awards.
presented him with Stoner of the Year.
And there was Jack Harrar.
Jack Harrar. He was alive back then. Those things are interesting, those fucking High Times Awards. You meet all the fellow stoners. Not maybe the nicest people on the planet. Like celebrity stoners, like Be Real. Is there a nicer person than Be Real? That guy's one of the nicest people on the planet. You know, all those celebrity stoners, they're all like super cool. Doug Benson, sweetheart, you know? Yeah. All the celebrity stoners are just super nice people. Why anybody would want to stop a drug like that? Well, you know, I'll tell you the problem with that. Well, you're not taking into account as a lack of ambition. These stoners, they take up, you know, a lot of room, and they don't do anything. They don't earn their keep.
But Sheriff, what about all the artists and the musicians that have come from pot that smoke pot?
You mean queers like Steve Jobs? Is that what you're trying to say? Yeah, Jesus took him from us. Let me tell you something. Jesus not impressed. Do you don't look like AIDS face there, fella? You look good.
I look like a
no.
Well.
You're just not used to it because you're used to this backup. You're used to all the support. You got your head, then you got some backup. When your body shrinks up, you felt like you didn't have any backup. Your head just didn't seem like it was.
Brian, look
how
at
sweet you look, dude. You don't look bad there at all. You look great.
You want to have some butt sex?
You know, I've told you before.
Why does everything that's skinny with you mean gay? That's so weird.
No, I just.
Because he's got issues.
No, I just look like I had AIDS.
You don't look like you have AIDS.
Right, HIV.
You don't even look like you have HIV. You look like you have diarrhea. Maybe. Like a little bit. Like you got that face like,
It's adorable, Brian.
Look, dude, come on, look at that picture. You don't look bad at all.
It's the dude from Weeds.
But look at your face. You do not look bad at all. I can't watch Weeds. I watched one episode and who the fuck was on it? One of our friends was on it.
Oh,
who was on it?
Kevin Nealon?
No, it's Brett Ernst.
Brett Ernst was on it. Yes, right? Yep. What did he play? Like a drug dealer?
He played drug dealer in the third season.
I watched it because Brett was on it. That's it. I watched it one other time and I was like, this is fake. This is not real. I'm not buying this.
You know what's fake? Is that Catfish show. I heard so many people say how awesome that show is. I finally watched it. The fakest show I've ever seen.
Duh.
I didn't know it was fake.
Duh. Yeah. You know, I heard on reality TV, sometimes they like plan that shit out. Like, it's not really reality. Did you hear that, Tony?
Well, it almost seems like it would benefit them with so much money, spending money on production.
Oh, wait a minute, conspiracy theorists. So you think that what they would do just to make money, they would be willing to fake it and risk their reputations? That's a reality show. When I tune into a reality show, I want reality. You know that, and I know that.
Right.
That's a weird one to fake, though. You know, that just faking people.
It's the best one to fake.
Yeah,
why wouldn't you fake that one?
They can really. I mean, you figure out how easy it is, like what they're doing. Like people just looking at a camera, like I thought for sure that he was, the man that I thought.
Dude, people will do whatever the fuck you ask them to do if you have a camera in front of you. I mean, there's a certain amount of people that will do it. So if you have some sort of reality show and you just manipulate these people and say, hey, I want you to, this is what you're going to do. You're going to tell us, that you've been texting this guy and pretending to be a girl, and then you're going to meet him here and say, I busted you, dude, and now I know what's up. And the guy's like, okay. How long have I known him? You've been friends for 20 years. Okay. We've been friends for 20 years, man. And they'll say shit like that. Man, we've been friends for 20 years. I thought I trusted you. Mm-hmm. Of course they're going to fake that shit.
All that Maury Povich and stuff. Like, that shows still when I'm on the road and I'm flipping through channels, I'll stop for a few minutes and I'll watch Maury. I'll watch the results because no matter what happens, one of them's going to get up and go, oh, I told you that was or wasn't my baby. Like, whichever one, one of them's going to flip out because it's just so coached.
Well, one of the guys who was a doorman at, not Eastside Comedy Club, Governors in Levittown in Long Island. Mm-hmm. And one of the doormen was a regular on those shows back in the day. Like, this was I want to say 1990, 1991, pre-internet, and he used to get a call, and they would say, we're looking for a man who has been having sex with his brother's wife. And he goes, what a coincidence. I've been having sex with my brother's wife. What do you want me to do? And they would literally say that to him. See if you can help us out here. That was the conversation they would have. What we're trying to find is a guy who got arrested wearing women's clothes and trying to get a job in a woman's office. And they go, oh, what a coincidence. They'll tell him the exact scenario that he wants. So all those people they're just good at it. Like, you'll see that Mike Richter did it. Mike Richter did it way back in the day. Mike Richter, who was a comic at the Comedy Store in the 1990s, he did that shit for money.
I met Mike.
Yeah, Mike was a funny dude, man.
Yeah.
Mike was a funny dude. I don't know if he's still doing stand-up anymore, but back in the day, when we started out together at the store in the 90s, he was fucking funny, man. There's a lot of those guys that, for whatever reason, people don't find out about them.
Yeah, he's one of those guys that was there the first few months when I started, and we, made friends, and then I watched him basically quit.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he moved somewhere else, but I watched him fade out of the store.
Yeah, but anyway, he used to do that shit.
This has been the Joe Rogan Experience. Expand further into the Rogan universe at joerogan.net. And listen every Saturday at 11 a.m. and 11 p.m. Eastern here on the Opie and Anthony channel.
Hi, I'm Pete Dominic, host of SiriusXM's Stand Up. There's nothing more important to me than being a good father. But what does that mean to be a good dad? That's the question I'll be asking. Join me on Father's Day for our Father's Day special. I'll be talking to celebrity fathers like Al Roker, Bob Saget, Hank Azaria.
Having a good relationship with your wife and supporting her as a mother probably is one of the most important things we can do.
And so many more. So join me to celebrate dads, or whatever you call old man, pop, papa. Dad. Just join us for our Father's Day special. Tomorrow, starting at 9 a.m. on Indie SiriusXM 104 and on the SiriusXM app.
Ron and Feds here.
Joan Rivers stopped by recently and told us about the time Lenny Bruce changed her life.
I was at the bitter end and bombing. He came over one night and he sent me a note. You're right, they're wrong. And I was sitting with George Carlin one night and I said to George, you know what kept me going? Lenny Bruce came over and saw me and sent me a note. You're right, they're wrong. He said he sent me the same note. No, so I think he sent it to every comedian around.
The Ron and Fez Show, weekdays starting at noon Eastern.
On Raw Dog, SiriusXM Comedy Hits 99.
Guys, when that special moment's there, anxiety or aging can cause frustrating issues. That's why millions of men depend on the little blue pill to keep their passion going strong. And now, getting the generic form of that same amazing blue pill is easy, with the convenience of ordering right from your home, without the high cost of pharmacy prices. Don't pay up to $15 per tablet when you can get 60 full-potency tablets for just over $2 per tablet, delivered discreetly right to your door. But wait, order now and we'll give you an additional 8 tablets free. Our highly trained customer support expert staff will give you all the clinical facts and answer any questions you may have. And with our complete money-back guarantee, your satisfaction is guaranteed. Join the thousands of men who are paying less for the tablets their relationships need and enjoy our completely private, discreet home delivery service. For this limited-time bonus tablet offer, call 800-461-8944. 800-461-8944. 800-461-8944.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Have you ever wondered how you could make a difference in someone's life? What if you could help hundreds or even thousands of children? You might think it impossible, but it's within your reach. Right now, today, students in the U.S. rank 32nd in world math skills. It's time for our children to catch up. And you can help. Become an owner of one of the world's fastest growing franchises, Mathnasium. Mathnasium is the leading math-only learning center in the U.S. Its only purpose is to make our kids better at math. Imagine helping hundreds, even thousands of students in your community improve in school and raise their self-esteem, all while doing something you truly love. Call us at 855-391-MATH for a complete package of information. That's 855-391-6284 to learn how you can make a difference. Doing something you truly love. 855-391-6284. 855-391-MATH.
All loans subject to on-deck score approval, must be in business at least 1 year to apply. If you're a small business owner, one of the toughest challenges for growth is often financing.
For me, getting more customers wasn't the issue. I just needed financing to expand my business, and that meant getting a loan. My bank simply wasn't moving fast enough, and all the paperwork was taking me away from my business, so I was really getting frustrated. Then I heard about On Deck. They came through with the loan I wanted at terms that worked for me.
At On Deck, we're 100% focused on small business loans, and we evaluate businesses based on your actual business performance, not just your personal credit. On Deck offers true business loans, not credit card advances. And unlike traditional lenders, we say yes faster and a lot more often. You could receive a decision in minutes and funding in as little as 1 business day. Our easy application process takes 10 minutes to complete online, or better yet, call us at 800-294-2657 and speak with one of our loan specialists. No paperwork, no waiting, no obligations, and a decision in minutes. For a free consultation, call 800-294-2657 today. That's 800-294-2657.
Late payments are among the top causes of a lower credit score. So if you have late payments or other negative items hurting your credit score, call creditrepair.com. For over 15 years, every day we help thousands repair their credit. We help improve your credit score by working with both your creditors and the credit bureaus to remove negative items from your credit report. So call creditrepair.com. 800-584-1232. 800-584-1232. 800-584-1232.
The Opie and Anthony Channel on Sirius XM.
The NBA Finals are on Sirius XM. 2 teams.
Down the floor, LeBron. LeBron in with a jam.
1 goal.
This ball game is over, and the San Antonio Spurs have taken a 3-1 lead in the NBA Finals. Kawhi Leonard with 20 points and 14 rebounds lead the way for the Spurs.
Hear every home and away broadcast of the NBA Finals on your Sirius and XM radio and the Sirius XM app. Log on to SiriusXM.com/live sports for game times and channel listings.
Hi, I'm Dirk Leathers, President and COO of Warner Enterprises. Every day, more than 3 million professional drivers are on the road and away from their families, delivering goods and services across this great nation. As consumers, we are indebted to you for your commitment and dedication. So from Warner Enterprises, from your country, and from me, thank you. Thank you for your service, your safety, and for making our lives better. Please be safe in all your future journeys, and to learn more about us, go to drivewarner.com.
Big data may be just another overused buzzword, but storing, sharing, protecting, and recovering big data is a big deal to companies, big or small. Barracuda Networks offers powerful, affordable, yet easy-to-implement solutions for data protection and disaster recovery, email archiving, file sharing, and e-signing, all designed to protect big data and simplify IT. For an online demo or to try any of our storage solutions risk-free for 30 days, visit barracuda.com/bigdata.
Did you know that a Nobel Prize was awarded for a medical discovery that improves your sexual performance? It's true. Nitric oxide was discovered to improve your sexual performance. It also miraculously improves your heart health, blood pressure, energy levels, your immune system, diabetes, arthritis pain, even your memory and mood. That's why millions of men and women have begun taking nitric oxide boosters as daily supplements. And right now, we're releasing free bottles of Peak Nitric Oxide so you can discover the benefits for yourself. Be one of the first 100 callers at 1-800-913-6985. After extensive research and clinical tests, nitric oxide has been described as the miracle molecule of the 21st century. Taken once a day, you'll not only begin feeling years younger, but we'll also send you free test strips to prove it works. Discover how to get your free bottle of Peak Nitric Oxide and free test strips at 1-800-913-6985. Be one of the first 100 callers. 1-800-913-6985.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Slide in for huge savings during the Dave Smith Annual Grand Slam Savings Sale. The Dave Smith All-Star Team is the Northwest's largest GM dealer. We are ready to give you a great deal on over 2,500 new Dodge, Chryslers, Jeeps, Rams, Chevys, GMCs, Buicks, Cadillacs, and top-quality pre-owned vehicles. Call 800-635